Good morning, everybody. Welcome to round 3 of the Michelin MX Nationals powered by Milwaukee here at Lyng. We're at one of the most prestigious tracks in the UK for round 3. My name's Jeff Perrett. We have got hours of uninterrupted live coverage. I'm going to be guiding you through varying classes. The pros will be on song as well. So sit back, get the kettle on before we get going, and have a great day joining us watching the Michelin MX Nationals powered by Milwaukee on MXN TV. Welcome everybody. As you can see on the screen there, we're having a little bit of light rain. Hope you're all having a good weekend so far, but welcome here to Lyng for round 3 of the Michelin MX Nationals powered by Milwaukee. I'm Jeff Perrett, as I mentioned in the intro. I will be flying solo this weekend. My regular commentator cohort, Callum Swan, is off, well, swanning himself in the sunshine of California watching the first round of the AMA Pro National Championship. So I'm going to try to get some guests in throughout the show as we go along, but for the best part, I'm going to be holding fort here for round 3. So we're in for some great racing. There you can see a map of the track. It's a brilliant old school circuit. It hasn't changed in years, but that's a good thing. It's natural. It gets rough. As you can see, the number of jumps established in 1936. They first started coming here doing hill climbs, if I seem to remember. I wasn't around then, by the way. I'd just like to point that out. So a brilliant circuit to come to. We've got an absolutely stacked paddock full of racers. Yesterday the racing was superb in all the youth classes, Clubman, Amateur and Experts. Of course today we roll out the Pro Elite classes as well, brought to you by Lifelines, Apico Factory Racing and Liat. So we're going to see some great racing today. That's the weather, as you can see. You don't need the forecast to see. You can see there's spots of rain on the camera. But we're getting splattered clouds, we're getting sunshine, we're getting a little bit of everything other than hail and snow at the minute. The wind keeps picking up and going down, but it's going to be good racing. A little bit of rain certainly won't do the circuit any harm whatsoever. These guys are in for a rough ride today, but that's what we love about motocross. It is brutal, but it's a challenge, and that's what makes it good. So sit back, enjoy. We've got plenty in this pre-show to show you before we go racing. So sit back, as I said, settle in for a great day's racing here at the Michelin MX Nationals. Right, we're here in the pits at Lyng with the AC United Gas team and team owner Lee Toland. Lee, listen, the effort that you guys make, I mean, look, come on. There's loads of time and effort goes into this team, so tell us more about it. You ride yourself. Yeah. That's a stress in its own right. And then on top of that, you've gone, I know what I'll do. I'll start a high-level motocross team and run a scaffold business. And what are you playing at? How'd you do it all?
It just evolved all of a sudden, you know what I mean? Like, it's gone from my passion to feeling like I could do a pretty good job of it. And here we are.
Here we are. What you're doing here is you're supporting young riders as well, not just yourself. Yeah. Obviously, top riders as well with John Adamson and Jack Brunel. But here we go. We've got Tyler Hooley, a young rider, coming up onto the 125, moving out just to go for his race. So you're really investing in British motocross in a big way. Credit to you for that. Yeah,
I love it. As time's gone on, we feel like, you know, we see where the gaps in the market, in the sport or the pitfalls, as it were, and we're like, do you know what? We need to reevaluate, have a look at the situation, and start helping the kids out, because the kids is where it all starts, and you know, we want to try and develop them and bring them into the big league.
Be honest with me and yourself. Has it been harder than you imagined when you first started, or have you just gone with it?
Well, I've gone with it, but what is hard is when your business starts getting a problem, or it starts getting more work, or you know, and trying to be here, there, and everywhere. That's the difficult part. And then because I'm so passionate and I want to do well myself and motocross, I'm going backwards, but that's okay. That's okay, you know. But like, I mean, the big picture is I want the sport to flourish, and yeah, we're having a go at it.
I forgot to add, by the way, that not only does Lee run the team or whatever and his business and bring all his kids through, also runs a track. You know, why not stop at a motocross team? Do you know what? Let's get a track going and have a practice track and do that. So, I mean, you do love it. I mean, you must love it to do what you do.
Yeah, it's one of the. It's another string to your bow. We can have the facility to ourselves. Yeah. We don't have to, you know, ask people, can we come to the track, and we can do testing and all that. You know, and then all of a sudden that's flourished as well. So you know, we're just going with it. You know, it is tiring. I've got to admit. You know, but. Yeah, we're here. We're going all in.
I love the way that Lee's already said that actually I'm starting to suffer because of it. My riding's starting to suffer. Yeah. So how was it out there today? I mean, you've been riding today.
Yeah, I enjoyed it. I really enjoyed it, but I just a bit fatigued and you know, my arms were a little bit couldn't hang on. But I felt like I gave it a good go. You know.
Hold on. Let me stop him there. He's a scaffolder. And he's saying he can't hold on because he's getting up tired arms. You're working too hard.
Yeah, I think I put too much pressure on myself to do well. You know what I mean? And but yeah, I don't know. I think it's a bit of age as well, and like mentally stressed. I'm always mentally stressed because I want everything to be right. And sometimes you can't get everything right, and you know, and that's just natural. But it's just trying to be at the track, be at the scaffolding, you know, be there for the boys because they all need, you know, they need mentoring as well, you know. And you know, just this week I've felt the pressure.
You do put so much effort into it, you know, there's no doubt about it. Everything's immaculate. You come in here, I mean, the flooring in here is cleaner than my place, you know. I'm worried about coming in with dirt. I'm actually worried that I've come in with dirt on my shoes. I thought he might knock me out because of it.
No, you're just giving me the hoover.
That's true, they do hoover this. So the professionalism is high. So going forward, look, you've got these kids come through, but you've also got some, you know, some good riders. Jack Brunel, John Adamson, we'll get you over in a minute, John, for a chat.
Yeah, and Bobby's out at the moment.
Yeah, Bobby, obviously, let's talk about Bobby, you know, a definite UK talent that loads of us want to get behind and get him to the top. So shame that he got injured, but other than that, are you happy with the progress that he's making?
Oh my goodness, I mean, how could you not be happy with second in the world at our first go at it? Yeah. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, I really enjoyed that. That was like, you know, being at the top of the tree, and that was emotional, that was a roller coaster, that was everything, you know. And wow, do you know what I mean? If you would have said 10 years ago that I'd be in the position that I am now, you know, I'm so grateful. I am grateful, and I'm just trying to sup it up as I go along. You know what I mean? Absolutely, yeah. And Bobby is, you know, hopefully he's England's next future. Yeah. You know, he's future talent. We made the decision to keep him off the bike this year because of his injury, and you know, and I'm pretty sure that boy's going to go a long way. But
because I mean, you've got a roster of riders. I mean, Harry, I don't know if you can feel that. That's all the riders' names up there on the van there. I mean, that's a lot of riders to take care of.
Yeah, I mean, they sort of take care of themselves, but each one of them has got, you know, they just need a little bit of loving, and they all need motivation. You know, my tactics are when they come back, and because they're their own worst enemy, they beat themselves up, and I do as well. We all do. We can't help it. But because I can identify with that, I can just say to them, look, you did that wrong. Let's move forward now because you know where you went wrong. Let's pick ourselves back up. Don't worry about your result. Let's go out and try. You've got 3 more attempts at it, or you know, whatever race it may be. So it's just trying to be able to help them with their mind, because we're, like I say, we're our own worst enemy, and we can, you know. We wouldn't talk to, we wouldn't let someone talk to ourselves the way we talk to ourselves. You know, we put ourselves down so much when we're racing, and it's just trying to keep them, you know,
keep them uplifted.
Yeah.
He probably does the same with all his scaffolding team as well.
That's a different approach. That's a different animal in itself, you know. Yeah.
I'm sure it is. Look, Lee, we'll let you get ready because you're going out soon. Look, keep up the amazing work. I mean, for British motocross, we need people like you. We need teams like this making all the effort, doing it right, looking professional. Good on you, sir.
Thank you.
But I don't want to hear any more excuses about your arms. Okay?
No, they're all right now. I'm going to be good. I'm good to go. Get the first one out of the way, blow the cobwebs out, and yeah. And the main thing I always tell my riders, but I fail to do myself, is just try to enjoy it. You know. So
that's it. That's a great way to sign off. Enjoy it. Enjoy the motocross. Hope you enjoy the live stream as well. This is Lee from United, AC United Gas. Thank you very much, folks. Let's get to some racing. Nice one.
Thank you.
Because you woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make a heart. Think about it, cool man, look smart. The world time has come to.
Okay, we're here with another one of our championship sponsors. Very welcoming, by the way, Anthony at Carbon Comps. And not only do you ride, you're racing.
A little ride around.
It doesn't look like it today because he's in pristine. He's got his kit on down here. Well, tell us more about that. You've been out, so what was it like out there?
The track's really good. It's getting nice and rough out there. It's been good. I've not been here before, and I'm not really a huge motocross rider. I'm more of a road racer, so it's a bit of an eye opener every round I'm coming to. So yeah, it's a little bit rougher than Alton Park that I'm normally used to, but yeah, it's mega, really good.
Enjoying it though. You wouldn't be doing it, right?
I'm really enjoying it. I'm enjoying doing the motocross, but it's something new. Yeah, I really enjoyed the race today. It's been good fun.
So tell us, obviously, what Carbon Comps is, because you know, getting involved with the series, that's great for us, new people coming in. Yeah. You're in the sport, you're involved in sport, you're riding now actively yourself, there's your bike. Yeah. But what is Carbon Comps? What's it all about?
Carbon Comps is a UK-based competition company, and basically we give away, we award brand new motorcycles every week. We have weekly draws, guaranteed draws regardless of ticket sales, and we have a bike a week and accessories. We're a little bit different because we just do brand new motorcycles. We don't do anything used. Everything we do is brand new, premium, and accessories. And then we also put a lot back into the sport, hence obviously helping championships like this. We sponsor a lot of young up-and-coming riders in British Enduro and here as well. And yeah, it's fantastic to be involved in a championship like this, really.
That's, you know, thinking about it, that's like a bold move to be able to give like bikes away regardless of the ticket sale. I mean, fair play to that commitment, you know. I mean,
it was a big commitment at the start when we first started the business 17 months ago now. We've done over £1 million worth of bikes already, which is fantastic, really, and thanks to all the Carbon Comps customers for the support. But yeah, at the start it was we didn't sell enough to always cover the bike, but we kind of had to put ourselves on the line, establish ourselves in the market, and it's worked really, really well. And we've proved our weight in it by giving back to the sport as well. I say helping. We've bought bikes for young riders and so on, and yeah, we plough a lot of money back into two-wheel motorsport.
Fortune favours the brave, you see. It does indeed. So what you got on offer? What you got coming up this month with regards to the bikes you're giving away?
At the moment, we've just launched this Honda. We've got a brand new Honda CRF 250. This one has been purchased from Redline Motorcycles in Loughborough. I think it's about the third Honda we've done, but they've done, as you know probably more than me on the motocross bikes. It's a cracking bike, the 250F is. That's on there, it's £9.95 a ticket, and that'll be a guaranteed draw next Thursday, again, regardless of ticket sales. And also some Tech 7 boots on there. Right. So yeah.
£9.95.
£9.95 a ticket, you can win yourself a brand new Honda in 2 weeks. Next week we've got a gas on there, 350 EXC, which is a really nice bike, the 350 EXC bike. So yeah, that's on there next week.
Now listen, I know times are tight, but let's be honest here, £9.95 and you could win this. Your chances are higher to win that than doing the Euro Millions or the lottery. It is though, right?
We actually have quite people who are just into gambling who play just because the odds are so good with us. Yeah. You know, you're going to win a brand new bike worth nearly £10,000, some of the Enduro bikes that we do, and you can win it for a tenner. We had a guy last week, he bought one ticket and he won himself a brand new Rockstar, and they're 10,400 quid. So he was happy.
Yeah, fair play. Well, I'm over the moon that it's going good for you, and obviously that early stage, taking a punt on it and it's building. So that's what you got to do. You got to get on. Just go and check out carboncomps.co.uk, and you'll see a load of stuff. Not only new bikes, boots, equipment.
Boots, helmets, and accessories. We do like tyre deals and Rabacondas and so on. Anything to do with two-wheel motorsport. That's what we do.
Are you sure you've been out for a race? Because
am I looking too clean?
He doesn't look like he's.
Well, I was right at the back, so I must have got filled in by a few people.
Well, listen, and enjoy the rest of the day. Thanks so much for getting involved with the series. Really appreciate your support.
Cheers, guys.
Boyson ignition covers and clutch covers have got strong history with two-strokes, from back in the day to the current two-strokes we see of today. You're forever seeing Boyson products on a lot of the older bikes. Back in the day, all the factory teams used to run the covers. It was one of those things where you'd flick through the magazines or you'd look onto the videos and you'd see factory bikes dripping with Boyson parts. And it's something that you'd always inspire to when you were a youngster. Boyson ignition and clutch cover, it's an easy fitment. It's just like fitting OEM parts. So it's just a smooth transition. With a high quality cast, it's not plastic, it's easy to take off, maintain your stator and your flywheel.
Right, here we are at Lyng. Amazing history at this venue. A lot's been going on here for a long time. It's been on the motocross calendar for a long time. As you can see here, look at this. If you go on here, this is in memory of Dennis Slaughter, MBE, the king of Lyng. Now, Dennis was clerk of the course up here. He actually started here in 1928 to 2019, and the club started here in 1927, can you believe? And it was the hill climbs that first got us out here, I think 1936, which is absolutely bonkers. So look, let's go and have a little look around. They've had GPs here before, but there's a little bit of history down here in this hut. This is all their infrastructure. So this club's been going for so long, the Norwich Viking Club. Sorry, Harry, making you walk there through there, but this just gives you a little insight of what it's like here. So if you come down through here into the back way, so they had I can remember coming here for a GP, a 125 GP in 1993, which is pretty special. If you come in here, is out there doing all the tidying up. This is the little canteen area where all the committee members and club members, and as we can see here, a little bit of history on the wall. Here we go. Here's Dennis here. I remember him going across, and so it's absolute like stalwart, a major influence on the club here at Lyng, the Norwich Viking Club. So that's a little bit about the history of the venue. These guys have been doing it for so long here, so it's great to come to such a well, one of the UK's premier and most long-standing venues for the MX Nationals. We're at the sand pit. It's a famous part of the circuit. It's a big blind drop off the top here. For the rider, they come round, they turn off the top. It goes away from you. You've got to be committed. Some people jump right to the bottom, but it's not just going in, coming out as well. You carry loads of speed and you hit the jump on the corner. There's been some great overtaking moves here down the years. There's also been some big crashes. By my memory, Dave Thorpe, the world champion, had a big crash here on a BBC grandstand event back in, what was that, 1986. Big crash coming out of here. So even world champions can fall foul of this part of the circuit. It's a real integral part of the track here at Lyng, and it's a famous spot. So keep an eye on this throughout the racing. Cadder's Hill, it's a hill, right? So you're going to get elevation change up and down, and it's a famous part of the circuit. We weave up through these trees here. It's a beautiful venue. This is another part of the circuit that a lot of people stand around to watch, because as you can see, I'm not the tallest person in the world, admittedly, but this is still some drop off, and it's blind, and they come down, a little step down, it gets really rough. And then as you sweep round, if you want to turn around there, Harry, you can see the braking bumps coming into this corner. They get big, they get gnarly, there's loads of line choice. Again, another brilliant part of the circuit to watch, and part of the character that makes up the Cadder's Hill circuit here at Lyng. It's a good one to watch. Again, we got the cameras everywhere, so you won't miss a thing. Okay, we've been walking around the track, giving previews for your live stream. It's quite tiring work for an old man like me. I'm nearly 50, you know. I know, you wouldn't believe it, right? So we've come for a refreshment stop, and we've come to the ideal place, one of our series sponsors. I'm here with Dave Hamlet from Lifelines. Dave, this is a brand new brand. I'm not the man to explain what it is, because it's not mine. It's yours. You are the man behind it. Explain what Lifelines is, basically.
Health, vitality and sports supplement brand, essentially. So it started with the fact I've been in this industry for over a decade. Just kind of want to bring something new. Everything's dosed as per medical research, so all about quality. Just using the medium of extreme sports as a vehicle to talk to consumers. End of the day, it's super fun, right? It's cool to watch.
Oh, it's fun, it's fun. Now, Dave, not only does he sponsor the series with the fastest 40, hold on now, he also gets to race, but this time you're not out there. This class is just coming out. You were meant to be out there in this race. What's going on?
Super gutted. No staff, can't get the staff. So, yeah, chose rather than try and struggle, wobble round at the back, I thought, right, we'll just concentrate today on just basically sampling this. Got a new clothing range as well, so we've got the Lifestyle OG range has just landed. But yeah, I'm gutted, mate. I've never raced here, so just watching, crying my eyes out all day.
You got a good spot though. I mean, do you know what? I could just stay here and commentate from here all weekend. So now that array of bikes have gone by that you should have been out there with, tell us more about what the actual brand is and how you kind of started it and why you even started it.
So, just for those that do know me, I was at Gatorade, I think that's when we first met many years ago when this started. Been in the soft drinks, energy drinks, sports drink space for over a decade. Recent position was a commercial director for Monster Energy. So understand the space quite well. I still ride, I'm like a big kid, ride mountain bikes, try to snowboard and stuff like that. So I think what's missing is something healthy. I was a PT for those that know me as well for a fairly long time, and hydration, something I think we all miss. The COVID pandemic's shown that health's important. Everyone's worried about pre-workout and protein. God, it's boring. Doesn't really do much. Protein is in loads of food, right? So this is a one of a kind. So we started with hydration, full of vitamins and minerals. There's some cool ingredients that aren't being used yet. I've got a clean energy drink that's I'm in the sort of the final stages of taste, flavour sampling. Those who follow the channel would have seen some guys down Brough, Richie Roberts the other week.
Yeah.
Apparently one tastes like chicken. It's blueberry. So, but again, that'll be another world first. Work with a Belgian pharmaceutical company to. They've got a replacement for glucose.
Okay.
So some of the guys have had it today. I think Billy Wynn, when he watches this, he'll love it. We had a bet of the Land Drake. It was. I think he was like never had a win. I think he then went on to have a win. It's basically because he was drinking Hydro G.
Absolutely, 100%.
So yeah, it's fun to be here. I think the championships, raising the bar, stuff like this is really good. Yeah, everyone just get around and come and buy some stuff.
Yeah. Well, it's great to have you involved. Obviously, a new brand in and stepping in as well to be the title sponsor of the fastest 40. I mean, you know, that's some commitment, and I know you love watching the pros. So, how do you think that's going so far, being the title sponsor of the fastest 40 for you, but also the racing?
Yeah, I love it. Obviously, I like the format's just a great thing to watch. It's always good to make them. Or for them to make you feel really terrible on a bike after you've ridden it the day before. I think it's really hard, and you just see them just doing next level stuff. Some of the boys are obviously over in the US right now, so I've been chatting with Putnam and that, old Showtime, wishing them all the best. I think Josh will do well. Shame they're not here, but yeah, good to see them over there.
You know what? I have genuinely got a bit of a thirst on. And I am not just saying this for honestly, I really am not. I haven't had much fluids today, so do you know what? Get pouring. I want to try some of this because I haven't yet. So what have we got here? What are you going to hit me up with first? This is non-alcoholic, right?
Yeah.
Shame.
Really well with dark rum.
Does it? Shouldn't be advertising that maybe, but anyway, we'll roll with it.
So we've got mango and pineapple to start with.
Right.
This is the bit just lie, even if it tastes horrendous.
No.
It tastes really good.
Which one's that?
Mango and pineapple.
Oh, I like that.
It's got touch of coconut water in it, so that's the silkiness you can taste.
You can tell I'm shaking, I'm so dehydrated. Good, I need this stuff. Right.
Is that dehydration or your age?
Age.
I'm only joking.
Age and nerves. I'm nervous about doing these DVs. No, you're not. Don't be so ridiculous.
Right, then we've got cherries and berries. This is a bit sweet. The kids seem to like this one. So it's good.
Oh, I can't think why. Kids liking sweet stuff.
Bad. But you can dilute this stuff down anyway. It's got more.
Oh yeah, that's different.
Yeah.
My favourite is that other one. That's still good, mind. I'm not knocking it.
This is the bomb. So ideally you have it every day. 1 scoop, 500 ml of water, and then we worked out 1 serving for every 90 minutes of exercise, but it depends how much you sweat and stuff. I've got some World Cup downhill riders that are taking 3 or 4 scoops to get rid of arm pump and stuff. So yeah, it's just all about customer feedback at the moment. People use different doses. It's good.
Well, good stuff. Look, Dave, keep this going. I might need some of this to get through the live stream later on. Thanks for getting involved with the series. Thanks for bringing out a brand new brand and helping the riders.
Pleasure, mate. Real pleasure. Great to work with you.
That's David Lifeline. Hit them up. They're all over social. You'll see his face everywhere. He's got his little emoji. He's got a new clothing range. There it is. It's on the tub. There he is. I told you, he gets everywhere. Go and check it out. There you go. Lifelines. Nice one. All the best, Dave.
Top man. Cheers.
Right, we're here at the Phoenix Tools Even Strokes Kawasaki team because suspension, it's an integral part of a motocross race. Listen, you have got all kinds of technical stuff in any kind of motor racing, Formula 1, MotoGP, whatever it is, but motocross, suspension is so key. Obviously the track changes throughout the entire race, 20-minute motos, and throughout the day. So the guys are constantly looking for that little fine margin, particularly at the pro end of the whole scene. The slightest little click can make such a difference. As you can see, if you're new to motocross, you've got the 2 units on the front, you've got the front forks. Okay, they're obviously soaking the front wheel, and most obviously modern bikes, a single shock, monoshock at the back. And it's getting that nice balance to get everything to work plush and sweetly, and then it brings confidence in a rider. If a rider's confident, it can make such a difference to the result. These guys, we've got Petr Petrov's bike here. He has his suspension done by Ian Bailey at Moto 33. Let's go and check what Ian's up to, because Ian comes to the event and does all the suspension tuning. And as we said, it's really key for them because they've just been out. Obviously, we're pre-recording this on a Saturday. They've just been out for their practice session today. So trying to get the fine margins for tomorrow's racing, which you're going to see today. So let's go and see what Ian's up to. He's parked right alongside. There he is. We call him Balo, Ian Bailey. Everybody just knows him as Balo. As you can see, look, an array of front forks, rear shocks. So let's catch up with Ian. Don't mind coming in. Balo, sorry, you're right in the middle. He's right in the middle of work, and this man works hard on a Saturday evening throughout the week. What you got going on here? What are you doing?
At the moment, I'm servicing Rafe Broadley's Gas 125 shock, and there was a little bit of an issue with it being a bit quick on the rebound, and we found out the piston band was quite heavily worn as well. And I'm making a few shim changes as well, just to help control the oil flow a bit better.
Okay, so for those like me that's not very technically minded, shims, what's that about? How does that affect the suspension? What happens there?
Well, the shims pair up with the piston, which cover the ports, and the way you configure the shims onto the piston is the way creates a dampening force, which controls the oil flow through the piston.
So that basically the pressure, so you can change the whole. That's not even before you even get to the spring, obviously. So that's a rear shock. We've got front forks over here. So on an average evening at an MX Nationals, I mean, like I said, I've seen you in here finishing up late at night, going around the site, and you're still in here with your LED lights on, working. So how many sets of suspension do you have to do at an MX Nationals?
It really does vary.
Yeah.
And like I catch up with different customers throughout the country, which I help, and I service them of an evening so they can be back on track for the morning. So these are just having a general service, like seals, bushes, cartridge seals, and stuff like that. Shock to have new seal head, piston bands, etc., and just get them back racing tomorrow.
See, Ian's playing it down a bit, because being a racer myself back in the day and everything, suspension is in many ways more critical than the motor, because it inspires confidence. So as much as you work hard, I mean, it must be a really rewarding job when you've come in and a rider's gone, oh, that was amazing, you've made a few clicks and it's made all the difference.
Oh, it sure is satisfying for sure. You go home with a smile, definitely. Just like you can keep someone safe on the track, and you see them get better results week in, week out. It's 100% it's rewarding.
So, how did you get into this, Balo? Were you just a general bike mechanic first? Is it the classic case of there was a mate of yours that used to race? Did you used to race? What's the deal?
I used to have a go back in the day, but I wasn't that good. But it started off helping friends with the suspension, and it just spiraled from there, and word of mouth, and before you know it, it really took off. Yeah.
So you're obviously passionate about it, so, I mean, you've got a lot of clients. I mean, it's not just at a weekend. You must be flat out most of the racing season. Well, off season as well, because we got to do all the testing and suspension.
It's very busy indeed.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
Obviously, the sport needs people like Balo, you see, because this makes a difference in racing and the passion with it as well. I don't get excited about this little box of shims. You probably do. And that's the difference, you see. Everybody's got a skill set. So listen, we won't hold you up anymore. Actually, before I do go, just tell me, I don't understand it enough. So in a suspension unit, pretty much, we've got compression and dampening. So you got to kind of get those two tallied up, right?
Oh yeah, for sure. So generally on top you would have low speed compression and high speed compression, and on the bottom rebound. And the rebound obviously controls the speed the wheel returns to the floor, and compression basically harder or softer.
Yeah.
And for different tracks you would adjust it accordingly.
And that's the thing, getting the balance right. It's easy. It sounds easy, doesn't it? It does. It does sound easy, but it's not. There's so much that goes into it. Ian, thanks for your time. We're going to let him get on, but that's a little insight into suspension, certainly on the high end, but a lot of the youth racers here will also have their suspension done. It is so critical to have a good bike set up because it instills confidence, and if you're a confident motocross racer, you're going to go quick. We'll let him carry on his work. A little insight on suspension. Hope you enjoyed it.
Cause you woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Think about it, so time has come to.
Okay, motocross racing. You'll hear us say the word berm a lot. For those of you that have never seen motocross, you're wondering what the hell is a berm? Well, this is a prime example of what I'm stood on right now. What it is, as the riders go throughout the day, they push the dirt up. They keep pushing it wide. Eventually, it starts to hold up and build up. So if I show you now, you can see the depth of it. So I'm walking around this really nice sweeping right-handed berm. You've got the inside. That was all flat this morning. And that has just been, and we're only one block of racing in, not even that. And it's just pushed all the dirt up high. And the riders use it to slam into, but sometimes you don't want to slam into a berm. You've got to try and ride it low. Keep the power at the bottom. Because if you start getting high, you're getting into the looser soil. It saps the motor. You can blow through the berm, which is a term that we use. If a rider obviously comes in too hot and blows through the soil, and you can just see this thing just keeps going. And this has just been built up here on Saturday already after 1 or 2 races. So you can really commit to these kind of things. If you're a really good rider, you come in, rather than knock it down a gear, you actually hook it up a gear and you just hang off the back and carry all your corner speed. Not only that, a berm is a great place for overtaking because you can square off it, you can come in tighter and block pass, punt the other riders out of the way. Berms are an integral part of motocross racing. If you can't ride berms, you're never going to get that good a motocross rider. So keep an eye out them on the track today. There'll be loads of them building up here at Lyng. It's a sand-based circuit, so it's going to be good. It's already good, and this is only Saturday. So buckle in today. You're going to see some great racing here at Lyng. Okay, another term you'll hear us say in the commentary booth throughout the rest of the year is ruts. I'm stood in one. At the minute here at Lyng on the Saturday, it's a bit dry. We don't have too deep ones, but you can see already by, again, I'm vertically challenged. My legs aren't huge, but still, you can see the kind of thing that forms coming into a corner and round a corner. So this is a classic case. They come down the straight, over the braking bumps, and you can see it's not much wider than the width of the wheel. So if you get kicked up in the braking bumps, you miss your rut. It can all go pear-shaped. You can get cross-rutted. That's where one wheel goes in one rut, one wheel in another. So there's a lot that your brain has to process as a motocross rider. You know, you've got to line everything up. You've got to look further down the track. You don't just look straight over your front mudguard. And you've got to trust your instincts to follow your front wheel. It comes in here. Obviously, they're in the braking zone. And then you can see it starts to form kind of like a rut, but also a berm. And then there's a berm on the outside. So you can get the idea just on this one corner after the finish of what a rider has to deal with riding ruts and berms and making the right choice on each corner, because it's not always the best to rail the outside. Obviously, the further you go around the outside, the more time you're losing. So ruts form mostly on the inside. And if you can negotiate them well, if you're good at them, then it's the shortest route around the track, the best time. And a lot of time can be gained. We go to certain venues, obviously, where it's wetter and there'll be even more ruts throughout the day. But there we go. That's what a rider has to deal with on most corners on a motocross circuit. So when you hear us say about berms and ruts, you've now got an understanding of what a rider has to deal with. Husqvarna. This is what it's like to do a lap round Lyng. A long, fast start into a sweeping left and right. Normally, that basically gets all bubbled up around there. We see some crashes. You can see these short, fast braking bumps into this sweeping right, over a little hip, then into this, well, basically the famous sandpit. That is a big old drop. He's just dropped about 20 feet into there, launched about 25, 30 feet out. You can see this is at the end of the day yesterday, how the ruts and the bumps form. Then we go out into the open field. This is fast and sweeping, lots of switchbacks. Good course design here. We got 45-degree angle corners, which means you get inside and outside. So you get that kind of crossing over effect going on with the racing. Into arguably the deepest section of sand in that field. Gets huge braking bumps going into that right-hander. Left switchback. That's where some people will go tight, go wide, and again, these kind of 45-degree corners, which opens up the course for great overtaking. You can see the berms on the outside, how rough it is. Launches back into the main field. That gets gnarly round there. They hit that massive launcher on an angle. That can get tricky. A few riders have lost the foot pegs on landing. Not they, come off on their feet. Off this drop-off that we mentioned earlier on in the history, down into this corner, that berm will build up big around that Pico corner. Into the tightest corner on the track, this gets a bit of a pinch point. Riders running it in there, trying to punt each other out of the way. It sweeps up the hill, gets a little bit rocky there, but nothing to worry about. A big launch up to the top. Now another big drop-off down the hill. This just drops away from you in an instant. And again, massive braking bumps and line choice into the lower part of the circuit, past the trade area. This little 45 kick, this corner is so hard to read. It just keeps going away from you, round and round and round it goes, and you've got a job to try and hug the inside. Up Cadders Hill, another big launch, and then arguably the biggest drop-off of the track to the finish. This just absolutely drops away from you. Massive leap down the hill into, again, massive braking bumps, a little sharp right and a left over the finish line, and then there's this switchback past paddock lane. Pit lane is on your left. That's where they get all their pit boards, and turn right back onto the start straight for another lap round Lyng. That was yesterday.
Boyson ignition covers and clutch covers have got strong history with two-strokes, from back in the day to the current two-strokes we see of today. You're forever seeing Boyson products on a lot of the older bikes. Back in the day, all the factory teams used to run the covers. It was one of those things where you'd flick through the magazines or you'd look onto the videos and you'd see factory bikes dripping with Boyson parts. And it's something that you'd always inspire to when you were a youngster. Boyson ignition and clutch cover, it's an easy fitment. It's just like fitting OEM parts. So it's just a smooth transition. With a high quality cast, it's not plastic, it's easy to take off, maintain your stator and your flywheel.
Welcome everybody. You are watching live footage. You can see the grey skies. Let's hope they stay away. We're getting a bit of everything here at the minute. Broken cloud coming through. The occasional bit of sunshine here at Lyng, which is we're basically in Norfolk. We are, I don't know, about 20 miles, just slightly northwest of Norwich. This track has seen plenty of action down the years. As we said, they have been riding here since 1937 in some way, shape or form, pre-war stuff. So you can imagine the track. The layout has not changed much down the actual years. The actual layout, obviously certain things have changed. We've added, the club have added more jumps and bumps and stuff like that, but the actual general layout has basically stayed pretty much unchanged throughout that time. There's Tommy Searle on screen just coming through. We're just doing this fixed camera check before we go live. This is currently the pro practice, the fastest 40 pro practice, elite practice you are watching. They doesn't look like they're on their fast laps just yet. Some of them are just getting up to speed to get that quick lap on before we go for it. So we maybe get some times up in a while, but just catch the tail end of the qualifying session here. After this qualifying session, we will be going racing with the Synthol Lubricants 85 Open category. Some good racing there yesterday. Yeah, basically the kids go at it, 10 years old upwards, with small wheels and big wheel. I'll run through all the results of that as we get them lined up and we go for that race. But you can see already the course starting to cut up a bit. We've only had about 4 or 5 practice sessions. Of course, yesterday the track was real rough, but it doesn't stay like that. Overnight, the track crew flatten it all out, get more water down. So as we go on today in the Michelin MX Nationals, this is just going to get more and more chewed up. In the meantime, just kick back, watch these guys just tear up and down the hills. We'll get some times up on the screen shortly, and I'll let you know who would have topped the qualifying in the fastest 40 classes. That of course incorporates the Liat MX1 class and the Apico MX2 class. So now would be a good time just to, if you haven't already, we're going to go racing shortly in about, I'll just look out of my booth window here. We've got about 4 minutes left of this session, then we're going racing with the 85. So if you want to see great racing, which I'm sure that's why you've tuned in, now would be a good time to get the old Stinger Nettle kettle on, get settled in. That's of course, well, I don't know where you are in the world. We're getting a lot of people viewing all over the world. In fact, a great little story, I'll mention it now. In one of the Clubman classes, we have a rider, Mitch Best, basically saw our live stream living in Australia and thought, I fancy a bit of that. So Mitch has made the effort post-COVID to come and live in the UK to race the Michelin MX Nationals after seeing the live stream. Now, if that's not a good advert for our sport in the UK and all the people involved with it, all our sponsorship partners, everybody riding, to let you know that you are getting worldwide exposure, that says it all. So it's great to have Mitch with us. He won all 4 races, I think, last time out at Landrake. So keep an eye out for him in the Clubman classes later on. But we're going to get some timing up and running here, and then we'll let you know by the end of the session who finished where. As I said, in the meantime, just kick back, relax, watch this, and I'll come back to it in a short while when we go racing with the Synthol 85cc car.
like, you'll just have like one flat corner, so it'll just be one hand. Like when I went to racing, and then like I filmed for an hour.
Okay, like you're just seeing the pro riders off that big launch you just saw on the track preview. Stewie Edmonds launching off the hill. Again, TV flattens it out. So we haven't got very long left in this session. We've only got about a minute left. So hopefully soon I'll be able to tell you who qualified where in the fastest 40 category. In the meantime, another huge shout out to all our sponsors. Michelin have got behind us from the get-go back in 2014, and we thank them immensely for that, because we would not be able to build this series to the point we have up until now. And Milwaukee as well, stepping up, I think it was 2 years ago, and coming in as well as a major sponsorship partner. So thank you to them, of course, you know, sponsoring obviously motocross teams. Previously they sponsored Jeffrey Hurlins, whatever. So, you know, we've got a lot of traders that come and race motocross, particularly in the clubman and amateur class. A lot of builders, plumbers, electricians. So, you know, Milwaukee Tools, no doubt would be good for them. So thank you to those guys. We've got Race Effects, major sponsor of the series as well. Obviously with a load of brands like Oakley, like Seven and Fly and Bell, of course. So lots of people involved. As mentioned, we've got Oakley here, Bob Buchanan doing the riders service for the riders, but also other riders that aren't supported by Oakley. We've got Sintel Lubricants. They are our oil partners and sponsor the 85cc class, which you're going to see coming up next. We've got Acer Scaffolding Services. Saw the interview earlier on, if you were tuned in earlier, with Lee Toland, who not only supports our series, he runs a race team, track, massive support from him. Big shout out to the guys at Pico, who stepped up this year and got more involved with us, so thank you to them. They're sponsoring the fastest 40 MX2 category. And then we've got Liat as well, another major clothing brand, motocross protected clothing brand. They're on board as our elite MX1 sponsors. We've got Moto Verde here, they're sponsors of the amateur class, the UK's premier salt-free cleaning. We got Carbon Comps, you saw a bit earlier on there with Anne down there. Get on carboncomps.co.uk and enter and buy a ticket to win brand new motorcycles, not being used, fresh out of the showroom. And you saw the interview as well, potentially with Dave Hamlet at Lifelines. He stepped up with the new sports nutrition brand to sponsor the fastest 40, which is what you're seeing on track at the minute. We've got Max Flint and the guys at Planet Moto doing the first lap leader award. That's effectively every rider scores 1 point that is first over the finish line on the opening lap, apart from the pros. Whoever's accumulated the most points at the end of the year gets a all-inclusive trip down to Spain on a motocross ride holiday. Pretty cool prize that is. We've got Kex involved. Go and check them out. Started out as an underwear brand, but now doing socks, t-shirts, hoodies. Ed Warren doing a great job with that. So we've got the Kex Fastest Lap Award. That is basically the fastest lap over the weekend in all classes. Will get a voucher, a discount voucher, to go and buy some merch on Kex's website. So we have got absolutely loads going on. We've got dirty.co.uk, which is going to be a new app coming out, which gives you discount on entering to certain events and practice days. So we've come up with the Dirty Hard Charger Award. What that is, across 3 categories, the youth classes, then we've got the adult classes, and finally the elite pro riders. The rider who has gained the most positions throughout any of the racing over the weekend will get points towards using the app, and therefore more discount when they go to enter other events or practice venues. So a great prize from Ryan Wilson there and the guys at Dirty, and that's how that will work. So so far we've had some great comeback rides. I think the most positions gained so far was probably round 1. I think it might have been Billy Askew gained something like 32 positions after crashing on the first lap and getting himself all the way up to 4th. So that's how that one works. Yeah, so we've got a lot going on here at the Michelin MX Nationals. Loads of people involved. Also, Work Sports Insurance. I will definitely give them a plug because that is the company co-owned by my co-commentator, Callum Swan. At this point, I'd hand over to Callum, but Callum is sunning himself in Southern California right now. He was at the AMA Pro Nationals Championship yesterday. I want to give a personal shout out to Josh Gilbert. Josh, who's currently obviously was in the lead of this championship, has gone over there to race the AMA, an opportunity that they just as a team could not turn down. And he had a great ride. I haven't seen all the results, but I know that Josh had a great opening ride, running in the top 10 for a while. I think he brought it home 11th. I haven't looked at what results he got in the second moto, but well done, Josh Gilbert and the SC Sports Homes team out there racing at Parlour yesterday. So we've got the Sintel 85s coming up next. I'm going to take a breather. You're not going to hear me continually talking all day because I'm flying solo, and quite frankly, you don't want to be listening to me all day driving you insane. So we're going to come back to the 85s shortly. They're going to be lining up on the line any minute. As soon as we get the qualifying results for the fastest 40, I'll also bring you up to speed with that. Okay, back to it. I've just been handed the paperwork for the qualifying. By the way, you have tuned into the right place. This is not the National Tractor Pull-In Championship. That is the tractors obviously grading the start area because the riders sweep round onto the start straight as part of the lap. So between every moto, we just grade the start. And of course, we've got the Sintel 85 riders coming out. I've just been handed the times for the time practice qualification. We'll do this in separate classes, of course. So we'll start with the Apico MX2 Elite category. Jamie Carpenter set the quickest time there with a time of 2:08.602. Local rider Callum Mitchell, he lives not too far down the road, probably about 15 miles, something like that. He came in second with a time of 2:09.179. Sam Nunn also in there on the 2:09 bracket with a 2:09.675. Then it was Tom Grimshaw for fourth, 2:10. And then Lewis Hall in fifth, 2:11.012. Let's quickly go through the Liat MX1 category. Tommy Searle, quickest lap time, 2:05.4. Jake Millwood, Tommy of course on the Crendon Fast Track Honda. Jake Millwood on the Verdi machine coming in second, 2:02.183. Then it was Brad Todd. Gabriel Racing in third on 2:06. Harry Kulas on the Cab Screens Crescent Yamaha was 2:06.6, and then Petr Petrov in fifth on the Phoenix Even Strokes Kawasaki. That's the top five in the pro classes. Obviously they'll be out later on, roughly around midday-ish is when they go off the line, depending on, obviously we don't get any hold-ups or red flags or anything like that. What you're seeing here lining up is the Sintel Lubricants 85cc class, getting ready for their first moto of the day, but their third moto of the weekend. Yesterday, Billy Askew did the winning. He took the win in both motos in the big wheel, if I recall. So maximum score for him. And then in the small wheels, it was Blake Ward-Clark taking the first race win, but then Elfie Edders-Green retaliated and took the race win in Moto 2. So they've shared a race win each. Sonny Rooney came in third in both those small wheel races. Josh Vale was solid yesterday as well with a couple of seconds. If I'm right remembering that, I think that's correct. Yeah, he was, and then Jake Walker a couple of thirds. Right, here we go then. We are going racing, and we are going to go racing all day from here on in, non-stop. Here we go, pretty much. There'll be no lunch breaks or anything here. This is the first race of the day, right through to the final pro race later on in the day. Let's get it on. This is the Sintal Lubricants Open 85 combined class, big wheel and small wheel, scored separately, all roughly the same ages from about 11 up to 13, 14. Who's going to get the whole shot off these mesh starts here at Lyng? Gate down, one of them didn't go down, and it was Hayden Statt getting caught. He got caught yesterday on the same thing. So that's two motos back to back. Unfortunately, that the diminutive Hayden Statt has been caught up on the start line. So this is where they go way over the back in and around to the sandpit. So you'll see them come into view in a minute. We get some of the cameras get lost around the back a little bit. So bear with us. We're going to sort them out. There's Hayden Statt. No, sorry, Hayden Statt's right at the back. So we don't know who. Here we go. I think that might be. It's Billy Askew in the lead again. I can see Jake Walker with a much better start, as has Freddie Gardner, number 14 on the Matt Gardner racing machine. And this is where they get out into that field. It's fast, it's sweeping. We've got a little bit of rain coming down now, as you can see. So they'll sort themselves out on this opening lap. Then when they come over the finish line is when we'll be able to pick up the transponders. We may be a lap or two down on getting the timing up on screen for you. As we said, the signal here at Lyng, regards of 4 and 5G coverage, isn't the greatest. So we're it's been a difficult one just getting the live stream to you guys. So hope you're going to be enjoying it throughout the day. Remember, as you already tuned in, you didn't have to pay for this. It's free to view wherever you are in the world. Live, uninterrupted coverage all day here of the Michelin MX Nationals, powered by Milwaukee. Right, so I think all being well, we've got the timing up here. So in a minute we'll try and get it up onto the screen as well for you. But once they cross the finish line, if you're new to this game and you're watching it for the first time, they have little transponders, a little orange box that they get that gets strapped to their forks, their front forks. So when they go over the finish line, there's a wire that goes under the circuit. That then picks up the transponder, and that's how we do all the timing and scoring here at the Michelin MX Nationals. Gone are the days of lap scoring. It's all in this modern age done with obviously modern technology. That's the finish line there. So hopefully timing will pop up on our screen any minute. There you can see the extent of how much they launch out of that famous sandpit. I mentioned it in all the pre-record intro. How I think it was either 1986, could have been 1987 actually, where on a BBC grandstand event when motocross used to be on terrestrial TV, Dave Thorpe, I'm sure he won't mind me reminding him of that, took a major dirt digger out of that sandpit. So it can happen to the best. At that point, Dave was a two-time world champion. You can see the rain is now starting to come down a bit harder. I think we're going to have that all day, as in just showers. I don't think we're going to get persistent rain. There's Billy Askew on the GRT Impact KTM Jake Walker getting jiggy with it, just getting on the gas a little bit too much there, and his rear wheel just caught in that ridge. There's Charlie Richmond, number 30, following his ahead of his teammate Freddie Gardner, both of them on the Matt Gardner Racing KTMs. So some great racing here. This is the big wheels and small. See, there we go, berms. What were we talking about in our pre-event intro, talking about how berms are a good place to pass, and sometimes you can put on block passes and punt riders over the top of the berms. That's exactly just what happened there between those two riders. Neither of them coming off good for it. Didn't quite catch the numbers, but we're just working, guys at home, on getting the timing up on screen for you. I look like Ryan Waggett down there. He's always easy to spot because he's in that real bright fluoro kit and livery on his bike. There's Alfie Payne. He's a wildcard rider this weekend, number 87, so good to have him with us. He's ahead of number 361, Gus Musto. Can't quite give you the positions they're in at the minute. We're just working on the timing, as we said. Lyng offers an amazing motocross circuit. What it doesn't offer is good for mobile network by any stretch. So we're just waiting for that to come. Oh, Gus Musto just momentarily stalls the bike, and that is going to allow Alfie Payne alongside him. Okay, sorry about that. We were just just having a discussion in here, with the Speed Hive timing. Hopefully you guys are getting it at home. Remember as well, you don't have to wait for us to put it on screen. You can go on Speed Hive on your app or on your tablet or whatever it is. Just go on to download it. It's called Speed Hive My Laps, and you can then find the Michelin MX Nationals. Just go to live events. You'll click the motocross box. Go to live events. You should see Michelin MX Nationals Lyng. Just click on that, and then you can see all yesterday's results, all current results today, live time, and it's all on there. So there you can see Ryan Waggett on screen. You can't miss him, number 55. He's always wearing that very bright kit, which is great from my standpoint, from a commentator's point of view. So we're just the guys, the cameramen out there are operatives as well. They're just finding their way as well, because we didn't live stream yesterday. A lot of the cameramen are obviously new to where the track goes and what it is, so we are going to, obviously, as we go along, we will bring better coverage once the guys find their way as well. Right, well, we've got the 85cc riders going round. Up in the next motor, of course, we've got the 7 MXY 125 and 250 racing coming up next. So we're starting with the youth. We've got this going on in a minute. We've got timing up there as well now, which is great. So let me just quickly bring you up to speed with the timing then. Race order currently. We now will be able to get the timing on screen as well. Billy Askew is currently leading the race with a 5-second lead over Jake Walker, number 99. Then it's Charlie Richmond in third. Freddie Gardner, number 14, his teammate, in fourth. Chester Hyde finds himself in fifth ahead of Ollie Bubb. Ryan Waggett currently in 7th position ahead of Sonny Rooney, who's on a small wheel. So it looks like, to me, Sonny is probably leading the small wheel category ahead. And then it's Lewis Spratt. Alfie Getters Green is 10th. Then it's Blake Ward Clark. Drew Stopp number 18, is in 12th ahead of Josh Vell. So Josh had 2 seconds yesterday. He hasn't made such a good start in this one, down in 13th ahead of Isaac Ash. Then Elfie Payne. Finley Pickering is 16th ahead of Will Haddock. There's Jamie Keith. Jack Beery 19th and Gus Musto rounding out the top 20. Okay, so as I said, Callum, my cohort, is not here this weekend. So what we're going to do throughout the weekend, the best we can, is drag in some riders to sit next to me and have a chat with. And we're going to start, I'm pleased to say, next to me, we've got last year's, well, it wasn't sponsored by 7 then, but last year's MX1 champion is sat next to me. Elfie, how are you? You're good, yeah. Let me just make sure that you're coming through all right on that. 1 minute, let me just mute you a minute. Okay, sat next to me is last year's champion, Elfie Jones, in the MX1, not this category, but Elfie, good to have you with us. Before we start talking about last year, how are you feeling?
Feeling good. Moved up into the Pro MX2 class, so it's all a learning curve this year. I enjoy racing with the bigger boys. It's a lot more aggressive, a lot more intense, but yeah, it's fun racing.
Let's go back then. Let's rewind back. Oh, we've got a couple of riders down there. That's Elfie Payne, number 87, a wild card. Who's he caught up with? Number 21, Lewis Spratt. So they've got together. And then fallout from that is somebody's probably lost their line and gone over the top of the berm. You remember those days, Elfie, don't you? When you were going here, there and everywhere. I mean, you know, now you're a bit more mature, better rider. Can you look back on your youth career with, you know, like on fond memories? You know, obviously, as a kid, when you were riding this age, your aspiration was to end up being a pro. You're now in the pro category. Yeah. So what was it like being a youth rider back in the day?
It was an experience, that's for sure. You know, racing was always fun. I've been racing with the MX National since I was on the small wheel. Actually claimed my first small wheel title in 2017.
Yeah.
But yeah, racing was we were just reckless. We didn't care, we just wanted to win.
See, that's the thing, isn't it, right? You were reckless, but that's just being a kid. So no matter how many times, like Dad or other people around you, it's like, okay, do this, do that. When you're a kid, you just don't think like that, do you? You just want to race. You just see the red mist, the sort of track craft maybe goes out the window. That's why I always like watching the youth classes. Probably you now, looking back. You know, so it was a big thing when it coming through youth. When did you start to sort of believe as a rider that you felt that you could possibly make it as a pro? Was you already firmly believing at this age in the small wheels, or
from when I first started, I always wanted to be the best. Whatever I do, I want to be the best that I can be. But it was when I sort of stepped up into the 65 class and I started being there and abouts in the nationals. And just from then on, really, you pick idols, which I'm now racing.
Yeah.
And you just chase the dream.
I mean, you are now racing, you know, it's a big thing out there. So we're kind of, let's say, just shy of halfway through maybe your first year in pro motocross.
Yeah.
How would you mark yourself between 1 and 10?
Expectation-wise, probably a 10. I'm doing what I would have liked to do at the start of the year, which is good. And it is all a learning curve this year. Every single weekend, as long as I can try and be better than what I was last weekend, it's a win for me.
Yeah.
I've got a great team around me now, racing with Chambers Racing. They're helping me and pushing me to be a better rider all the time, which is great. So yeah, I've got good people around me, and just going out, having fun and doing my best.
I think, you know, it's easy to say it now because it's already happened, but I think you've probably ended up for where you are on one of the best teams you can go to in the paddock. You know, Tim has obviously got back into it. Tim Chambers, team manager, been around the sport a long time. You know, obviously just a real friendly vibe you guys have got going over there. Every time you walk around the place, everybody seems to be having a good time. So that's probably helped you relax a little bit as well.
Yeah, it helps on the race day. You know, everyone's so stressed, and it eases everything.
Yeah.
You know, there's such a great team, great people to be around, and yeah, it brings good vibes into the tent.
Well, look, stick with us. Don't go anywhere. You can see the rain starting to come down a little bit more now. Let's get back to some of the racing here, give these guys some honourable name checks. As I said, Billy Askew is opening up his lead at the front in the big wheel. Jake Walker has now gone into second. Yeah, he's moved up. He's on the, what's he riding? No, Jake's not got an entry sponsor. I think the rain's coming down harder now. Hopefully it won't be too bad. The track will take it, certainly. So yeah, Jake Walker is in second. Charlie Richmond is still in third on the Matt Gardner racing machine. Billy Askew, by the way, is on the GRT Impact machine. Freddie Gardner in fourth on the Matt Gardner racing KTM. Then it's Chester Hyde. Chester's on the Matt Pope racing Gas. Then Ollie Bubb, Passion Racing. Josh Vell, SJP Husqvarna in seventh. Header Drew Stock on the Madison Free Flow Gas. Then it's Jamie Keith, the ninth. Leading small wheel rider is Sonny Rooney, down in 22nd. That's not him on the deck, just as I called his name. Please not. If I'm throwing out commentators' curses, no, it's not. That's number 17. That's Conor McGrath picking himself up. That's a dodgy corner around there. Our timing's just gone off for some reason. I don't know why, but oh, there we go. Just me being lazy. Got to keep pressing the mouse. Alfie, you've now been out this morning and ridden the track. How's it riding today?
It's definitely misleading. The berms look big and lovely, but underneath all that lovely sand, it's really hard pack. It's slippy. Definitely got to stay switched on. The bumps, they're coming through brutal already.
Are they already?
Yeah, they're definitely kicking you left and right. But no, the track's good. I love this track. It's brilliant. It's very natural as well, which you don't get nowadays, which is good. It's a nice change.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, it's not littered, is it, with like rollers or big tabletops or anything like that. We've got some good old school drop-offs and ski jumps, which I guess sometimes, as a racer, tabletops, most people have to hit a tabletop at the same speed, really, to hit the downside with ski jumps. As the bumps form afterwards, sometimes you can be courageous and go long, can't you, later in the day as it ruts out and bumps out. Do you get a chance now, being a pro racer, to see much of this racing throughout the day? I mean, we've got you in here now, but as the day goes on, do you have time to come out and watch the youth racing?
You do get a little bit of time. Obviously, you get back, do your routines, whether it be relax after the riding, have some good food, drink, whatever you may need to do. But yeah, we have a look around. It's also good to see who's coming through, and you can learn off of these kids. They are creative, some of them, so it's good to watch them and good to see who's coming through.
Mate, you're saying all the right things, so there you go. It just goes to show that the small wheel and big wheel 85 class brings something to the MX Nationals, and as you just heard Elfie say, you're never too old to learn, because that's just it. One of these kids might just suddenly stumble along a real creative line, sometimes by accident, but then you get to see it. And these guys, obviously, because they're so small and the track gets so brutal, admittedly, it's easier to get little 85cc's in tight and stuff like that, but, they're probably, as the day goes on, be looking to try and avoid the big bumps. And like you're saying, maybe out there watching them, you'll learn a thing or two.
Yeah.
So, I mean, on a whole, today then, like you said, your expectation level has been high. You've kind of hit, you feel like you're doing all right. What would be, and don't say 1-1, because I know that's the obvious answer. What would be a good day for you, regards of results-wise? Like you said, is it just to beat you or better your last result?
Yeah. Just my plans for today is get the best start possible. Get 3 hard laps down in the beginning, see where I end up, and the main goal is just to push forward. That's all you can do. Try and finish better than you started.
That's it, exactly that. Do you, like I said, you don't get too much chance to watch these guys, but you're aware of them. Anyone in particular caught your eye? Obviously, Billy Askew has been immaculate so far this year. He hasn't won every race, but he's always pretty much at the sharp end, and he's at it again. I mean, obviously, probably like yourself, the kid looks like he's got potential. Are you impressed with how he races?
Yeah, he's a very, very good rider. He's clean. But another kid who surprised me, Jake Walker. He's he's been riding very well this year. I've been watching him.
Well, yeah, Jake's on screen now. He took his first race wins at Landrake last time out on the Sunday. He won both motos. I have to be honest, I hadn't heard much about Jake really until he started riding the MX National. I wouldn't say he'd come from nowhere. I'd heard his name, but I'd never seen him ride until he started doing the MX Nationals this year. The rider on screen, number 99, currently in second. Yeah, he's got a ton of speed about him, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's a clean rider. He's fast. He's definitely got raw speed. That's something I had when I was growing up. But
that you did, yeah.
Yeah, it's just, and he seems to be channeling it all into style, and he's got good technique. So yeah, I think he could be a very good rider.
Well, he's currently riding second. We haven't seen much of the race leader Billy Askew because I don't know what size gap he's got, but he should be over the line now. Should be the checkered flag out. But Jake Walker actually came in second in that one. We didn't get. I need to get down there and do a winner's circle. Stay where you are there, Elfie. Just enjoy watching the live stream. I'm going to go and try and chat to him, and we see what he has to say. Okay, sorry about that, folks. For whatever reason, Billy Askew forgot to come to the winner's circle, which I'm quite surprised, because he's been to enough of them already. Certainly last year, this year as well, so we couldn't grab him. Elfie Getters Green won the small wheel, but by the time he got to the winner's circle as well, we ran out of time. Hopefully, next race is anybody that wins the race. Remember out there, folks, if you win a race, get yourself to the winner's circle ASAP. It will probably be a case today that we only interview the actual race winner, not the class winners or necessarily. So, people at Lyng listening to the live stream feed, if you win your race, if you win the race, please get to the winner's circle so we can give you some much needed exposure. You can thank all your sponsors, etc. Winner's circle is in the pit box, by the way. Right, this is the 7 youth category, MX125 and 250. And this is a class that the reigning champion is sat next to me in the commentary box, so we'll bring him in a minute. Let's see who's going to get the whole shot. Gate drop. Wow, ripping up through the middle there is Team Green's Charlie Palmer with an absolute flyer on that KX250. I think he was about 2 bike lengths ahead. Charlie has been getting to grips with, looks like he might have lost the lead already though, but he was definitely a green bike up through the stripe. So he maybe lost the front end around that first corner. That's the trouble. Harvey Cashmore already streaming and smoking a little bit. Not sure what's going on there. That's not a good sign. His teammate is sat next to me, and as I said, the reigning champion, Elfie Jones. Elfie, what do you reckon of this class then? You won it last year and then moved straight up into the pros. All these guys will be thinking the same. It's a tough class, isn't it? You guys, you're getting to the age where, you know, we said before, you're becoming young men, you're getting hair on your chin. Yeah. You're getting a little bit about you, finding your personality. And this is where you step up a bit from the 85s, the elbows get wider, you get a bit more aggressive. There's a lot going on in this class, isn't there?
Yeah, of course. This class as well shows a lot of speed. You see the front runners, their times aren't much off the pro times, same as last year. Of course, track changes and so on and so forth, but they've definitely got potential, all the front runners in this class. Charlie Heyman, who's been phenomenal this year. Ty Westcott, Jack Taylor. There's too many to name. There's a lot of potential in this class.
Did you, when you was racing this class, you know, by moving up one more class and being that closer to pros, was you conscious of any pressure? Did that put pressure on you, thinking, hold on, I'm one step closer, pro teams are now maybe looking at me a bit more than they were 85 because I'm on a bigger bike, to see how I handle that, or not?
Not really. I think I wasn't too worried about that. I was just trying to focus on what I had to do, and that was just perform. But of course, it opens your eyes. It makes you realise you are that one step closer to being where I wanted to be 10 years ago. Yeah. So it's a good feeling.
It is indeed. These guys race hard. Now we said, you know, some of them will move up next year into the pro category, maybe into the expert, depending on what they feel is the best step for them. Of course, some of these riders are young enough where they're not. They will be staying down in the class for another year. Some of them only just moved up from the 85. Depending on when your birthday is, and etc., etc. You know, that's where it makes a difference. So there we go, back across the start straight. As we said, just bear with us a little bit. This is the first time we've ever done a live stream from Lyng. We've been here before with a championship, but we've never been here with a live stream. So our camera guys, this is brand new territory for them, so they're just kind of working out which angle bikes come from, where we're at, how it happens. And so far, as we said, live uninterrupted coverage of the racing here throughout the day. You are currently watching the 7 MXY 125 and 250 category, and as normal, there's great racing going on. Just to give you an update on how this works, this is 250s and 125s combined. They're scored separately, but as we said, they're all of sort of roughly the same age group, from about 14 to 16, some moving on to like 17, maybe even more. Really, you want to be cutting the mustard by the time you're about 17. What age was you when you moved up? Where are you at?
I moved into the MXY1 class when I was 13, and moved out of it when I was 16.
So you were fortunate in the fact that you were always a big lad.
Yeah.
I mean, you were a big lad on an 85, so you made the adaptation pretty quick to the big bikes, didn't you, really?
Yeah. Yeah, it was a lot more natural to me. Some of the guys, like little Harrison Greenoff, he's a good rider. He's on the smaller side of things, which can benefit you in some ways.
It can indeed.
But others, when the track gets rough, right, it might be a little bit more difficult. But yeah, I moved into the class on the 125 when I was 13. I did 2 years in the 125 class, and then stepped it up to the 250, which I found it suited me a lot better.
Yeah.
As a bigger kid, it wasn't throwing me around as much. And yeah, I had a successful year.
Oh, you did. Yeah, you did. I just want to point out Alfie, our last year's champion, Alfie Jones, who sat alongside me here riding for the Chambers racing team. Yeah, you made the adaptation to the 250 up and running in no time. And I mean, you got from memory, you got all of that red plate pretty early on, and then you didn't really let go of it, did you? Right to the end.
Yeah, it was a good year for me. Yeah, I enjoyed it. I had some good racing. It was some good friends, and yeah, it was a good year.
So you just mentioned there, like for example, little Harrison Greenoff. We're going to mention him because he is so light, ridiculously light. Like you said, good skill set, all that going on. But I think he's about 7 stone or something like that. He is. He's actually, I've been told, he's a stone lighter than Billy Askew, and Billy Askew is still on an 85. So Harrison on that 125, that Madison Free Flow 125, has got the skill set, but he can't sort of muscle it around like some of these other guys, particularly on the 250s. There's Jack Taylor. Jack's currently, I think, 2nd in the 250 category. The Team Green rider, putting a great season together in his debut year in the class and his debut year on Team Green. He's got Mackenzie Marshall behind him and Tyler Hooley. Now, as we said, they're all out there racing together, but they're in separate classes. Both Jack and Mackenzie Marshall are in the 250 category riding the KX, and behind them, or now in between them, is Tyler Hooley on the AC United Gas as Jack Taylor goes past. Does he? Just about gets the move done on George Hopkins, I think. Yes, so he moves up a spot in the race, not in his category. Did you, when you was on a 125, Alfie, or vice versa, did you ever get frustrated if there was another rider in the race, but not in your class, messing with you, or did you just see it as another rider?
I just tried to focus on my own race, but of course it's a pride thing.
Yeah.
You know, if you're on a 250, you don't want a 125 beating you, and if you're on a 125, you want to beat the 250 guys.
Absolutely.
I have a similar scenario in the fastest 40 class.
Yeah.
You know, there's 450s, and sometimes it's not a matter of just beating the 450 guy, it's putting a space between you and the 250 guy behind you.
Yeah.
So you can look at it in 2 different ways.
You can. That's the point, isn't it? Like, I suppose it depends which way you're at with it. If you're getting roosted by a 450 and you want to get the guy in front, you're like, can you please get out of the way? If you're the guy in front, you're going, come on, mate, hold him up for as long as you can. Thank you very much. But obviously that's what makes the MX Nationals different to some of the other races in the UK. The fact that we put you all together. There's pros and cons to it, of course, but what we do get at the Michelin MX Nationals is a true fastest 40, because you guys are all in there together and we get a bit of a gauge to see where you are. Currently watching number 4 on screen, that is George Hopkins. Running order, we haven't seen much of him. We'll try and get to the front in a while, try and get our camera operatives to the, desperately trying to find them there. We're sort of sneaking around. The current race leader is number 422, Charlie Heyman. Hopefully we'll be able to find him out on track soon. So race leader is 422, Charlie Heyman. Now Charlie is another rider destined for good things. A lot of people in the UK obviously can see his potential. You've, like many, got to be impressed with how he's putting together a season. He has won every race at the Michelin MX Nationals in the 125 category so far, and either way you look at it, that's, I know we're 2 rounds in now, 3 rounds in, but that's still some going.
Yeah, it's impressive. He's riding really, really well this year. He's being consistent, getting the job done. That's what we need to do.
Be interesting to see where he goes from here, whether he's going to obviously next year maybe get on a 250, and but where he goes, will he stay in the class? We don't know. Will he move up into the expert class maybe, or straight into pros? We don't know. As I said to you earlier on, we're going to get a little bit of everything here today. We've just had some rain, we've had wind picking up, now the wind's dropped, and now the sun's come out. So we're trying to find Charlie Heyman on track. You just saw him go off that drop-off. He is our race leader ahead of... There he is. Now we've got him. Hopefully we can stick with Charlie for a lap or so as he goes up the start straight. He is leading the race on a 1.25. Tyler Westcott is in second. And Tyler is out there on the HJA KTM. He's currently leading the 250 category. There we go. See, as I said, our cameramen, they've never been here before. They're just finding their bearings. We couldn't do any testing yesterday. Look at the launch. That was a big old launch, wasn't it?
That was a long old way. Jumping the bumps. It's good to see, isn't it?
Yeah, no, I didn't realise they were going that long out of there. And I'll tell you what, that jump, it's bigger than you think, isn't it? Because you come out of the hole and it just looks like a regular ski jump, but then it just drops away on landing. Have you had any issues in the sandpit before? Because it's claimed a few victims before, Alfie. Have you ever been one?
Not yet.
Hey, the touch wood.
No, it's been close. When you come off of the drop, where you land in the hole and it's soft sand, sometimes it grabs your feet. Yeah. Which you have to be careful of. But and then on the way out, that ski jump's actually on a turn, which makes it even more difficult.
That's what I'm saying. So it not only just drops away, you're arcing round to it, aren't you? Yeah. As I said in the pre-record thing here, it's caught out our 3-time world champion Dave Thorpe. So if it can catch a rider of that caliber out, it's a tricky section of circuit. But then, on a whole, Lyng is challenging at the best of times anyway. So. But the track right now, I would say, early doors, regards of moisture in it, is looking good. Would you agree?
Yeah, the track's awesome. Lines are forming up everywhere, as you can see, which is always good. As it usually does at the MX Nationals. Do a good job with the track pack, which everyone's grateful for. But yeah, it's good. There's some nice ruts, nice berms. Bumps are developing, which slows you down, but it can also... It separates the more skillful riders to the ones that aren't as skillful. Yeah. So it allows you to, if you have a bad start, and you should have a good start, it allows you to come through, and it brings variety into the track as well. Yeah. There's different line choices, and yeah, it's good.
Yeah, well, it's what we need. It's what motocross should be, and and we want to try and get to as many venues like this where we get decent track development and test the riders, and obviously this one certainly does it. You can see on screen there now we've got the Oakley timing column up for your viewing pleasure at home, so you now know who is where. That is where they are in the race, by the way, not separated by class. You can see the leading 125 rider on screen right now. He's also leading the race on the SJP Moto machine, is Charlie Heyman. Leading rider in the 250 category is Tyler Westcott. He's just simply marked TW as a wild card. I don't know why that is. Bayless Utting is the second 250 rider in third. Then it's Harvey Cashmore. Then we got Edur Ori Parmesan. He is guest riding, wild card. I think he might, I don't know where he's from. I'm guessing, is he, don't know, I'll have to find out where he is, where he's from. Maybe Norway or Estonia or something like that. I'll try and find out more about him. Tyler Hooley on the AC United Gas is in 6th in the race, but the second 125 rider. Then it's Jack Taylor, Team Green Kawasaki. Then Ben Musto, the third place 125 rider. But Charlie looking good. We're going to give him some well-earned and well-deserved TV time as the race leader. Try and keep an eye on any other racing, tight racing going on further down the pack, and if we can find it, we'll try and get our camera up on it. There you can see how steep that hill is, that hill down there. I mean, that does, you come out of that corner, and if you're not set, I mean, I haven't crashed over it ever, but I've come off the top of that one time with my body weight in the wrong place and missed a gear. It was a, yeah, exactly, Alfie. It was a, I just about hung on to it, but I certainly winded myself and whacked my crackerjacks when I went down there one time. It wasn't a comfortable ride to the bottom of the hill. Have you had any moments that you can recall around here?
I'm not too
sure. Try
sure.
not to. I shouldn't have asked you that question.
I'm trying not to, but yeah, it puts the hills, that they are tough. It puts a lot of stress on your arms because all the forward momentum going down and you're braking. There's big bumps, so it's a case of you're trying to lift your front wheel up over the bumps, but then gravity's pulling you down. There's a lot of things going on, but yeah, it's what makes you a motocross rider. You have to be fit, strong. Charlie's done a big launch, that looked good. But yeah, it is difficult. A lot can go wrong, but that's what makes us skilled riders.
That's right, Matt. You everything he just said. That was the perfect sales pitch. That was, Alfie, for motocross right there. It's tough. It's really mentally demanding, but that's what makes it so good. We say it time and time again. When you actually have a good weekend and you execute something on the track, or you have a good ride, listen, this is one of the most demanding sports in the world. If you don't believe us, just go on Google, look up like demanding sports in the world. Motocross will always rate right up there in the top few. There's so much going on in a rider's brain and body. It takes a battering over a weekend. Thing is, the better rider makes it look easy, but it's not. And Charlie's doing that, up on the balls of his feet, lifting the front wheel over certain bumps, making it look effortless, but it's not by any stretch. So yeah, we've got that rundown of the top runners here then. Charlie Heyman leading the 125. Second place 125 rider is Tyler Hooley, back in 6th. Then it's Ben Musto in 3rd, but 8th in the race. Then George Hopkins, I think he's on at 125. Let me just make sure he is. Yeah, he's a 4th place 125 rider. Then it will be Charlie Irwin. No, sorry, Charlie's on 250, so it'll be Rafe Broadley in 5th. In the 250 category, Tyler Westcott leads the way. Number 202, second in the race, ahead of Bayliss Utting. Then it's Harvey Cashmore, still holding tough. I don't know what that, whether it's oil or something, but the bike seems to have stopped smoking now. He's in 3rd in the 250s. And then it will be Idor Ori Palmerson, and then Jack Taylor. So there you go, that's the running order for the 250s. Harvey, you've known a long time, he's your teammate.
Yeah, he's a great rider.
Yeah, so what do you guys do? He's not much younger than you. Do you, as the slightly elder rider, you obviously all work together and offer up advice. Will he come in from this race and give you advice on what the tracks do?
Yeah, of course. We all help each other, and I think that's what makes it such a good team. Like even rivals like Tom Grimshaw is my teammate, Ben Franklin. Yeah. If there's a way we can help each other, we will. And I think that's what makes Chambers Racing special. But yeah, Harvey's a great rider. He's very good at starts. Yeah. And it looks like he's putting together a strong race, which is good. I think the last few weekends he's found himself a bit more. He has. I think he had a bad first moto yesterday, if I recall. Let's just go through the list here, and I'll be able to tell you exactly what happened to yesterday. He qualified well. I got 6th in qualifying. I've got the time sheets in front of me here. And then in the opening moto, no, he got 4th. He didn't get such a good start. He came up to 4th, and then he had a 5th in the second moto. So this one's slightly better. He's currently in 3rd. So yeah, there's Tyler Westcott just going off our screen. He's leading the 250 category. If we can get him coming down, there he is. There's Tyler. He's got that red plate on. He is currently leading the championship, which the gentleman sat beside me, Alfie Jones, won last year. So Tyler, at this stage, putting together a strong season. Why has he got a red plate? If you're not really knowing what's going on there and you're new to it, basically we try to encourage anybody that's leading their championship to run a red plate, so it signifies they are the championship leader. So that's why Ty is very proudly rocking those red plates on the HJA. Who was that down there? That looked like no, it wasn't. I thought it was Charlie Heyman for a second. There's Westcott up the hill. This circuit is called Cadder's Hill, and basically we weave our way up and down it several times. Off the biggest drop-off on the track, I'd say that was probably about a 25, 30-foot drop from top to bottom. So steep that you have to brake ridiculously hard if you wanted to. That's it, innit? I mean, literally, your wheels don't touch the ground. You almost have to go at walking pace. Yeah. So if you wanted to keep your wheels on the ground off it, it just drops away from you that quick. Yeah, and that's another thing that makes motocross unique. There's there's points where you have to brake and you have to be so precise, because if you do miss your brakes off the top of that hill, it's not a situation you want to be in.
Don't think about it, Elfie. We don't want to think about stuff like that. As we can see, we had a bit of sunshine for about 3 minutes, and now we're back to a bit more drizzle and rain. Is that a nightmare as a rider, Elfie, with goggles and stuff like that?
It does definitely play a part in it, because you run different systems.
Yeah.
Obviously, if it's drier, then some riders like to ride a tear-off system, and then in the rain, a roll-off system, because it's more reliable. Because sometimes with tear-offs, what you find is the water gets behind them, and it just blurs your vision. So yeah, it does, and it's also annoying as well, just having to pull your rolls. But yeah, I personally prefer dry weather.
Yeah.
Some may argue to differ, but yeah, dry for me.
Well, of course, here at Lyng as well, as we said, it's the second field, both those lower fields where the paddock is and part of the track. That is actually horse paddocks when, of course, this is not being used as a race circuit. So we have a tear-off ban here. No issues with that. We've got to do our bit for the environment, so everybody should be wearing roll-offs anyway. At some venues, you get the choice of what we call tear-offs, which are just laminates, which are little disposable. You just pull them off. Like an artificial lens, but you'll see the canisters on each side of their goggles, and as Alfie says, a little strip, a roll goes across, you pull the toggle and you get fresh vision, but you only get a little line across, so if it gets really deep sand, then you can still see, but your vision is not
about an inch of vision.
Yeah, exactly. So, but Westcott looking good. He's currently second in the race, but the point is he is leading his class. We must be getting close to the checkered flag. Let me just look out the booth window here. The checkered flag is out, so I better get out there and drag, hopefully, Charlie Heyman to the winner's circle. Alfie, I'll let you go and do your thing. Thanks for coming in, good sir. He's going to go out and have a look around the track. We'll see Alfie Jones later on. Best of luck today, mate.
It's been a pleasure. Thank you, Jeff.
Nice one. There goes Alfie. I'm going to go and grab the race winner. Okay, we're down here in the winner's circle. We finally got a winner down after missing. Charlie Heyman, what's the track like today compared with yesterday?
Yeah, it's a lot better. It's holding together well with the rain. It ain't as rough yet, but I'm sure it will be later. But yeah, it's a lot better with a bit of rain.
125s, we say all the time, racing against a 250, whatever. But I mean, you've got this thing. You just got a good rhythm going on, and sometimes on a track like this, a 125. You can sort of get up over the bumps a bit better. You're making it look effortless. I mean, you've won every race so far. Don't want to dump pressure on you, but I mean, that's pretty impressive stuff.
Yeah, with a 125, you can get over stuff a lot better, but sometimes you struggle coming out of the deep corners. You're not got to go so deep into the corners like a 250, but yeah, they're a good bike.
And what about the start here? Because it's a long start, it's a deep start, so I guess this time around, it's going to be a little bit more difficult for you to get in the top three out of the gate.
Yeah, it's hard work with the 250s up the start, but yeah,
you like that. I bet you like that, don't you? Because then you got to work for it.
Yeah, it's challenging. It's a lot better than racing with just the 125. So yeah, it's challenging.
We're going to get yourself scrubbed up. You probably be back here later on, but you know, I'm not putting any omens on that. Charlie Heyman, winner of the MXY 125 class. Right then, we managed to get Charlie in there. By the way, those people not at home but here at the venue, we can only interview the actual winner of the race this time around, by the way, just because I'm flying solo and I've got to get back, otherwise I'll miss the start of the next race. So if you win the moto, please get to the winner's circle so you can get some valuable TV time. We can hear from you. Thank all your sponsors, do whatever you've got to do. So everybody out there in the paddock, if you win a race, get straight to the winner's circle, be so kind. But today we can only interview the winner of the actual race. And because my co-commentator Callum Swan is out in California at the minute. I'm not bitter at all. I'm not. Good on him. Out there watching the AMA Pro National. But Swanee will be back for the remaining 3 rounds with me. Remember, next round as well, we've got Straight Rhythm on Saturday evening going live as well at Cuss's Course. So that'll be cool. New venue for round 5. Anyway, now we are getting down to the Clubman. This is the Clubman Moto Connection MX2 category. Nice clean gate drop, and it looks like another hole shot, another one for Ben Wainwright. See them sweeping around that first corner. We've got camera angle down there now, so we're now starting to figure this all out regards of camera angles and get the best coverage we can for you guys. Ben Wainwright has been pipped though going into the sandpit by George Boyce. So George Boyce took his first race win at Landrake. He took a race win, was it yesterday? No, he had a couple of seconds yesterday, so this was quite interesting. Yesterday, Ben Wainwright took both moto wins, number 41 to extend his championship lead. George Boyce, currently in the lead yesterday, didn't have such a good first race, but he took a second in Moto 2. So this will be a good one. This, the Clubman class, brought to you by Moto Connection. Go and check them out, motoconnection.com. Got loads of stuff, one of the premier online retailers, motocross retailers in the UK. And they have got behind the Clubman class now for a number of years, so it's good to have them continuing to support us. And we've said it, and we'll say it right to the end of the season, every round. The Clubman class are straight up the backbone of our championship. Without these guys, to make this whole thing work with their enthusiasm, their entries, they're the guys that go and buy all the products that keep the industry ticking along. The industry then come along and want to support our championship. So the Clubmen are an integral part of what we do, and we absolutely love having them at the Michelin MX Nationals powered by Milwaukee. Let's get them all sorted out, and hopefully we get the leader going over the line and get the Planet Moto first lap leader. We haven't been able to quite get that for the first 2, so I couldn't tell you who's won that, but hopefully this time around I'll be able to tell you who is going to be the rider over the line on the opening lap. It looks like George Boyce is going to hold on to it, so here we go. George Boyce is going to get a point towards the Planet Moto first lap leader. There he is. Planet Moto first lap leader George Boyce. Now the rider in second, Ben Wainwright, has got a handful of them. He's currently leading the championship actually with 5 points, but he didn't get it this time around. But he got 2 yesterday, so he's in good shape. Very good shape. Oh, look at Wainwright up the inside. Boyce ran it a little bit wide, and he's now back in the lead. So Ben Wainwright, Boyce ran it just a little bit wide, and Wainwright was straight there. Not jumping quite as far as Charlie Heyman, but the whole course you'll see throughout the day will just get rougher and rougher. In the grand scheme of things, it's pretty flat, really, you know, at this moment in time. So if you're new to watching motocross, trust me, it's still in relatively flat condition at the minute. This track is going to be savage by the end of the day, particularly this section. This gets really rough into that corner that drops away from you. Softer ground out there in the field. but as always, the Clubman offering up great racing. Oh no, Ben Wainwright making what seemed to be a real simple little error there. A simple one, but costly. Not sure what happened there. He just seemed to sort of, maybe he missed a gear and then just got off balance and couldn't clunk it back into gear in time. But at the bottom of Cadder's Hill, that tight corner, Ben Wainwright drops out of the lead. So back into the lead is number 10, George Boyce. Riding the design scaffolding machine. Great looking setup George has got. Really into the sport. He was over at the AMA, early rounds of the AMA Supercross, catching all that. Loves his stuff, loves his race. And Wainwright got up pretty quick there. He hasn't lost too many places. He's now behind Toby Lightbound. So he's currently in, let's see if it refreshes. Let me just refresh the screen here. I'm always terrible with technology. I'm scared a lot of the time, pressing buttons just in case it goes wrong. Yeah, we're on the wrong race here still, so I don't know why that's not refreshing. I'll try and get the timings up for you guys at home. We've got a slight technical hitch with timing right now. Oh, here we go. We got it. Callum Mitchell, which we'll get on in a minute, has just come and sat next to me. He's fortunate enough to have good 4G signal here. So George Boyce is leading the way. Lightbound in second. Wainwright is in third. Then it's Aaron Farringham for fourth. Mitchell Collins fifth. Then it's Richie Roberts, number 111 and sixth. Seventh is Tom Haddock. Then it's in eighth is Charlie West. Jake Taylor currently ninth, and then rounding out the top 10, a wild card rider is Joseph Hall. I'll try and get the timing sorted out for you guys at home and up on the screen. In the meantime, just kick back and watch the racing as it is. You're watching Richie Roberts and Haddock on screen having their battle. As I just mentioned, luckily, we had a guest come into the booth and save the day because he's got 4G signal on his phone. Callum Mitchell. Callum has come in, sat with me. We thought we'd get Callum in because, well, home turf for you, Callum, on the Fabricant racing team. How far away do you live from here then?
Now about 30 minutes. So
nice.
Yeah, it's good. I've stayed there the whole weekend, but just to enjoy the good atmosphere. But yeah, it's nice to be here, local.
So listen, you must have done a fair few centre meetings and stuff around here. You know your way around here. Qualifying looked good. That's just, where did I put my sheet for that? What did you get? You got second, didn't you?
Yeah, I was second. Yeah, it was quick out there today.
Yeah.
I think a bit of rain's compacting the track down. I think it's quite good.
Now yesterday, was it? No, Friday, we did a bit of TV work as well for ITV. You're down here. How did that go? Were you nervous getting yourself on the news last night? Did you watch it back?
I actually not watched it.
Have you not?
No. Obviously, being here, signal ain't great. I've got a little bit of signal, but I've got no TV, so I've got it at home on catch up. So we'll just watch that later on tonight, hopefully. Yeah, but yeah, ITV was good.
Yeah,
I enjoyed it. Like, I'm not great with speaking, but it's got to push your boundaries, haven't you? So
absolutely, mate. Absolutely. So your phone hasn't been pinging, has it? There were a load of people giving you abuse or.
No.
You know.
No, not yet.
no women messaging you then asking you out on a date or anything.
No, not yet. I must have had my hair in the wrong place.
Listen, I see. Obviously, being local, you've got a fair entourage here. That must be cool. Always when you get family and friends coming out.
Yeah, they enjoy it. Like having everyone about. Got to have a good setup. Got to have everyone's about here. So got to put on a good show, haven't we? And yeah, it's great, really. I love it.
For your standpoint, it doesn't, or from my standpoint, it doesn't seem that long ago. It probably was that you were in, youth racing. So when did you move into pros? What year was that? Remind me.
That was 2018. I was 16.
Yeah.
So I was quite young. I do regret jumping up too quick. Honestly, I do. I wish I played it out a little bit like some of the other boys are now. But we're here once, and I'm slowly getting there. It's taken some years, but yeah, we're getting there eventually.
Did that, see, obviously, I wouldn't say a degree of regret there then. Did you feel that maybe, it was harder than what you thought, so it kind of dented your confidence a little bit?
Yeah, so I kept getting, out of the points all the time when I was young. It was good. It was a good learning curve, but yeah, getting used to going at the back, it's not great, and kept repeating it, and then, waiting for that really good result and trying to replicate that.
Yeah.
And it's just taken a long time for me, I'll be honest with you.
Just a hard slog. And
it is so hard. Not many people understand how hard the step up is from being MXY2 or MXY1 and jumping up to that next class. They've got the expert class here, which is it's a good stepping stone. But when I didn't
that
do
wasn't there
no,
when you moved up. No. So that was obviously from an MX Nationals point of view. That you suggest or say that was a good decision to introduce the expert class.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
I think I would have been definitely doing that now if I jumping in. I know a couple of guys like Walbini.
Yeah.
He's in the MX2 expert here.
Yeah.
And then he does the pro class elsewhere, which I think that's good because you get a bit
of both.
Yeah, you're getting used to being at the front, and then you're also taking on the pro racing, the bar bashing, the close racing, the speed. And that brings everyone along. I think.
Yeah.
I think that's a good job.
Well, that's good to hear because obviously that was the idea with introducing it. Yeah, so that's good. Let's just, I'll go back to the racing. I'll try and get, can I use your phone again, Callum? Thanks, mate. I'm going to try and get our monitor working here. I'm glad you came in because I know we're going to keep banging on about signal all day, but I've got none whatsoever. Right, so according to time in here then, and so it looks like Ben Wainwright is now, well, he did make a mistake, didn't he? So George Boyce is still in the lead. Toby Lightbound, number 771, is in second, 6 seconds behind. Then it's Ben Wainwright who's got his way up to third. Aaron Framingham, number 60, is in fourth. Then it's Mitch Collins in fifth. Then we've got this battle that you're seeing on screen between Tom Haddock, number 37, and Richie Roberts. There's Richie on screen on the Guts Racing Husky that he's on there. He's currently in seventh. Behind him is Charlie West. Jake Taylor is now down to ninth. Then it's Joseph Hall, wild carding in 10th, ahead of Liam Deegan. Willie Morris is in 12th, ahead of Ollie Sheldon. Sorry, Will Morris. Then it's Jack Loveridge for 14th. Drew Lane currently in 15th, ahead of Jamie Mottram. Then it's Josh Jones for 17th. 18th is Elliot Cook. 19th, Jack Radcliffe. And 20th currently is Hayden Stevens. You can get on Speed Hive at home or wherever you are in the world and see live timing. You'll probably have better signal and Wi-Fi than what we've got here. So at the minute, that's why we currently haven't got our timing up on screen for you viewers at home. We're working on it, bear with us. That is the running order. So Callum, tell us about your season thus far. You're on the team. Tell us more about the team because...
Well, we have a rider out now, Aaron Framingham.
Oh, Aaron's right, okay, yeah.
He's shouting out he's going for it in the Clubman MX2.
Oh, fair play. I didn't realise. I thought it was just you.
Well, it is me in the pro class, but obviously Aaron is a big part of the team.
Yeah.
Fabricant is Peter Framingham, and that's his son.
Right,
Aaron.
okay.
So he's part of the team. He's got the setup going. He's enjoying it. He's back on the 250. He's hitting in fourth now.
Yeah,
fair. Big step up. I think 125 at Landrake was just a little bit too demanding. With it being so hard and so sloppy. He stepped up on the 250 and he's enjoying it. So get him out. It's great.
What number is he? Let's see if we can get our cameraman onto him.
60.
He's number 60. So I don't know if our director Darren can maybe get across to the camera. We might be able to find him in here. Let's see. Try and find number 60 on track, your teammate. Give him a bit of love. So what is Fabricant then?
Fabricant Engineering Company in Kings Lynn.
Yeah.
They've been supporting me now since 85.
Really? A long time?
A long time, 2015. They've been hanging around, helping me out throughout the whole past years.
Yeah.
So on the 85, the 125, even when I was on Suzuki, they were still in my corner. Yeah, all the way through the Husqvarna thing. The whole time they've been there for me, and they've stepped up massively this year.
Well, yeah, because obviously previously you've ridden for other teams with them still supporting you, but now, like, you've done your own thing, you've done your own team.
Definitely, I was setting up Friday.
Welcome to the real world.
I don't mind it, like, get more amongst it, you know, because if, you know, there he is.
There he is, there's our man.
Yeah, but no, we've got a good thing going at the moment. Like I say, the season started off well at Clubman at the first round of the British. Had a good couple of starts, but ever since then, I've had a good round at Fat Cats, had a podium, but I've not had the whole thing yet, you know, the whole perfect race. So I'm searching for it. I'm going
this
for
weekend.
it. This weekend, dude. I'm going for it.
This weekend, well, I said you've qualified well. There's a track you know. So, yeah, it would be great to see you up there at the end of the day on the podium. There he is. There's your man going through the screen.
You can't miss him. He's in that gear. Look, he's going for it.
Yeah, because you guys are running.
Yeah, we're running the same gear. Yeah, he's got a different set of graphics because he loves the colour black, but he's he does his thing. He's happy. He's good.
Yeah. So there we are. Obviously, there you go. That's the little village of Lyng in the background. The locals are obviously used to it a bit more now. Every so often, there's a number of races up here a year. How many times would you? I know you've got the nationals to ride, obviously, Callum. But how many times as a local do you get up here a year? What, 3 or 4, something like that?
Yeah. So we had the British Championship 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
We've got the MX Nationals back here because we missed it last year.
That's right.
So it's good to be back. So that's 2. We normally try to fill in local one, Eastern Centre, but we're really busy. So we try to get down here. We probably get down here 3 times a year. It's not one of these tracks you get to practice or ride, so it's quite an equal balance, really. But yeah, I've had a few times around here, 3 times a year. It's but it's different today. I think they've put a lot of water on the track. This backfield's quite hard underneath.
Yeah.
And quite sandy in this corner, but
yeah, this top end gets much deeper down the bottom, a bit more hard back. Well, that lovely big berm builds up. This is one of the softest part of the track, actually, traditionally in it, and that will rough up throughout the day, particularly after you guys have been out there, the pro riders. It will definitely dig up. How are you? I mean, is it a circuit? I mean, it's a local circuit, but is it one that that you really enjoy? Is it one of your favourite ones? I mean, what is your favourite track in the UK?
It's got to be sand-based. Yeah, this is obviously growing up at Meepal.
Yes, right. Okay.
Yeah, that's my base there, and no matter how much hard pack I do, I can't get the track dialed in as quickly.
Right.
Like here yesterday, the track was really rough. I go out there for 1 lap. By second lap, I'm already putting a nice lap in.
Yeah.
Where if I was at Canada Heights last week, that takes me 3 or 4 laps to get going. So this sort of base, sandy, technical, choppy, is going to get so rough in the second moto.
Yeah.
Look for lines. This is a bit of me, yeah, definitely. I wouldn't say it is one of my favourite tracks. You know, I ain't got many jumps on there, but it comes with top 5
I suppose,
track.
like I said, you've done many laps, laps around here. So, so far, I asked Elfie that was in earlier on, coming up to about the halfway stage of the whole calendar year with regards to championship, a little bit shy. Marking yourself between 1 to 10, how's it gone so far this year? Judging by the fact that you didn't respond straight away, I'm expecting a low score.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, I'll be honest with you, I'm not happy. I'm happy with myself. At the moment, it's great. But with how the past results, I've had a good opportunity, good starts, but I've either crashed or I've not let it all out. You know, it's a big commitment, and I haven't done that. But I'm feeling quite good. The last couple of weeks, I've been really happy. So I'm saying about rate out of 1 to 10. I'm saying 5 or 6 at the moment. But I'm turning things around. Like you say, it's halfway through the season. It is time to sort it out and get it done.
Yeah. Because that's the thing, isn't it? Sometimes you ride well. I mean, not mean you, I mean the rider in general. But just for whatever reasons, silly little things happen, and then all of a sudden it takes one race one sort of race where it goes right, click through.
Everything happens. Yeah.
It's such a confidence sport, isn't it?
Yeah,
Motocross?
100%. Even like the qualifying today, like to be up in the top, that's probably my best qualifying this year. I'll be honest with you. It's been a while since I've been inside the top 3 in the qualifying stages. So for that, even there, it's given me a big confidence for the track and today's racing. So
yeah. Let's give you I'm going to use your phone again. Just I bet you better get it set up in case I find any incriminating photos on your phone.
Yeah, go for
it. George Boyce is currently still leading the way. Rider number 10 ahead of Ben Wainwright has got himself up to second. Tom Haddock now, number 37, is in third ahead of Mitchell Collins. Then it's Toby Lightbound. He's currently in fifth. Then it's our man Aaron Farrington in fifth. So that's not too bad, is it?
No, that's good. Yeah, he came top 5 yesterday. 4th, I think it was his best race. So
you just had a message from Ben Chester saying he's going to be a 10 out of 10 today.
Yeah, that's the guy behind the kit.
Yeah, Hawk. Yeah,
he is the guy.
So Aaron's in 6th, 7th is Charlie West, and then it's Richie Roberts in 8th, 9th is Joseph Hall. Liam Deegan is currently now in 10th ahead of Will Morris. Then it's Jake Taylor, Ollie Sheldon in 13th ahead of Jack Loveridge. Then it's Jake Mottram in 15th. 16th is Jack Ratcliffe. Then it's Max Fletcher, Elliot Cook in 18th. Then it's Hayden Stevens in there in 20th. Checkered flag is out. It's going to take a race win, I think, for George Boyce. So Boyce just gets it ahead of Ben Wainwright. I'm going to jump down there to the winner's circle. Callum, stick around for a minute. Let me go and do my thing, and then we'll come back to you in a short while. That was the Moto Connection Clubman MX2 race win for George Boyce. Moto winner George Boyce. It's getting a bit of a habit in it. You've taken a race win, now another one. How are you feeling out there?
Feeling good. I just struggled with my starts yesterday, but I was second at the start, and Ben made a little mistake. I passed him and just kept the race and held him off.
Is this a track you've ridden many times or not very often?
Only once in 2019, I think. Yeah.
So what do you reckon? I mean, obviously you must be enjoying it. Is it to your favour?
Yeah, it's a good track. It's better than yesterday. Now we had a bit of rain and that. Yeah, it's good.
Do you find it? Is it one of the tougher tracks you've ridden so far on the calendar or not?
Yeah, it's like Fat Cat than this, I guess. Yeah.
As we said, I said in commentary, you got a well-presented team, obviously, you know. So let's give them a shout out.
Yeah, design scaffolding, technical solution, off-road world. That's about it, really.
It always looks the part. That's what I like about it. You know, win and win with style. Boyce, go and get yourself scrubbed up. We may see him, may not see him back here for Moto2. Well done, mate.
Yeah, cheers, mate.
Good stuff. Okay, we have got the gate drop coming up with the Work Sports Insurance MX1 Clubman. That very fast sweeping first corner. Normally a bit of carnage there. We're going to swing around to the other side of the circuit. This is basically turn 3, really. Look, they come into view. Looks like Adam Reeve there on the Kawasaki in second. Tell that much. I couldn't quite see who just pipped him there. So, viewers at home, just to let you know, we have some technical issues with the timing through Speed Hive, mainly because of the poor signal in and around the surrounding area here at Lyng. So we're doing our best with it. As soon as we get the timing sorted out, I'll try and keep you up to speed. Whether we're going to be able to get the timing on the screen for you is a different matter. So I can only apologise for that on our behalf, but we're trying very hard. As we said, we're in many ways, we're fortunate to even be able to have a good live stream link here. So let's just be thankful of that, I'd say, at this stage. Of course, we're going to get them over the line for the Planet Moto first lap leader. The first rider over the line will win 1 point towards this Planet Moto holiday. Whoever's got the most points at the end of the year is going to get an all-inclusive trip down to Spain ride holiday, where they will get all their bikes taken down, their flights, everything like that, just basically sorted out and spend a week down there in Spain in the winter having a solid ride around. No. Right, folks, yeah, sorry about the slight delay there. Just a few technical issues we're trying to resolve here. I hope that's not spoiling your viewing pleasure wherever you are in the world. The main thing is we've got the visuals, a few technical issues with timing, but you can see what's going on. Right, let's bring you up to speed then. It's Connor Baldry leading the way, number 2. There he is, our race leader. Apologies if we missed the Planet Moto First Lap Leader Award. Got a lot going on in the booth. Oh, Adam Reeve nearly tucking the front end on landing. So Adam in second. He was quickest in qualifying yesterday, and he took both moto wins yesterday over Connor Baldry. So this is going to be interesting then. Remember, all 4 results over the 2 days define the overall. So if Connor Baldry wins this one and wins the next one, he will win it. Grant Martin is currently in third, ahead of James Thompson. Then it's Mitch Best, our friend from Australia. He's going to get honourable plugs because he's basically got a crowd of people back home in Oz following him. And the story with that is Mitch was at home in Australia as a motocross racer. Saw the MX Nationals on the live stream. Thought, I quite like that. So I'm going to come over to the UK and race it. And there you go. That just shows you the value of a free-to-view live stream going all over the world. So it's great to have Mitch with us, and if you're watching Australia, good day. See what I did there, Callum? Yeah, that was a poor joke. A poor bit of punditry there, but quite frankly, I don't doubt. Yeah. We'll save the shrimp on the barbie till later on and all that, eh? Yeah, so Billy Saunders, anyway, to anybody in Australia, great to have you watching with us, or wherever you are in the world. Billy Saunders is currently in 6th, ahead of Ryan Bowring. Then it's Charlie Roper, another local rider. Charlie was up here with us doing the stuff on TV. He looked even happier than you just to get on TV, didn't he, as well?
Well, that came about, he actually trains me in the gym on Tuesdays.
Yeah.
And I said to him, I found out about this press, and I was like, well, what best to have a rider who comes to the gym with me. So yeah, got Charlie in. Charlie was well happy. Got a day off work. Got a day off work, and he got 15 seconds on ITV.
15 seconds of airtime. I'll tell you what, I bet he was messaging a load.
Lovely.
He would have been loving it, wouldn't he?
Yeah.
So Charlie's out there having quite a good ride. He's currently in 8th, ahead of Talon Aston. Then it's Jordan Ambler. Lee Toland, who you saw in the first hour of the show, the Acer United Gas team owner. Not only does he run a really good team, professional team, one of the best, very precise and anal about everything, their setup and everything like that, but Lee also runs Mill Lane Motocross circuit and a successful scaffolding business, and is getting behind youngsters like Bobby Bruce and Tyler Hooley, so good on him. He made an excuse yesterday about he had his arms were tired, which I thought was, you know, for a scaffolder, not sure what's going on there. Surely a scaffolder shouldn't have tired arms.
No, they shouldn't, no, definitely not.
But we'll let him off. Colby Walker is currently in 12th. Then Michael Graham all the way down from Newcastle, 13th, 14th, Harry Whitlock and Tim Warnes in 15th as wild carded. So, Callum, do you know, I mean, obviously we got Cuss's Gorse coming up. I know we're here at Lyng today and we spoke a little bit about that. So the remaining 3 rounds, you said you're not such a lover of hard packs, so that's probably maybe not someone you're looking forward to quite as much.
Cuss's Gorse is an exception.
Right, okay, because all the jumps.
Yeah, jumps, a bit of wood chip on there, something to get into.
Yeah, you get some good ruts there, don't you?
Plus, I'm trying my best. I'm trying to get some hard pack riding. I am. So, like, by the time we got a weekend off next week, I'm actually there with another championship the week before, or 2 weeks before. So that'll be good practice for me. And then hopefully come out swinging for the MX Nationals there at Cuss's, and then
you need to get yourself down my neck of the woods. You can always hang out at our place with you, like with Lewis. Lewis Hall comes down quite regularly. Yeah, it's not too bad. And then, well, round 5, none of you know too much about at the minute, so we're looking forward to going to Cullen Motor Park. It's a brand new venue. It's from what I can make out, it's kind of like sandy clay, similar ground to Cullen. So that's good. That's what I've been told. So we're building a brand new venue for round 3, which round 5, which will be pretty special. Alfie is going to be building that track. So Alfie Smith,
big jumps then.
There'll be some big jumps there. It should be a spectacular track. And then of course we go to Hawkstone. Nice. You must love Hawkstone.
Yeah, I won a race in the other championship there.
You did. I recall.
Yeah. So I love that track. That's a good track. Especially in the wet, it's not good, but in the dry, it's total different track. It's unreal. Yeah, I love it. So that's sort of my sort of track, really. I think most of the riders will agree. That is one of the top tracks in the UK.
So, Callum, where are you going with it? You know, obviously you want to be a pro rider, and have you got any aspirations at this point to look at any EMX racing, going into GPs, or do you, or is that, obviously we know that's an expensive game and all that kind of stuff, or do you just want to like concentrate on the UK and be a solid contender here at home?
This year, solid contender in the UK. I'd like to get the other championship wrapped up, win that one. I'd like to be up top 3 in this one, and obviously just score as many points as I can in the British Championship. Yeah. Because it is tough at the moment, but obviously, last year I spent a lot of time in Europe with the Par Homes guys, and I obviously that was my first year of doing that, and I only qualified for 1 or 2 rounds, and that brought me along with the UK racing, but it was tough. It was really tough. Yeah. And obviously leaving them guys and coming on to my own thing, it's a big budget to go do Europeans, and I'm not going to go all that way to hopefully qualify. Yeah. It ain't for me. More. And I thought I'll come back, I'll do my UK racing, get the confidence, get something working for me, which is it's getting there, it's good. And then hopefully, if I pull my finger out, as my dad would say,
There's Billy B.
yeah, that's
He's
it.
been on your case.
If I pull my finger out, he said we can go to 1 or 2, maybe,
Yeah.
which don't clash with the other championships. But at the moment, this year, we're just going to stay to UK, and then hopefully get somewhere with this, and then maybe next year it might be Europeans, because that is where I want to be.
Yeah. How old are you now?
20.
Yeah, you go. Oh, yeah, there you go.
Yeah, so I've got a few more years in that class. But yeah, I've taken a step back. I'm doing, after racing last year quite full time, I actually work part time in the gym a little bit, doing my own little fitness programs for races like Charlie Roper.
Yeah.
So hopefully he doesn't fade off in this race.
I was a coach.
Yeah, but no, yeah, I keep myself busy doing that now. Obviously, staying in the UK, I get to do things like that, and a bit more of a social life.
Yeah.
Keep myself
It's
happy.
that balance, isn't it? It's
yeah,
a lot of commitment.
that's what I'm looking for, and we're getting there. Yeah.
Yeah, good stuff. As you can see, we got timing back up. Just bear with us, folks. You know, honestly, I don't want to be making excuses to everybody out there, because it's not. It's just saying it as it is. We've got technical issues, so I'd rather let you know what's going on with the time. And we've now got it back up on screen. You'll see Mitch Best, the Aussie, out there, and we've seen plenty of airtime as well for Grant Martin, just in front of him, number 36. So these two are battling out there currently, I think, for 3rd and 4th. So somewhere in between them was Thompson, but I think James Thompson has dropped back, has he? Or has he dropped out of contention? Or maybe he's got ahead of those two, I'm not sure. Let's wait for timing to refresh. There's Grant in front of him, number 36. Mitch, the Aussie, closing in on him. We have 11:37, 39 on the clock. These guys get a 16-minute motor, I think it is. Plus, no sign of the 2-lap board yet, but we've got 3 minutes to go on the clock. Clocks. Now, on the finish line, sometimes I used to hate having the clock there when they started introduced in my era. We never used to have it much, and then towards the end, I was like, I don't want to know how long's left. I'm absolutely hanging. 15 plus 1, Barry Flagman. That is his official name. He changed it by depot. Barry Flagman.
Nice.
And his middle name is Checkered. Barry wears all checkered gloves and everything. He's into it. We need to get a shot of him on the screen, actually. So they get a 15-minute moto. So these guys are winding it down. They're pretty much going to be next up, maybe next up around, getting one to go. Going back to the timing clock as a rider, I suppose you're used to it. I wasn't. I used to hate coming round and actually knowing how long I had left. I didn't want to know, especially if I was having a bad race. Do you keep a regular eye on that when you come round?
I like it because, I don't know, obviously it's hard to explain.
Pit signals and stuff.
Yeah, pit signals is quite good, but you know, that's there every lap. You know exactly where you are, you know how long you got, and my race goes on. My race is probably, goes on. If you're on the lead lap, it's sometimes 30, 34, 32 minutes. So, yeah, it is long. I use it more for qualifying. You know, like this morning, I'll go round. I timed it perfectly. I had like 5 seconds to go, so I cruised around and I hit the timing perfect, which is massive. You know,
particularly on a sand track.
On this sort, because it does go away quite quickly. But for the racing, it is nice to see. It is nice to see like 6-7 minutes to go, because you know you've only got a few laps left, and you can really, we call it in our camp second wind.
Yes.
We're going for it, so we just give it all on the last few laps, and yeah, we'll see how we go. And hopefully I don't need to push that hard at the end there. I should get it done early, but if I have to, I will.
Trust me, Callum, you're only 20. As you get older, that second wind doesn't come as quickly as you'd like it to, if at all. But that's good. As you can see, Grant Martin is still riding around there solidly on his own a little bit in 3rd, actually. We still got Connor Baldry out in front, number 2, so maybe we can pick him up in a minute, because he went 2-2 yesterday to Adam Reeves 1-1. So that will set it up nicely. If it stays as it is, going into the final Work Sports Insurance Clubman MX1 race, MX1, if it stays as it is, it will be between Baldry and Reeves for the overall on the second moto. If Baldry wins it, Here basically win the overall, because that's how we do it. If there's a tie, if you're new to this game, if there's a tie on points, the overall victory will go to whoever scored the highest result in the final moto. So Conor Baldry, if he stays where he is, he's put himself in a strong position. There's James Thompson. He is tucked in behind Match Best now, so that timing you're seeing on the screen is not quite right. As I said, we're getting some technical issues here, so it's still showing him. Yeah, we're not quite. That's the timing is on screen, but it's basically not updated. That's a few laps old. So again, folks, we're trying to do our best to bring that up to speed for you. There's your race leader. There he is, Conor Baldry, looking very good. I don't know much about Conor. Do you know him?
No,
not really. We've got so many riders at the Michelin MX Nationals. I'd love to think that I'm friends to them all, but with nearly 300 or more riders, I don't know everybody intimately.
No, but no, he looks like he's got a real good style.
Yeah, he does. I was just thinking the same. Up on the pegs. Yeah, his body positioning's good.
Yeah, it doesn't look like he's doing anything wrong.
No, not really. He's gapped Adam Reeves in this one, so maybe Conor prefers it when it gets a little bit rougher. But he's put himself in a good position here, Callum. He's if he does the same in the second moto, he's going to win the overall.
What he needs to do.
Yeah. Okay, talking of overalls, I'm going to put you on the spot before you go, because you're going to walk out the booth in a minute. As we had round 1 of the AMA yesterday, I haven't seen all the results. Actually, I better not say the results in case somebody else hasn't watched it yet.
Let's spoil it.
Do you know what? Yeah.
Because I watched the first race.
It was yesterday. If you don't know the results by now, you should do.
Yeah.
I know that Chase Sexton did it in the 450s, but I don't know who finished second or third. So bring me up to speed.
I think Roxon was there in the first moto. I've only watched the first moto, but I'll just keep on the 250s, man. I was only interested.
Right.
So Hunter Lawrence boys, they've done the 1-2.
Did they?
Jet and Hunter in the first moto. I didn't quite get the second one, but yeah, no, we've got Frenchie over there, haven't we? Florio. Yeah, he's giving it some.
And Gilbert had a good run.
Gilbert,
as well.
and behind Cairoli for in the first moto for first half of the race. Yeah, setting good times. It was good.
That's brilliant.
That's good to see.
So look, with that in mind, before you go out of here, your predictions then. Now you've seen round 1 for the championship. Who's gonna? I mean, it's a long way to go. Who's gonna win the 450 AMA Pro National? Come on.
Put me on the spot.
I'm gonna put you on the spot. Yeah, let's do it. Like when there's no money involved, so don't worry about it.
looked good, didn't he?
You're going to go for Dunge?
No, I don't know. He's a diesel. I don't know. I'm a Roxon fan.
Is that who you're going for?
I'm going for Roxon. Yeah, he's had a lot of prep. He's had a lot of prep. He's missed quite a lot of Supercross. So yeah, okay. I'm going for Roxon 450.
250.
Jet.
I think everybody's going to say Jet.
Yeah, Jet.
Most of us are.
Yeah, that's his. He's obviously come out of Supercross. He's won that, hasn't he? So.
Just tell me, do you know where Ferrandez finished? Because I missed it all.
No.
Oh, I don't know. So I don't want to predict. I was going to predict him. But
was you? I haven't got it on my phone either. No, I think Craig was up there in the first moto. Dungey was up there.
Oh, I don't know.
It's hard. I think Cairoli stayed pretty stable in 6th or 7th. I think.
I'm gonna show a degree of loyalty to Team Green because obviously I manage Team Green in the UK. So I'm just gonna go with Anderson.
Oh no, because he came from outside the top 15 and he finished. He must have finished like 3rd.
Right. Okay.
In the first race.
I'll go with Anderson.
Yeah, go with him. Yeah, that's a good bet.
Obviously, we'll come back at this at the end of the year and be way off.
Yeah.
But anyway, there's a bit of fun. Right, we're following Conor Baldry round. I think pretty much on his last. No, yeah, I think he's got 1 lap to go. He's on his last lap for the checkered flag. I'm going to get ready to go down to the winner's circle. Callum, thanks for coming in. That's Callum Mitchell on the Fabricant racing team. Good luck today, mate. Good qualifying.
Appreciate that, thank you.
Hometown, you got a load of people cheering you on. Go and get yourself ready and have a good one out there.
Thank you very much, appreciate it.
No worries. There goes Callum. Here comes Conor Baldry. He is going to be coming down to take the checkered flag and the opening moto win here on Sunday. Oh, he nearly tucked the front end right on the flag. So hopefully Conor will remember to go to the winner's circle. I'm going to go down there and catch up with him. We're going to go to an ad break. We're back in the winner's circle with a very elated Connor Baldry. Connor, first race win of the year. I can tell you're absolutely buzzing, all your crew are. How did that feel?
Oh, it's been such a long time coming. I've struggled all year with a few little problems like body-wise, and finally slowly getting rid of it. I've still got a bit of a chest infection and stuff, so it's a bit tough, but do you know what? I'm so pleased I'm finally made it up here, so yeah.
I mean, it looks like the track, obviously early days, but we've had a bit of moisture overnight. The track looks like it's going to get rougher. Looks like you're more suited to the rougher conditions. Me and Callum Mitchell were just saying, like, your riding style is absolutely on point. I mean, you're huffing and puffing a little bit, but like you said, you've got some physical issues. So you've got to be pleased with how you're racing.
Yeah, I mean, the track's really tough this weekend. It's real hard on the bottom, and all the bumps, you feel every little bump, especially in the outfield and stuff like that. But no, the track's great. Everyone puts in so much work, so thanks everyone putting in the work in the evenings to make the track good, and everyone putting on this show. I really appreciate it, and it's great coming.
Oh, we appreciate having you around. Like we said, the Clubman class and all you guys make the sport. Anybody you want to thank? I mean, perfect opportunity. You've brought it home. Give them an honourable shout out.
Yeah, so Rad FMX for the graphics and the shirt printing and bits and pieces and silly stuff like seat covers. And then Steve Payne at Multitech. He's a massive help to me. And then obviously also family, brother mainly, and mum, dad, and everyone supporting me, and so yeah, it's good.
Nice one. We'll let you go and enjoy it. Get yourself ready for the next one because you've got the chance for the overall.
Thanks very much. Thanks, guys.
There you go, Connor Baldry. Well, that was great to catch up with Connor Baldry there. It's always great when you see somebody take their first ever race win. Not first ever, obviously he's won races before, but his first moto win this year. And he thoroughly deserved it too. So well done, Connor Baldry, taking the win. This is the Moto Verde amateur class combined. MX1 and MX2 in together. Scored separately, but all amateur ranked riders. After this, we'll have the expert class, and then we are getting into the fastest 40 lifelines. But here we go. Moto Verde amateur. Moto 1 of the day, Moto 3 of the weekend. Somebody coming there from over from the left, ripping a whole shot up the pipe. We can't always see the first corner. We did have a static camera there earlier on, but again, I think due to technical issues with signal, it was Callum Gordon with the whole shot. Callum, good start from him on the Revive MX machine from down my neck of the woods, kind of, from Weymouth on the south coast. So made the long trip up here, but you know, as a national championship, we get around the place. I was talking to Ben Edwards yesterday, and his family, they're up at Inverness, so they're fully committed to the championship. So you can imagine the kind of drive they had down to round 2 at Landrake. So we get about the place, always looking for new venues, of course. We got a new venue for round 5 at Cullen Motor Park. We'll be letting you know more about that once we start putting blades in the ground and actually making the circuit. And we are looking for more circuits for next year as well. There's some movement there, so who knows? For 2023, we might have some more new venues on the calendar. We're certainly working hard at the MX Nationals to find new venues and elevate this sport. Like you're seeing now with the free-to-view live stream service. Callum Gordon has made a flyer here, not just out of the gate, but also the first lap with clear track, and he's pulled away a little bit there already over Aaron Gardner. So we're trying to get Callum over the line, so that if he can keep it on 2 wheels, there he is. He's got a few corners to go. And he'll be over the stripe for the Planet Moto First Lap Leader Award. Here he comes down the hill. And he is indeed the Planet Moto First Lap Leader Award. 1 point goes towards Callum Gordon. There's he's got a lot of catching up to do with like Ben Wainwright, I think is now on 7. But still, we got a long way to go in this championship for the Planet Moto First Lap Leader Award. We've also got the Kex Fastest Lap of the Weekend Award. We might struggle a little bit to get the timing up on the screen with that though, because of the timing issues that we have. But basically the Kex Fastest Lap. Oh, Callum comes out of that sandpit, both legs off, like he was riding a rodeo ball there. Just about held it together, but that has allowed number 7 to close in on him a little bit there. Aaron Gardner. So both those guys on the MX1 machine. Remember, this is a combined class of amateurs. We have MX1 and MX2 together. So in the amateur MX1 category, brought to you by Moto Verde, on the opening lap, I'm going to do it by class actually, not where they are in the race, so it just makes it a little bit easier for you guys at home as well. Callum Gordon is currently leading the MX1 category ahead of Aaron Gardner. Then it's Joshua McCorkle. Billy Wynn is in 4th ahead of John Kirk. Then it's Jack Seaborn in 6th. David Rushton currently in 7th ahead of Lewis Taylor. Harry Bradley not making a great start, down in 9th. Ross Millard is currently in 10th, because Harry obviously won some races yesterday. He's got work to do. Millard in 10th. Then it's Alex Christopher, our Clubman champion, moving up into the amateurs in 11th. Then it's Archie Fisher is currently in 12th ahead of Kieran Clark. Ryan Osborne is 14th ahead of Paul Atkinson. 16th is currently Stephen Kelly ahead of Michael Smith. That doesn't look good. Rider down, spinning wheel, no sign of the rider. Not sure what happened there, couldn't even identify the bike, but always a bit alarming when you see a bike left on its own. Stephen Kelly is in 16th, 17th is Michael Smith. Then oh, that was Beamish down, so Ollie Beamish was the rider whose bike we saw, but we couldn't see him. So Beamish going out of it. Then it's Danny Townsend, Ben Thompson, Dan Holliday. In the amateur MX2 category, Sean Springer is leading the way ahead of Harry Foster. Then it's Josh Bassett ahead of Luca Pegg. Lewis King London is currently in 5th ahead of Ricky Carter. Lewis Glynn currently in 7th ahead of Archie Hicks, number 777. Then it's Dan Bruff. We had Dan on our rewind show in the week. Little rewind show is something we do before each round, where we recap the round before and get some riders on for a quick chat, so it's good to have him on. Dan is currently in 9th ahead of Jordan Meredith. Then it's Callum Watson in 11th ahead of Ashley Surridge. Sam Ongley wildcarding in 13th ahead of Arnis Pebrez. Then Harry Barker for 15th. Logan Wilcox is currently in 16th, and it was Charlie Beamish whose bike we saw on the ground there. Hope Charlie's all okay, but back at the front, you've still got Callum Gordon leading the race, and there's some great racing going on. There's Springer on screen. He is the leading MX2 rider, and he is currently 4th in the race, I think. We try to find our race leader. navigating these hills with the cameras and trying to keep a continual eye on the riders is not that easy. There's Springer coming in, launching hard. He is the leading MX2 rider, 4th in the race. Ahead of him, he's got Aaron Gardner and Joshua McCorkle. And that sweeping corner up the hill, up to the top of Cadder's Hill. It's all flat along the top. They vary in turns and then launch back down. They do that about 3 times up and around the trees here at this famous old girl, this famous circuit. So some good racing. We're probably scheduled then, by the way we're going. We've got 10 minutes left in this one. We're currently half past. We'll probably be looking at around sometime just after 12:15 maybe for the pros, or just after 12 the pros. The Lifeline's fastest 40 riders will be going out on track. You'll watch, oh, Josh. Oh, Joshua McCorkle. He had his body weight a little bit far back there, and that big 450, I think he's on a 450, either that or a 350. He just got a little bit of whiskey throttle, but he managed to rein it back in just in time before that thing got away from him. Now, down the years, that jump into this field has just been lowered a little bit. Still a great circuit as they come up over that ski jump, then off this blind drop off. It's not big, but it's hard to gauge, and you land straight off that little drop off into what we're now seeing on the screen, that really difficult bumpy off camber turn that breaks away from you. As we said, technically the Cadder's Hill circuit, it hasn't got necessarily a load of tabletops and rhythm sections and rollers like a lot of modern tracks has, but it doesn't need it because it's got so many other elements that you have to think about, and you have to treat with a lot of respect. A lot of the off-camber corners like this one here, you can see, yes, there's berms, yes, there's ruts in it, but that's a continual off-camber corner all the way up round until you straighten up and go up the hill. So Sean Springer on the move. He has there he is, he's leading the MX2 category. So his nearest competitor, I'm trying to work out who that would be. Let's just try and change the timing system here and try and get it onto as they stand in the race. So I think it's probably Josh Bassett is the next best. No, Luca Pegg is his nearest competitor, down in 6th in the race. There we go. That's the current timing. And again, apologies to you viewers at home that we can't. We're having a few issues with signal. That's why sometimes we can't bring it up, because we need the feed to put it up, and sometimes the signal means it's dropping out. But for those people watching on the live stream, that is the current running order of the race. Not by class. Callum Gordon leading the way. Having a very good ride, actually, Callum. Trying to find him in the results. He had a 12th in the opening moto yesterday. No, that was in qualifying, sorry. He had an 8th in the opening moto yesterday on his MX Revive machine. Then in the second moto, he had a 3rd. So he's definitely improved as the weekend's gone on, number 611. And he seems to be looking good in this one. He's got quite a nice gap of 4 seconds ahead of Joshua McCorkle. Springer is now closing in on, by the way, on your timing screen there, SS is Sean Springer. for whatever reason, their full name doesn't get put up on the timing screen when they are effectively wildcard entries. But Springer in third, Dennis Gardner for fourth, Billy Wynn, number 99, up good. Harry Bradley now starting to make his way up through the pack. He took a race win yesterday, if I recall, in the first and second moto, but not this one. He's got some work to do here, number 4, if he's going to clean sweep the weekend. Second MX2 rider would be Luca Pegg down there in 7th. Then I think it's going to be, yeah, I guess it would be Josh Bassett for third. So that's the current running order in this Moto Verde amateur class. Again, shout out to Moto Verde for getting on board this year with the Michelin MX Nationals in a higher capacity by sponsoring this class. UK's and arguably one of the world's best salt-free bike cleaners, but it's not just bike cleaner. They do chain lubes, they do arm pump, they do kit freshener, you name it, in anything like that. Steve and the crew down there always tinkering in the lab, coming up with new formulas for stuff. So yep, go and check out Moto Verde. They've got an extensive range of cleaning products and are right into the sport in the UK, and it's great to have them on board with the Michelin MX Nationals. Well, there's Callum Gordon leading the way. He's just got to keep looking forward and not... I don't recall him getting a race win so far this year. So he's looking good at this moment in time. We're 13:40 into an 18-minute plus 1 lap moto. So looking good. Springer all over the back of Joshua McCorkle. To be fair, Joshua probably knows that it's a 250 rider behind him. We heard Alfie Jones in there earlier on saying about when you're racing 2 classes in one race, and sometimes pride gets the better of you. Maybe Josh is just concentrating on the job in hand, but it wouldn't matter to him regards of his race position within his class in MX1 if Sean behind him went past. As it effectively stands, even if Sean went by him, he'd still be second in the MX1 category. Hope that makes sense for you guys home watching, because we said we've got an amateur class, but we've got 2 different CCs within it. You've got the MX1 bikes. Most of them are on 450 4-strokes. And then in the MX2 category, you've got 250 2-strokes with a mix of 4-strokes and 2-strokes. But obviously we gauge these riders on their standards. So amateur riders, once they're ready, once they feel like they're ready, if they're good enough, and certainly if they win back-to-back championships, they then move up to the expert class. And then if they're getting good in that and they feel they're good enough, the next step is the elite pro category. Now that's just as I thought. Now Josh, you can see there, switched on. He suddenly realized, okay, I don't have to race this guy. He's on an MX2 bike. Took a look over his shoulder, let him by, relieved the pressure. Then he had a good look around the rest of the track. So right now, Josh knows that he's in a nice, solid second. And he can now potentially follow Sean Springer, maybe pick up on a few lines, and that might drag him closer to the race leader, Callum Gordon. Blinding ride for Callum Gordon on the MX Revive machine. You're currently watching Sean Springer, the leading MX2 rider here in the Moto Verde amateur class. As we said there, Gordon, as you can see on the screen, he has got nearly a 6-second lead over Sean Springer, but he doesn't need to worry about Springer. Springer could go by him. He needs to worry about rider number 161, Joshua McCorkle. And in turn, Sean Springer, well, he has a big gap over his nearest competitor, who that would be Luca Pegg. He's 24 seconds back. So Sean Springer, the rider in second in the race, has got loads of time to work with. There's Harry Bradley. Did I just see out the corner of my screen? He just shot off down the hill. There's the race leader on screen. And Sean Springer is getting closer, but Callum Gordon does not need to worry about that. Basically, he could, if he wanted to relieve the pressure, he could let Sean Springer by, because as long as he beats Joshua McCorkle and Harry Bradley and the rest of the MX1 class, that's all that matters. Got to say, Callum Gordon's parents, Graham and Mel, will be, I'm probably not helping them by any stretch, talking about it and making them nervous, but this will be good for Callum if he gets it over the line. We're winding down the line. Should be coming round next lap around. He's going to get the checkered flag, so he's got 1 lap to go here. Time has elapsed on a very rough circuit. It's only going to get rougher and rougher. There's McCorkle. He is not the race leader, though. We need to try and pick up 6-1-1. Callum Gordon is the race leader. If we can bring Callum Gordon home, McCorkle knows there, doesn't he, that he's in a safe second. That's the guy we need to bring home. Good work, cameraman. Let's stay on Callum Gordon all the way to the flag then, if we can. Wearing that very distinctive Flow Fox kit. Lovely technique as he dropped off down that hill. Just got to concentrate hard now. No silly mistakes. Nicely round that corner. You see a few rocks sticking up in the sand. Obviously, we've down the years, the amount of motocross racing that has happened here, I'd hate to imagine how many tons of soil has gone away from Lyng down the years, but it's still a brilliant old school sand circuit. Nicely up on the pegs, here he comes. Not overriding, I've noticed, Callum. He's using the torque of that 450. He's not over revving. He's just nice, smooth through the corners. And arguably, that's why he is out in front. He pulled a brilliant start. Oh, he's trying to stay out of trouble. And right on the last lap, he nearly comes together with a back marker. But he safely navigates past him. And it's going to be a checkered flag and a race win for Callum Gordon. He'll be absolutely pumped on that. I'm going to get down there and chat to him. You can see Elliot Spencer telling him where to go. Right, let's get down there and speak to Callum. We're going to go to a quick ad and let's see what he's got to say.
julep, pop 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 julep, pop 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 julep, pop 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 pop.
Okay, in the winner's circle with first time ever MX Nationals race winner Callum Gordon. A stupid question, but I'm going to ask it anyway. How does that feel, mate?
That feels awesome. To hold shot and lead every lap. Just didn't expect it.
No, I can tell. I can tell. Like Dad's just been putting his arms around you. You're genuinely taken back by that. But I mean, mate, you had an 8th in the opening moto, 3rd yesterday, and a race win. So you've progressed throughout the weekend. You're obviously loving life out there. How is it?
Well, I've never ridden here before.
Is that right?
That's the first time I've ridden here and loving it. Yeah. Loving it. Yeah. So
it's worth the trip all the way from Weymouth. Listen, you've got some good support, so let's give them a name check.
Yeah, massive thanks to Ants Revive, Scotty. He should be watching, so I think he's liking that. Jeff Goss for sorting out all the kit. Yeah. Got everyone else on. Dad, obviously, the Lamins, just everyone that helps out. Thank you.
I think we're going to have to scrape him off the camper roof between motos. Look, go and soak it all in, because clearly I can tell, like, you're genuinely in shock.
Yeah, I am. I was expecting some of them other boys to be catching me, and I knew I had a bit of a gap, so tried to settle in, but it's hard to out there when it's so rough, but got it done.
Good when it goes well, mate, isn't it? Look, go and enjoy that one with the family. Well done. Callum Gordon, winner of Moto Verdi's MX1 class. We're going back now to the experts. Okay, we are now going to move on to the RFX expert class. Again, like the amateurs, these guys are a combined class of MX1 machines and MX2 machines. Great racing here yesterday in the expert class, brought to you by RFX. Declan Whittle was quickest in qualifier, local rider, but he didn't take the race wins. Jaden Ashwell took the opening race win, and Sean Southgate the second. Sean is from up around these parts as well on the Hearts Racing Honda. So we got some local riders up in another way around. Jaden Ashwell took the first moto win on the AJP machine, but absolutely battered himself in the second. So here we go, gate drop for the RFX. Whoa, carnage off the start, a few riders getting together. Couldn't see who that was. Oh, Luke Mellows. We might have Luke in the commentary booth later on. That was number 44, Luke Mellows, and Aaron Patstone. Aaron, unfortunately, as well. Classic case of getting bars, getting hooked up out of the gate. And when that happens, sometimes you are just riding as a passenger on your own bike. It's down to the destination of the motocross gods to decide the outcome. It's Sean Southgate in the lead through the sandpit on the opening lap. He took the second moto win yesterday. Jordan McCaw there is in behind him in second. You'll start to see obviously a significant difference in speed. Who's that going down in the corner? Is that Lee Tolan? No, it's not. He's not even in this class. Sorry, my bad. Oh, it's Aaron Ongley going down that tight corner and getting bashed about a little bit in the 250 category. But as we said, great racing yesterday in the expert MX2 class yesterday. Shane Carlos clean swept, number 68 in the MX2 category. But we had different winners in the MX1 category. As I said, Jaden Ashwell took the race win in the opening moto, but then had an absolute proper dirt digger down one of the hills, rung his bell, damaged his shoulder. So he's out there very much in damage limitation mode. It's going to be a hard push for him to win motos today. But it's looking good for the second moto winner yesterday, Sean Southgate, off to a flyer here, number 301 on the Hertz MX Honda. He's good friends with Jake Nichols. By the way, we wish Jake Nichols all the best in his retirement. I wouldn't say it's retirement because he has got a multinational company to run. now he's quit racing. But Jake, thank you for your years of entertainment and service to high-end motocross, and we really hope you stick around and do the occasional race and continue to be involved. Planet Moto first lap leader, points go to number 301 on the Hertz Racing machine, Sean Southgate in the all blue on the red bike. There he goes, off he goes around that fast sweeping corner. Well, one little section of track that we don't get to see. That's the corner that comes on. In fact, there's Jake Nichols' companies in the background there on the Lyng Hut, Trucks R Us and True 7 group. So as these guys sort themselves out on the opening lap, this one a 20-minute moto plus 1 lap. So on the opening lap then, let's give you the rundown by class, not by as they stand in the race. This is by category. In the MX1 expert class, it was Sean Southgate leading the way ahead of Jordan McCall and then Josh Bentley. In third, Max Broadbelt was in fourth ahead of Josh Cant and Declan Whittle. Wildcarding's a local rider in sixth. Then it was Glenn Phillips. Glenn's still at it, my old teammate from the year 2000 when we was on the Animal TM. Seems a long time ago now, doesn't it? But Glenn is still out there turning the wheels. Good on him, because I wouldn't be, not at that level. In eighth is Sonny Thompson, Nathan Green for ninth, then Jaden Ashwell, as we said, bruised and battered, trying to just salvage some points in 10th. Then it's Ben Clayton down there in the sunny Devon, ahead of Luke Mellows, who we saw crash on the opening lap off the start. Then it's Fraser Norrie. Stephen Mullany is in 14th, number 50, and Aaron Patchlow also went down on the opening lap ahead of Ryan Knott. In the Expert MX2 class, the 250s, it's Shane Carlos leading the way ahead of Josh Coleman. Then Sam Atkinson, the youngster in his first year in the Expert class. Good to see him out there, as well as Louis Kessel all the way from Cornwall in fourth ahead of Ben Kennedy, and then Jack Lindsay from the Apico Husqvarna. Then it's Callum Murphy in seventh. Eighth is Jimmy Marsden. Ninth is Ollie Beamish. Then it's Josh Beamish. Oh, there is Jack Lindsay. What's happened there on the Apico machine? Looks like he's made a simple error. Yeah, just washed out on the bottom of that hill, so he's going to lose a bunch of places. Ollie Beamish was in ninth. Then it's Josh Peters for 10th. Ben Clark in 11th, ahead of Will Farrow and Wal Beanie. Ross Kersey currently in 14th, 15th Aaron Ongley. Then it's Ben Marsden, Todd Ritchie and Jack Moore. Everybody quite rightly getting a name check. We've got some results here from the previous grid. Thank you for that, Nick. Good stuff. As I said, Callum Gordon, big up Callum Gordon, taking his first ever race win in the previous race and being dumbstruck almost by it. Callum, well done you. We're watching McCaw on screen. So Jordan McCaw, number 35, been riding with us a fair amount of time now at the Michelin MX Nationals, and fair play to him. Like we said, we got a lot of these classes, Clubman, Amateur, and the Expert class, all supporting the series, and without them we wouldn't be running, you know. Obviously we've got high-end youth racing with the 85s and the 125s and 250s, but some of these riders, you know, don't necessarily aspire to be a pro rider, but they're still good riders, hence why they're experts, good regional riders. So a lot of them obviously have full-time jobs, so they can't necessarily commit to being a pro racer, and this is the next best class to the elite riders who are coming out next in the Lifeline's fastest 40. Great racing in this expert class. Look at this. This is a good battle going on here between Bentley and McCaw. Bentley trying to find some smooth circuit there. Did you see how he just tried to move off the track? As long as they stay within those white markers, we're all good. So the Keck's fastest lap, first time we got the graphic up over the weekend. Keck's fastest lap in the 250s is Shane Carlos. There you go, 2:14. Now, of course, the Keck's fastest lap award is whoever's done the fastest lap over the weekend out of all 4 motos, not just the ones you are watching on the live stream today. So we hand them out at the end of the day. We basically find out who set the quickest lap in each class, and they will get the voucher, the discount voucher, courtesy of Keck's. Go and check them out, Keck's online. Quality underwear, that's where how Ed started the whole gig, and then since then added socks, hoodies, t-shirts, hats, beanies, real quality stuff. So go and check out their website. It's quite a funky site as it goes. And we're real thankful of Ed, Warren and all the team for their support. Of course, he's one of the sponsors, Tommy Searle sponsor, but not only sponsors him, he does all his Tommy's vlogs on EW Media. So Ed, if you're watching, thank you. You can see now McCall coming under pressure from Shane Carlos. First time we've had Shane with us this year. Shane, AMCA champion and riding for the Fuzz team. FUS or Fuzz Gear Tech Husqvarna team, polished team the guys have, real good setup, and it's good to have them. They're going to be a couple of rounds with us this year. Unfortunately, they won't be able to do the final round because it clashes with their AMCA championship, which of course all their sponsors are signed up for them to win that. But it's good to have Shane here with us this weekend, currently leading the Expert MX2 category. I can see on my screen some of the youth riders up there checking out the track. Just saw Tyler Hooley and Gus Musto. Good to see the youth riders out there watching the top riders and trying to pick some lines up or whatever. That's exactly what they should be doing. Makes a change from them being on their phones or on some kind of electric scooter, to be honest. So the youth guys will be back out later on after the pros. As we say, it's uninterrupted live coverage virtually all day here at the Michelin MX Nationals. We don't stop for a lunch break. We just pound out the motos like the riders. So after this, we have the Lifeline's fastest 40, elite riders. Yep, then we'll be going back to the start with the 85s and we'll do it all over again for another block of racing. So I hope you're enjoying the live stream coverage. Of course, the fact that you don't have to pay for it should be an added bonus. And we hope we're getting it all out across the world with it. As we said, we got riders like Mitch Best, who's come all the way from Australia just to race after seeing the live stream, which is pretty cool. So hopefully we are raising the bar of British motocross and getting people around the world to see what it's like. Certainly when you get these awesome old school venues, which are out and out proper motocross circuits here like Lyng. You can see it's tough and it's only going to get tougher. Lovely little hop into the corner there by Shane Carlos, showing his skills coming into that, and that's what it will start to get like when the pro riders come out. The elite riders, you're going to see them hopping and popping around this track. They won't necessarily just slam into bumps. They'll be preloading the suspension, trying to make the track as smooth as possible, trying to flatten it out as well with sweeping corners and keeping the flow going. Oh, I was going to say, Josh Bentley nearly washed the front end. Couldn't quite get the front wheel into that rut he was looking for. And he was just a little bit of a passenger there until the front wheel hooked up, luckily for him, on the next berm. But he's trying to chase Southgate. But Southgate has got a nice 5-second lead now, number 301. We're watching the rider in second currently. Bentley trying to hold it down. There's some of our photographers, Andrew Conway out there, shooting for MX Vice. Out there, we got loads of obviously media partners as well that get involved with the Michelin MX Nationals. Guys from Motorhead are here, we've got Dirt Hub here as well. And a load of photographers and a load of videographers. So keep an eye on our social media, MX Nationals. We're on Facebook and Instagram. Keep up all the news there. And of course, we are got our website, mxnationals.co.uk. And of course, we've got a load of our sponsors here as well. For the guys at Carbon Comps down here in the paddock, they've got that brand new Honda on display. Get on carboncomps.co.uk to get entered to win a brand new Honda 250. Yeah, we've got Carbon Comps here. Get on there and check them out. We've also got Lifelines at the venue here, but go and check them out as well. A new sports nutrition supplement sponsoring the Fastest 40 that are coming up next. As we said, Planet Moto. We got the Kex Hard Charger. We got the Kex Fastest Lap. We got the Dirty Hard Charger Award. Go on dirty.co.uk. Check them out. A new app that saves you money on booking in on entries for practicing and racing, so that's pretty cool. Obviously, big shout out to Michelin for continued support as title sponsors. Also with Milwaukee, we've got Oakley here as the Oakley Rider Service, and anybody in motocross knows that Oakley is one of the leading motocross brands in goggles and eyewear. Finally got Matt and the crew here from Moto Verde after having proper stress in getting here with a puncher on their rig. So good to have Moto Verde here when we didn't think they'd be turning up, so thanks to them. And of course Sintal, massive for us, their oil sponsor of the series, the 85 sponsors. But not only that, a series sponsor as well. We got Seven, we got Fly, Spiral, Jake Preston, who's out there racing actually. I think he's in this class somewhere. Jake Preston should be out there in the Expert MX2. At least I thought he was. Maybe he was out there in the amateur, I can't remember, but or maybe he's gone into pros. But Jake out there as well, racing. Got the guys at Moto Connection as well. Lee Toland at Acer United Scaffolding. Oh no, who's that gone down stuck on a bike? It's Jack Lindsay. He's had a shocker. That's the same corner of which he made the same mistake before, but this time he's stuck under his bike on that Pico Husqvarna, losing a handful of positions. Also a shout out, I said, to Works Sports Insurance for sponsoring the series as well, and to my buddy Callum Swan, who is, he might be watching this in California at the minute. Callum, if you are, leave a comment. So he sat this one out to go to the AMA, just left me on my own. It's okay, mate, it's fine. No, I'm joking, of course, Callum. He'll be back for the next round, which we've got coming up. So if you're enjoying this and you live in the south, you want to get yourself to Cuss's Gorse, which is just outside Salisbury, for round 4. We're going to be going there on the 25th and 26th of June. That's a hard pack circuit with a load of like really cool jumps and rollers, and we will also be doing our straight rhythm event. That's where we have 2 riders racing head to head in a straight line over a series of jumps. We'll be doing that in the evening on the Saturday, so that'll be Saturday the 25th. But another round of the Michelin MX Nationals, round 4 at Cuss's Gorse, just outside Salisbury, on the 25th and 26th. So if you're enjoying what you're seeing here and you actually want to come out to an MX Nationals, that's where we're going to be next. Cuss's Gorse, 25th, 26th of June, just outside Salisbury. Back to this race, great camera angle there. You can see as they come up around that jump. It's a real technical bit that is. Kind of goes away from you, you're on the turn. There's Jack Lindsay back up on 2 wheels. And it's a jump, you've got to kind of jump around a corner. It gets rough. But so many technical elements here. So Sean Southgate has now stretched out his lead to 10 seconds. In the MX1 category, you can see that Shane Carlos is still leading the MX2 on the Fuzz Gear Tech Husqvarna, or Fuss, I'll need to find out how they actually want to pronounce that. We've got 3 minutes to go, plus before the 1 lap board goes out, so we'll try and catch up with the race leader, Sean Southgate, before we get to the flag. But you'll see in all kinds of camera angles we're playing about with now, because soon we'll be getting out here with the Lifeline's fastest 40. There's Sean Southgate, your race leader, dropping off that jump. Nice and easy to spot in that all blue kit on the Hearts Honda, Hearts Motorcycle Racing Honda. He's been a long-time sponsor of Sean, and quite right too. He does them proud. Certainly up here in the southeast, just anywhere in the southeast, either south of London or just north of London, Sean is a top rider in the region. And obviously that's where the guys are basing around there, so he definitely does well in promoting their Honda dealership. I mentioned before, he gets to ride at good friends with Jake Nichols, so he gets to ride Jake's track quite a bit, which is very similar soil to this. Different layout though. Jake's track is arguably one of the best tracks in the country, maybe even in Europe. But it doesn't get used for racing, it's just a backyard track, but what a backyard track it is. So you can see Sean there, up on the pegs, picking the wheel up over all the round, see what he's doing there? That's exactly what he'll be doing, just soaking up those bumps, really, with his legs, with the suspension. Doesn't want that front wheel going in there, hitting those holes, and that would be a, you know, where it can rip the front handlebars out of your hands or tuck the front end. You want to keep the front end light when you're racing in sand conditions, and he's doing that absolutely on point at the minute. Lovely on the pegs through that switchback. And right now, Sean doing everything right, and that is why he is probably nearly 15 seconds ahead, because he's got his technique. But this is lovely going for Sean. This is a hometown track for him, effectively, certainly when it comes to the MX Nationals. This is his regional track, and he's making it look pretty easy at the minute. Of course it's not. He's just riding immaculately well, not overriding. You'll hear me talk about that a bit. That's when you start maybe revving the bike too much, actually laying the power down too much and making the wheel spin. Looks like he's getting optimum traction at the minute. See through that corner there, he didn't light it up, he didn't bash the berm, he stayed nice and low at the bottom, which is what we spoke about in the first hour of the show. You don't want to be bashing berms, going high, getting into the soft stuff, sapping the power. You want to try and stay at the base of the berms. So, and the other reason for that is if you do make a slight mistake, you've got something to run into. Riding the very top of the berms is always a risk. If you get something wrong, you blow through the berm or your front wheel goes over the top, and then before you know it, you're tasting dirt and lying in it when you should be riding on it. But it's been good to follow Sean for this lap, just to see how it's done. He's going to get the 1 lap to go board this time around, just at the side of your screen. There it is, the +1. So we'll probably stick with Sean and bring him home on this final lap. And then I'll go and grab him in the winner's circle. If you're watching on the live stream, don't go anywhere, because up next are the premier class, basically the elite riders, the Lifeline's fastest 40, incorporating the Liat MX1 class and the Apico MX2 class. The UK's best pro riders mixed together, not separated by class. You've got 250s and 450s racing together. 450s, arguably because of the extra power, normally come out on top, but it's always good to see how far up the pecking order we can get those 250 riders. But they're all in together and it makes for great racing. Just watching Sean go around here, just study it. I mean, not just study him, but you see how he's on the tips of his feet, balls of his feet. That's great technique. basically adding, like, making his legs almost like extra shock absorbers. And then you can also just study, if you're new to this game and you're watching it for the first time, just watch how much a rider's body gets thrown around, even when you're riding as smooth as Sean. But you can also watch the suspension units work. We did the pre-record bit with Ian Bailey at Moto 33 about suspension and how key setup is around any motocross track. Well, you've been seeing that with Sean there, or any rider. Watch that bike move. See the front forks there going down the hill. The punishment that these bikes go through, and the body is immense. So he's just got to drop down the final leap down Cadders Hill. Once he gets up there, there he goes up the hill. He could almost knock it in neutral now and roll down and win this one. Such is the gap. It's going to be a race win in the RF Expert MX1 class for Sean Southgate. Let's go and catch up with Sean. If we've got time, we might be able to talk to Shane as well if he wins MX, stays in front of MX2, but obviously we've got to make sure we don't miss the start of the elites coming up next. So now is a good time to crack a quick drink open or do whatever you've got to do. We're going to catch up with Sean, and then coming up next is the Lifeline's fastest 40 elite class. Sean, they don't even look like he's been trying. Like we said, that was an immaculate ride. I was basically commenting how good you're riding, but it's your kind of soil in it. This is a local track for you, so you expect good things of yourself, right?
Yeah, definitely. It's a local track, but considering I last rode 2 weeks ago, we've had a lot going on at home. I kind of didn't think about this until Saturday morning. Just woke up and drove here because we was actually moving house on Friday night. So yeah, my wife and my father-in-law are moving our stuff in this weekend. So yeah, it's, I'm just glad that I came here and was like competitive because it's been a long week.
That's a nice sounds like a nice distraction. Yeah, so you're looking good for the overall. I mean, obviously you're feeling good. Let's give honourable name checks. We obviously, because you've got great support that is sticking with you all the time.
Yeah, definitely, especially Steve and Ty from HMC. They stayed late Wednesday night till about 9 o'clock just to check my bike over and stuff. So yeah, my dad who took that there as well, because that's a big help. And I got a friend in Australia. He messaged me just before the race. He was watching it on YouTube. So all right, Rabbit.
Good stuff. Look, go and get yourself. You've not even got any dirt on you actually, so you probably don't have to change kit. We'll move you out. We're going to keep rolling with this one if we can very quickly. Let's move him out. Okay, we're going to go to a quick advert. Sorry. We're going to go to a quick advert, and then we'll very quickly get the Shane Carlos in as well. We live? Oh, we're live. Sorry. Oh, that's me just rambling on. We're here with the MX2 winner in the expert class, Shane Carlos, on the Fuzz Marsh Gear Tech. You know, loads of good sponsors. Good to have them with us. Shane, it's good to have you with us as well. Another moto win. Are you enjoying being back at the MX Nationals? Got to be, haven't you?
Yeah, definitely. It's been a long time since I've been back riding these kind of tracks. Obviously, I've been away doing AMC, amateur racing. I think last time I was here was 2012. Yeah, it's just nice to come back and just obviously I'm amateur now and these boys are fast. Especially racing against the 450 riders is very difficult for me, but that's obviously pulling me along for next week's championship.
Yeah, exactly that. And I mean, for you guys, great that you're coming out and committing to it because we know that you obviously, all your deals and your sponsorship and the agreement is go and race the AMC, the amateur, but it's really good to have you with us. Are we going to see you at many more?
Yeah, well, that's it. We know Michael Keenan, the owner of FUS, the team. We've come all this way. I think it took us like 8 hours to get here. Yeah, we've come to one of the our favourite tracks, just to see what the MX Nationals is about for next year, maybe. Yeah, so I think it's one of the best series in the country, to be honest with you, championship-wise. They put on a lot of coverage and the TV, and yeah, it's just an awesome to be back, and we'll see what happens next year.
I hope so. We've got to encourage them back so they do the whole series next year. Listen, mate, good one. We may see you back up here, fingers crossed, for the final moto. Go and get yourself sorted out. It's good to have you back.
Cheers. Thank you.
There you go. That's Shane Carlos. Right, up next, we have the Lifeline's Fastest 40.
Boyson ignition covers and clutch covers have got strong history with two-strokes, from back in the day to the current two-strokes we see of today. You're forever seeing Boyson products on a lot of the older bikes. Back in the day, all the factory teams used to run the covers. It was one of those things where you'd flick through the magazines or you'd look onto the videos and you'd see factory bikes dripping with Boyson parts. And it's something that you'd always inspire to when you were a youngster. Boyson ignition and clutch cover, it's an easy fitment. It's just like fitting OEM parts, so it's just a smooth transition. With a high quality cast, it's not plastic, it's easy to take off, maintain your stator and your flywheel.
To move, so I make a hard move back. Think about it, cool man, look smart. The world time has come to.
Right, we're back here at the AC United Gas team. Well, says it all there, look. Birthday boy, surprised me. I'm not going to surprise. Well, I surprised you by interviewing you, really. How old are you?
I'm 26.
You're not 26.
26 years young.
Hard paper rounding and all that. Says me. Yeah. Says me.
Everyone thinks I'm old. I'm quite offended.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know.
Welcome to my world, John. So listen, tell me, 26 years of age, how's the season going for you so far? Run through it.
Well, the start was a bit up and down and mostly upside down really, but we were obviously trying as hard as we could, but there was a few things needed ironed out. With Lee stuck behind me, he was still getting out testing, he was still stuck 100% behind me, and we found a few things, and the last few rounds have been brilliant. We had the first win of the year at the Bridgestone Masters, and then we had a fifth at the last round of the British, all pretty consistent, so that was like massive steps forwards for ourselves.
Is that something obviously where you've come through and you kind of, for the best part, being obviously not last year, but you kind of burst on the scene a bit as a privateer, so then finding all the way around a team and just having more stuff to test, more things like that, and adapting to the bike, because you've changed the bike again.
Yeah.
Did that take longer than you thought it would?
Well, obviously at the end of last year I had knee reconstruction as well, so the off season was short and it was a new bike, new team, you're getting to know everyone, so it was all condensed into such a short time, and we were really just ironing it out as we got here. But as you say as well, it was always just a privateer. I was just rode my bike in Scotland with my mates, and then we've got some results, and then you get more help. So
in some ways, but that's what I mean. Yeah.
I'd never tested anything because you didn't have the option, so you just jumped on and rode it. So and then there is so much they can change on these bikes that it's easy to get lost, and believe it or not, we've went a bit more back to basics, and it's helped us leaps and bounds.
That's what I'm sort of saying. It's like it's a learning curve, because you got being on a team when you're not on a team. It's a whole new thing to learn, isn't it? It's not just a case that you think you're going to hit the ground running. There's more things that you got to go and test. Of course, the knee injury didn't help at all. But does it feel now? Obviously, I'm guessing it is. By the time momentum's starting to roll a bit more, you're just feeling more confident with the bike and just more settled in your surroundings.
Yeah, exactly. To be fair, I settled in pretty quick. They're all dead.
You've got to say they're all good rabble, because they're all there. They're all there watching. You can't diss them when they're all there.
Nah, we went out to Spain and stuff, and I stayed at Lee's house, so we had a lot of time together at the start, so we all got to know each other pretty well. And I think it's like all like-minded folk in the same area. You always seem to get on, mainly. I know there's some teams that you have arguments and stuff, but yeah, it was just. I think the knee injury played in my head more than you thought as well. Like, it's only just recently, everyone tells you 6 months, and you're thinking, oh wait, I'll jump on things, but it definitely takes longer to come back and ride without thinking about stuff like that. It's such a long recovery time that you think, I definitely don't want to do that again. And we've really just found some things making me a bit more, like, we always showed bursts of speed at the start of the year, but as I said, it was like burst of speed, then crash your brains out. Maybe good ride, and then crash your brains out. So we've just found some things that have made ourselves more comfortable. And
Stop the crashing, basically.
Yeah, I've done 2 meetings with no crashes. So
keep that rolling, John. Keep that rolling, John. We wish you the best of luck. By the way, enjoy the rest of your birthday. Have a really good day tomorrow, and keep it rolling.
Yeah, thanks very much.
Okay, welcome back everybody. We are now getting ready and set for the Lifeline's fastest 40, incorporating the Liat MX1 class and the Apico Factory Racing MX2 class. You'll see them lined up either side. That's how we do it with the qualifying, so they alternate onto the start line. Tommy Searle on the Crendon Fast Track Hitachi Honda was quickest in qualifying, ahead of Jake Millward in the MX1. Over the other side, you saw there's Callum Mitchell, who we had him in the commentary booth with me earlier on. Jamie Carpenter was quickest in the MX2 category on the GRT Impact KTM. So down the left-hand side of the 250s, down the right are the 450s. MX1 on the right, MX2 on the left. There's Harry Koulas, looking to try and get the red plate in this one. He's looking good for that, with Josh Gilbert sitting this one out to go and race AMA Motocross National Championship. And by the way, Josh, well done on a good performance yesterday there in California. But he's going to have to relinquish his lead either way. Somebody is going to be coming out of here with a red plate, so we'll have a new championship leader in MX2. There's Jamie Carpenter, who started hot at the beginning at Fat Cat, went 1-1, surprised us all. Maybe not himself, which is great, but certainly most of the people weren't really expecting him to go 1-1. He did, and then round 2 at Landrake, unfortunately he had that first corner crash, put a big gouge in his arm. Rode the first race, brought it home with good points, but then had to go off to hospital to get stitched up and missed Moto 2. So he's looking to come back to the form that he had at round 1. There's Petr Petrov on the Phoenix Tools Even Strokes Kawasaki. Good to have him back racing in the UK. Just heard the whistle go. That means basically time to get down to the line. And here they start rolling out on the circuit here at the Michelin MX Nationals, powered by Milwaukee. Massive shout out to all our series partners. Liat, obviously in the MX1 here. Lifeline's the overall sponsor of this race. Then you've got Apico Factory Racing MX2. We've got Moto Verde, Works Works Sports Financial doing the Clubman classes, Moto Connection, 7, Fly, you know, just so many people. Bell, RFX, Sintel, sponsoring the 85cc category, which are coming out after this class. All these people, bottom line, it's really clear cut and simple. If these brands, these people didn't get behind what we're doing, there wouldn't be a Michelin MX Nationals, and we wouldn't be doing this live stream. So without them, this series doesn't happen, and we tip our hat to all these people that get behind what we do here at the Michelin MX Nationals. Right, I am going to make myself comfortable for this one, so much so I'm even going to unzip the coat just in case I have to get animated. By the way, that coat's getting tighter and tighter. Do I care? No. What I do like, though, care about is British motocross, and you're going to see some of the best of it coming your way right now. Not quite a full lineup of 40 riders. We have several riders out injured. We have a few retired. Jake Nichols has obviously called it a day, and we wish some of the other riders, Carl McNichol. Carl, we wish you a full and healthy, speedy recovery from your car accident. And basically anybody else that's out injured currently, we hope to see you back on track soon. But here we go, a mix of MX2 and MX1 riders, the Lifelines. Fastest 40 British riders about to go at it. Tommy Searle is on incredible form at the minute. Can he make up for lost points from round 1? Here we go, gate drop. Who's going to pull the whole shot into that fast sweeping first corner? It looks like a flyer for Tommy Searle. He's right down the pipe, but it's Koulas, it looked like to me, just squeezing in there. We'll know when they come round to the sandpit or into this next view. Can't quite get cameras everywhere around this circuit because of signal, but there we go. Harry Koulas is in the lead. John Adamson, who we just spoke to, birthday boy yesterday on the AC United Gas in second. Then it was Searle. Let's try and see who the leading MX2 rider is, as they're going to launch out the sandpit any minute. So there they go, down the hill into the field. Here we go. Again, we're having just those few little niggling signal with the camera. We're doing the best we can here to try and bring you all the racing uninterrupted, and so apologies if there's any little hold-ups. But it is Harry Kulas on the cab screens, Crescent Yamaha out in front. This will be a good one then. John Adamson in second, and then Tommy Searle. Now Tommy has been real form of late, but Kulas will want to put an end to that. Also, he wants to win the race, obviously, for his sponsors, for his win bonuses, for the championship. But Tommy is riding high at the minute. This is going to be a cracker. Already somebody getting very animated, waving their umbrella about cheering somebody on. So far as I can tell, most riders through. Nobody's, there's Adam Collins on the motorcycle team. He must have let it down, crashed on the first lap somewhere. He's a little ways behind, but here comes Kulas. He's checking out already. Look at the gap he's got on the opening lap. Clear track, and I'll tell you what, Searle is going to have to get his head down if he's going to bridge that gap. There's Kulas down the hill. He won't get the Planet Moto First Lap Leader Award because we don't do that for the pros. So there we go. They're going to come across the finish line. That's most of them swinging up and down the hill. Let's get the timing up on screen if we can. If not, I'll do my best here to get it on Speed Hive on my phone. And then I can tell you there's Alfie Jones. Didn't make such a great start. We had him in the booth with me earlier on saying how difficult the step up is from basically from youth amateur motocross into the big leagues. So it's Harry Kulas leading the way on the cab screens, Crescent Yamaha, ahead of John Adamson on the Acer United Gas. Tommy Searle currently sits in third, riding for Fast Track Hitachi Honda. There's Brad Todd, Gabriel's KTM, then Gavin Stevenson on the out there on the Honda, the Dixon Racing Honda. Good start from him. Then Glenn McCormick in sixth. Seventh is Jason Mira, the Irishman, on the Phoenix Tools. Even strokes Kawasaki. Then Jake Millward, Verdi, Shilo, KTM, Martin Barr, Pico, Husqvarna in 9th, and 10th, Petr Petrov on the other Phoenix Tools. Even strokes Kawasaki. Then it's Luke Parker, Tony Craig, Ben Edwards, Liam Knight, Dan Thornhill, Stuart Edmonds not making a good start, nor did Ben Putnam. In the Pro MX2 category, get this, first over the line was John Mira, guest riding on the Phoenix Tools Even strokes Kawasaki. He led the way over the stripe ahead of Jamie Carpenter on the GRT Impact KTM, ahead of Jamie Law on the Apico Husqvarna. Fourth rider on screen, by the way, is Lewis Hall. He's fourth on the LHR Racing Machine. Then it's Callum Mitchell on the Fabricam bike. We've had him in the booth earlier on, local rider. He wants to get on the box, ahead of Jay Haig on the Fast Track, Brendan Fast Track Hitachi Honda. Then it's Tom Grimshaw, Chambers Husky, then Sam Nunn, Tom Murphy, Alfie Jones and Rossi Beard. That's your running order in both classes. Right, Searle, he knows right now he cannot spend much more time behind John Adamson if he's going to go for the race win. But Tommy, being Tommy, will probably know if he gets a second, he'll be okay with that, because he knows if he then comes out and wins the second moto, he's going to win the overall. He's going to win the overall. And if you're new to this, the overall is basically scored. Both motos get put together, both scores get put together, and that defines obviously who won the round of the championship, the overall winner. So if Tommy gets a second, it doesn't matter what happens to anybody else. If he goes out and wins the second moto, that's enough to take the overall. But right now, he can't seem to. John Adamson jumping into that berm, getting all jiggy with it. Kulas has just gone with clear track. Remember though, this is a long race, 25 minutes plus 2. Elite and pro riders obviously race longer for the reason that they're the full-time athletes, they train hard for it. Of course, motocross races down the years have got a little bit shorter. Gone are the days where this old duffer talking used to do 40-minute motos plus 2 laps. You'd never think it. But yeah, somehow I used to manage to do that at a time where I was young. Anyway, it's nice to be sat in the commentary booth these days, I've got to say. Brad Todd on the Gabriel KTM is now starting to close in on this little battle ahead of him, actually. And that's maybe just, I don't know, Brad rides good in these conditions. He loves hard going. He's a real charger, Brad Todd. Number 714. He is he's a proper grafter, so he's starting to now close in. Then, you know, that's a bit. Of course, Valerie Webber just made a valid point. Val, what I was getting at is this, obviously, if Harry goes 1-1, and of course he wins, and by getting the Keck's fastest lap, he's looking on track. Yeah, so obviously, if Harry Kulas goes 1-1, then he's obviously going to win the overall. What I was getting at is that if Tommy can't catch Kulas in this one, he's got to get it all done in the second. That's what the point I was trying to make there, Val. But thanks for picking me up on it. She's on the case, Valerie. She never misses a trick. Yeah, so that's basically how the scoring works. That's where we're at. So we're watching this battle. We're not really filming Kulas at the minute just because Harry's doing what Harry does when he gets a clear track. He's gone. We've seen him do this many times before at the Michelin MX Nationals. We are sticking with this battle for second between Searle, who's in third, and John Adamson. Now, you've heard my interview, or you maybe just did before we went out there for the start of this race. Caught up with John yesterday, and it was very interesting to hear him say how so far this year it hasn't quite gone his way. He said he's been upside down too many times. He's put himself in a position to do well, but silly little mistakes have cost him. But over the last couple of weeks, it's starting to come back for John Adamson. He's starting to get certainly where he wants to be, and definitely the team. You can see how the track is really starting to rough up now. There's a lot of racing at a Michelin MX Nationals. It's non-stop over 2 days. As we said, we don't stop for any lunch breaks or anything like that. So the track at any MX Nationals just gets a battering. But what I will say is we've got an unbelievable track crew wherever we go that just fix that track up and always try and provide the best track possible. You don't want it so smooth that the racing's too easy, but you don't want it so rough that obviously it maybe gets a little bit dangerous as well. So getting the track balance right is something we work hard on. There's John scrubbing his way up the hill. For those of you that have no idea why I just said the word scrubbing, it's a term where the riders, as they go off a takeoff, they just lean the bike to one side. Basically, it keeps a lower trajectory through the air and therefore wheels back on the ground quicker and ultimately a quicker lap time. Talking of quick lap times, Harry Kulas has gone quicker still and is currently your Keck's fastest lap award winner. Will that be the fastest lap of the weekend? You just don't know. Whoever gets the fastest lap in each class will get a Keck's award for discounted clothing and underwear. So let's go back to, we're watching John Adamson. Let's see. Let's just go back and see what's happening here on the times in the MX2 category. I say that. Come on, phone. I've got the wheel of death, the little thing on my phone buffering. Let's just please work. Here we go. Jamie Carpenter is leading the MX2 category, number 184, making a good bounce back from that injury that he had at Lyng. He is on the GRT Impact KTM. He's leading the way ahead of John Mira, number 60 on the Phoenix Tools. Even there's John in the very fluorescent top. He's currently in second on the Phoenix Tools Even Strokes Kawasaki, ahead of Lewis Hall, now up a spot into third, racing his own team machine, the Lewis Hall Racing Husqvarna. He's ahead of Jamie Law, number 25 on the Apico Factory Racing Husqvarna, ahead of Callum Mitchell out there on the Fabricam Racing KTM. Mira giving, wow, I tell you what, look at that. I'm glad we went back to these two. These two are the leading riders in MX2, and John Mira, no messing. Giving Jamie Carpenter a little love tap, a little gentle reminder that he's not going to get rollover. He might be guest riding. He's not done this series so far, and he's coming in to replace Carlton Husband, and right now he's leading MX2, I mean, what a replacement for Carlton. Carlton, by the way, we do wish you the best. Carlton has got a nasty foot injury, I believe. Still waiting surgery as far as I know. So the team have brought in John Mira, older brother of Jason. And look at John go. He's leading the way in the MX2 category on that KX250 Phoenix Tools. Even strokes Kawasaki. Carpenter, maybe, I don't think he lost a lot of time with that injury. I think he'll be quite surprised. He's like, who is this guy? Anyway, Mira leads. Carpenter second. Lewis Hall is back there lurking. That was him coming down the hill, wasn't it? Let's see if we can see the rider behind him. I think it was Lewis Hall. Anyway, in 6th in MX2 is Jay Haig. Then it's Tom Grimshaw. Here's the timing up on screen. That's how they are in the race, by the way. Not necessarily. That's where they are in the race, not by class. I'm going through the class category here. Tom Grimshaw is in 7th, Sam Nunn in 8th, then it's Elfie Jones 9th, Adam Collins for 10th, then Tom Murphy, Rossi Beard in MX1, brought to you by Liat. It's Harry Koulas now with a 10.7 second lead. He's gone. He is out there doing his thing. John Adamson in 2nd. Rider number 2 on the AC United Gas. Tommy Searle just 1 second behind him now in 3rd. Then in 4th is Brad Todd on the Gabriel KTM, ahead of Jake Millwood on the Verdi Shillo KTM. Then it's Martin Barr, currently in 6th on the first of the Pico Factory Racing Husqvarnas, ahead of Glenn McCormick, a fellow Northern Irishman, out there on the Chambers Husky, I think he's on. Then it's Petr Petrov, rider number 152. He currently sits in 8th. Riding for the Phoenix Tools Even Strokes Kawasaki team. Then Jason Mira, younger brother of John, is out there in the MX1 class, rider number 10 in 9th. Then it's Gav Stevenson on the Dixon Racing Honda in 10th. Then it's Tony Craig, Luke Parker, Liam Knight, Ben Edwards all the way down from Inverness. Then Stewie Edmonds, not having a good one so far for him. Then Dan Thornhill and Ben Putnam. That's your running order. We're currently watching the battle for MX2 supremacy here in this Lifeline's fastest 40 race. And right now, look at him go. John Mira. Well, no, John, this will be a good track for John to step into because he's used to these kind of conditions. They've got some lovely sandy circuits over in Northern Ireland. Obviously, most notably Desert Martin, which is not too dissimilar to this, although they haven't raced there for a little while now because there's a disputes with the track. But still, over there in Northern Ireland, they've got some great tracks, and this is very much John's going. And my goodness, he's making it work. They called in yesterday to collect a bike. Then I don't know where they went, but they went off somewhere to test and ride. And whatever they did, it's obviously working. So there's Tommy Searle holding down 3rd, but he is getting some real heat here on that Crendon Fast Track Hitachi Honda from Brad Todd on the Gabriel KTM. Tommy did not get his series off to a good start. Arguably one of his worst results in a long, long time at Fat Cat. Really suffered with arm pump, just couldn't get it going, had a crash, just didn't feel safe, lost a bunch of points from the get-go. But he's been on form of late, so I don't know if he's, again, just suffering with a little arm pump or whatever, but he doesn't seem to be on fire as he's been the last couple of races at some of the other UK championships going on. Right now, he's coming under pressure. And Brad Todd will not, there you go, look at that, bang, straight down the inside, fully committed. Now, I wonder what Tommy will think of that. I wonder if he's just happy to sit there and get a mouthful of dirt. He's just kind of tucking his head a little bit. But Brad Todd then up a spot on the Gabriel KTM. Gabriel Solutions KTM looking very good indeed. John Adamson, though, has pulled 2 seconds clear of these two. Tommy just tucking his head a little bit there. I don't know if that was because of the roost or was he looking down at the side of the bike. Difficult to tell. Looks like he's starting to get a bit of a groove now. I don't think he'd be happy to sit there in 4th, to be fair. but you've got to say that the riders ahead of him are riding impeccably well. At some point, we've still got plenty of time, but at some point we're going to go back and pick up race leader Harry Koulas, number 151. I mean, the guy deserves the airtime. He is, he's gone. Look at that, 16-second lead. And with Koulas as calculated, Iceman, the Estonian as we call him, can't see many mistakes happening out front on the cab screens, Crescent Yamaha. So when we get the opportunity, we're trying to get back onto the race leader, Harry Koulas. There he is. Our camera operative's doing a brilliant job. Look at that there. Harry just taking his time. Most people just on the gas, drifting it wide, hitting all those bumps and all those ruts. He's just decided to back it off for a split second, change the direction, roll it back on, sneak up the inside, miss all the, and that there. Do you see the way he just hopped over that corner? Watch him for a minute. If you want to know how to ride a bike, obviously top level riders, GP riders, or even top riders in the UK all know how to do it. You'll learn a lot by watching this guy ride round. There he is, all smiles on our screen, no wonder. He can afford to smile when he's riding like this, on the balls of his feet, just nice. And I said it before, when you've got a rider on a flow, they're not necessarily over revving the bike. You don't hear them sort of what we call sort of screaming the bike or valve popping. They're on these 4 strokes, they're up a gear early, they're making the wheel get maximum traction, they're not spinning it up, lighting it up too much. You know, if you imagine a drift car, obviously you want to light it up so the wheels spin. On this, to do a top solid lap on a motocross track and be smooth and consistent, you don't want that. You want to get maximum traction. You don't want the wheel spinning up too much. And he is hitting all his marks here on the cab screens, Crescent Yamaha. Looking silky, but I have to say, it's not very often that you would say any different of Harry Koulas. And he wants to come out of here with that red plate. Like we said, Josh Gilbert had the red plate coming in on the SC Sports Homes Husqvarna, but this year they committed early to getting out of their comfort zone and going and having a taste of America, seeing what it's like to race an AMA National. And the opening round of the AMA Motocross Championship in America was this weekend, and Josh Gilbert not only did himself incredibly proud and his team, but he also did the UK proud with his performance. So well done, Josh. But part of that, he had to sacrifice giving up the red plate in this championship. And right now you have to say that Harry Koulas is looking favourable in coming out of here with the red plate. He was only, I think, 3 points behind coming in. So if it all goes well for him. There's Jay Haig on the 250 Crendon Fast Track Hitachi Honda. Now Jay is really bruised and battered. He was it's his first ride back, so he's decided to give it a go after breaking some ribs, but and other internal injuries and bruising. But it looks like for him, for Jay Haig, it's just that stretch too far. Looks like he's going to be bringing that bike in and maybe sitting out the next race and continue to try and heal up. It's a very, very rough circuit to come back to when you've got damaged ribs. So I'm guessing he'll pull out of this one. But that's all because of injury, not through effort. Fair play to him because he went out there and tried. But it looks like he's going to park this one up. So there's Koulas. We've seen a bit of Harry. Sometime soon we'll go back to further down the field maybe. We're going to get Darren, our director, will try and find some other riders and racing further down the field. Just going to hold screen here to see if John Adamson is still in second. And it also gives you a visual on how far ahead Harry Koulas is over the rest of the field. That's what 22 seconds looks like. That is ridiculous lead that he's got there. There is John Adamson, 22 seconds behind. Looks like Tommy Searle is now back in third. Yeah, Tommy has made his way past Brad Todd, or has Brad? No, I thought if Brad might have binned it, but he hasn't. So Tommy Searle back past Brad Todd. So these guys have settled right down. Let's see if we can find out what's going on in the MX2 category, because when we left that, we had John Meara still leading the way over Jamie Carpenter. So let's see on screen. You'll see in the times. I'm not sure. I'm hoping that those times are up to date, because I'm getting technical issues again here with Speed Hive. So we're trying to find the racing going on further down the field. I'd like to see, if we can, if number 60, John Meara, is still leading the MX2 category. There he is. I don't know at this stage if he's still leading it. Let's see who's behind him. Saw him go through the shot. There's Carpenter and there's Hall. Okay, so John Meara is still leading the MX2, but we have a proper ding-dong going on now for second place between Jamie Carpenter, 184, and Lewis Hall, number 419. So if we can pick up riders number 184 and 419, that is the battle for second in MX2 going on at the minute. That's the riders hopefully we'll be able to find on screen in a moment. I just saw them go through shot, and it looked really close between Lewis Hall in third and Jamie Carpenter in second. So let's try and find them on track. There's Meara, number 10. I think they're settled in behind them. Yeah, they are. So they're going to be coming into screen any minute. You're going to see the race leader in MX2 go through screen. There he is. That's John Meara. He's leading the MX2 category. There's Edmonds. He's in MX1. So here we go. There's Jamie Carpenter, and there's Lewis Hall. There you go. That's the battle for second and third. Let's see if we can stick with that as they go on to the start straight. They're going to be rattling through this screen any minute. They're going to get cheered on probably by that. There's Carpenter, there's Hall. Right, let's stick with this if we can. This will be a good race because Lewis Hall is out there on a 250, two-stroke. And Carpenter is on a 250, four-stroke. So it'll be interesting to see. There's Callum Mitchell. He's back in, I think it's fourth. There's Lewis Hall in third in screen. Ahead of him, 184. This is the battle we want to stay on if we can. Lewis Hall, as far as I know, yeah, he's sticking. You can tell by his exhaust pipe. He's on a two-stroke 250. So it's two-stroke power against four-stroke power here. Husqvarna against KTM. Interesting to see if Lewis is running different lines, because on a two-stroke you kind of got to keep that momentum rolling a bit more, and Hall is trying to do that. This will be good for both of their championship positions. John Meara is away with it. Well, he's not too far ahead, but I wasn't expecting that. Maybe John was, but I don't think anybody else expected John Meara to be leading the MX2 category at this stage, but he is. So these two are battling for second. Then it's Callum Mitchell in third, number 32, starting to catch them up in the MX2 category. And then Tom Grimshaw, who took the overall victory last time out. So we're seeing some awesome racing here. Really good stuff in this Lifeline's Fastest 40. This is the Apico MX2 category we're keeping eyes on at the minute. There's Lewis Hall. Here comes Callum Mitchell, number 32. He's got Parker in between them. Parker is in MX1. So this is where we're saying, like Callum said earlier in the commentary booth, if you can, sometimes it's to your advantage, sometimes it's to your disadvantage. So that's Callum Mitchell and Jamie Law and Tom Grimshaw in 4th, 5th and 6th in MX2, dicing it. Mitchell's number 32 on the Fabricant KTM, Jamie Law on the Apico Factory Racing Husqvarna, and then we've got Tom Grimshaw on the Chambers Husqvarna. So MX2 providing brilliant race action here. Jamie Law, Jamie, the elder statesman of the class, he's the wrong side of 30 for the better term, but showing these youngsters he's still got it. So he's got over a decade of experience on Callum Mitchell, but he's also got a decade more of fatigue on his body. But he goes down the inside and makes a lovely move there. So Jamie Law up a spot into 4th. Now he's got to try and get past Luke Parker so he can get to the back end of that battle for 2nd between Jamie Carpenter and Lewis Hall. Great racing here at the Michelin MX Nationals powered by Milwaukee. He made a move on Parker, but that's what we were saying about on the track preview when we followed Stu Edmonds around the track. All those corners out in that field offer great racing because they're insides throughout. Look at this one going on as well. Hall is now putting on the heat big time on Jamie Carpenter. Here we go. This is for 2nd in the MX2. Hall is closed right in now. These guys have been rivals throughout schoolboys, not always in the same class. I think Jamie... Oh, no! John Meara has clashed with Stewie Edmonds and gone down. Oh, no! So John Meara goes out of the lead. So now then, this battle that we were watching between Lewis Hall and Jamie Carpenter, it looks like Stu Edmonds has hurt himself in that crash. We didn't see what had happened. Maybe Stu Edmonds had crashed in front of John because he was in front of him. And John had nowhere to go. Oh, so no, those two are good buddies too. So now then, we're going to stick with this because this is the battle for MX2 victory right now. And I'll tell you what, these two will have worked that out. And if they haven't, they get it on their pit board that they're now 1 and 2 in the race. And John Meara's dropped down. Oh, Lewis Hall fighting for traction on that 2-stroke, trying to get the gears. He's lost a bit of speed up that straight. Brilliant racing. We'll try and stick with this. Meanwhile, way out in front, and I mean way out in front now by 34 seconds. Lewis Hall makes the move. Where did that come from? Because he lost ground going up the start straight. How he managed to get that back, I do not know. But now Carpenter straight back into the lead. Oh, game on. What great racing in MX2. Brought to you by Apico Factory Racing. This is brilliant stuff. These two are absolutely going at it, and I love the fact that we have a 4-stroke racing a 2-stroke for victory here in MX2. Lewis Hall momentarily, literally for about 5 seconds was in the lead, and Jamie Carpenter came back on the GRT impact machine and is now back out in front. A real couple of determined racers here, I tell you. These two are focused young lads. They give it their all. There's going to be no inch given here at all, right to the flag. No letting off for either of them, I can tell you that. What have we got left on the clock? Well, we're on 2 laps to go, so this is going to be interesting then. So we have got basically 1.5 laps to get it done here. Going to be the 1-lap board, or maybe not. No, maybe it's going to be 2 laps this time around. So we're going to get 2 laps from here. 1 to go. I can't see out of my window. Thank you. Thank you, Barry. Don't make sure that you're showing me the 1-lap board and not the riders. Okay, so we are on 1 to go. Harry Koulas is on his last lap. We'd love to go back to Harry Koulas and show you him bringing it home, but this battle is too good to let go of. This is the battle for MX1 supremacy. We'll maybe try and get Harry just crossing the line. We're going to stick with this for as long as we can. Can Lewis Hall somehow find a way like he did last lap around? Harry Koulas is actually coming round to take the checkered flag very shortly. Here's Harry Koulas. You can't see him. He's going to be coming round, taking the checkered flag now. Harry Koulas over the line. So Harry Koulas takes the race win. We've just missed him over the line. He's that far ahead. So the race is now finished. We're bringing these lot home. Let's get back to this battle. This is what we want to see. Koulas takes the race win. Searle gets it up to 2nd ahead of Adamson, but they even haven't crossed the line yet. So far ahead is Harry Koulas. Let's see what the gap is by the time. We're still, believe it or not, waiting for Tommy Searle and the rest of the MX1 category to cross the line. Here he comes off screen. I can tell you now, Tommy Searle has just crossed the line ahead of John Adamson and Brad Todd. They're all safely home. We are watching this battle to see who's going to win the MX2. Right now, it's Jamie Carpenter in the lead with half a lap to go. What does Lewis Hall do? Do you gamble? Do you risk everything, throw it away, or do you take a second and then try and make sure you come out and win the second moto? Track has just got rougher just in these 20 minutes alone. You can visually see how much rougher the track has got. Hall is not giving up by any stretch, but he's running out of time here. He's going to have to make a desperado move on the last cut. Oh my days. He is lighting up that two-stroke out of the corners, doing everything to try and get the power down. He's close, he's really close. This is going to go to the flag. Jamie Carpenter cannot make a mistake on the final corner. He's just got to get up and down that hill. Looks like Lewis might have just thrown in the towel there. He made a slight mistake. So Jamie Carpenter just has to bring it home here. Keep a tight line. Here he comes, Jamie Carpenter is going to take the MX2 race win for the GRT Impact team. Hall throws in the towel on the last corner and gets second. Let's go and speak to these guys, starting with Harry Koulas. We'll be back in a moment.
Boyson ignition covers and clutch covers have got strong history with two-strokes, from back in the day to the current two-strokes we see of today. You're forever seeing Boyson products on a lot of the older bikes. Back in the day, all the factory teams used to run the covers. It was one of those things where you'd flick through the magazines or you'd look onto the videos and you'd see factory bikes dripping with Boyson parts. And it's something that you'd always inspire to when you were a youngster. Boyson ignition and clutch cover, it's an easy fitment. It's just like fitting OEM parts. So it's just a smooth transition. With a high quality cast, it's not plastic, it's easy to take off, maintain your stator and your flywheel.
Right, we're here with the Lifelines and Liat MX1 winner. He's been here so long, he could have got changed and got ready for the next race. Such was his lead. Harry, looks like you enjoyed that one.
Yeah, really. I mean, it's always nice to get the whole shot, and then, yeah, obviously Tommy is fast. We've been fighting all year with him, and I saw Adamson was between us. So I knew like the first two laps are important to get the gap, and then, yeah, it was quite easy for me, you know, just extend the lead and then just really focusing on my riding and just try to improve a few things from the last races and after the COVID, so just to get back to a training routine. So as I saw, I had like 10-second gap and then it was extending, so I just focused on every lap and as a training race. And yeah, when you are having fun and enjoying, then also the speed is there. So really happy for the first race.
There you go, he's got the red plate, not on there yet, but he's now got the championship lead. That's what it's like when you're relaxed, you're having fun. Well done, Harry, we'll see you out in the second one. We're going back now to the 85 racing. Okay, you are watching the Sintal 85cc open category, big wheel and small wheel. Sorry, obviously we just missed the start of that one. We stuck with such was the battle in MX2. We just wanted to bring that one all the way to the end, and then obviously run out a bit of time to do the winners' circles. But it was too good a race not to bring it all the way to the line. So now we're watching the Sintal 85cc category. As you can see, Billy Askew out in front yet again, but he's got Jake Walker much closer to him this time. So let's see what Jake's got for him. There's Vale putting a move on Charlie Richmond. So Billy Askew looking for a perfect weekend here. Never, you know, look how good you are to still have a perfect weekend. Never comes easy. There's a lot of elements that can happen and go wrong in motocross. Like actually for him last time out, Billy Askew convincingly won both motos on the first day, but had a shocker on the second day, so it can happen. So yeah, these guys are settling down. Let's go through the running order then from top to bottom, literally just as they are in the race. You've got Billy Askew leading the way on the opening lap ahead of Jake Walker. Then Jamie Keith, good start for him in third. Dennis Ollie Bubb for fourth. Charlie Richmond and Joshua Vale, but Vale has now gone past Richmond. Then it's Will Haddock. Elfie Getters Green is your leading small wheel rider. Then it's Drew Stock. Lewis Spratt in 10th. Then Ryan Waggett. 12th is Freddie Gardner. Then it's Gus Musto, his teammate, in 13th. Colin McGrath, 14th. 15th is Hayden Statt. Then it's Jack Beery and Chester Hyde not making such a good start. Blake Ward Clark, small wheel rider number 1, not getting a particularly good start, nor did Sonny Rooney, who's been in there in the top 3 in the small wheels most of the weekend. Then it's Finley Pickering. You've then got Danny Flood. Zane Stevens is in 22nd. Then it's Isaac Ash for 23rd. Mason Jones 24th. 25th to 30 reads Ryan Cliff, Lucas Moncrief, Alfie Payne, Max Walsham, Alfie Osborne and Caelan Griffiths. Then 31 to 35 is Tyler Jones, Tyler Townsend, George Clark, Lewis Jenks and Ripley Carter. Right, I have been joined in the commentary booth by a man who's still considerably younger than me, but old enough to know better to not still be out there racing, but he can't help himself. I've been joined by Luke Mellows. Luke, you've already had an honourable name check on the live feed today because I saw you down on the start.
You did, Jeff. Yeah.
Tell us what happened there.
You did. Yeah, not a great start in that one at all. Just clashed with, I believe, Jack Lindsay. Got a good jump, and he just bounced off the guy next to him, took me down, and then I think there was a domino effect with a few others.
Yeah, that's the thing, isn't it, out there? I mentioned that in commentary that you're in the lap of the gods, aren't you, when you start clashing handlebars down the straight.
Yeah, I mean, start's so important, especially here. Like, the track is rough and there are lines, obviously, but that racing line does become quite one-liney. So start's important. Everyone's going for it, and yeah, we all want to get a good start.
How have you found it out there other than that this weekend? You enjoying being back racing? Because you took a bit of time out, didn't you? Now you're back at it.
I did, yeah. Knee injury sort of paid dividends to that. I took 18 months out, but it's great. Like, I love this series. It's a series I've done for many years in the past, and having the help I've had from Michelin keeps pulling me back here because I know they're a big supporter of this series.
Sorry about that. Just we're on about some race times being in. Yeah. So I mean, you've been doing a good thing. That amount of time off a bike. Don't take this the wrong way, but you know, as we get older, when we take an injury, sometimes you think, okay, maybe it's time to call it a day. But I mean, I'm not saying you're an old. How old are you, by the way?
37.
See, they only see, you know, it's not. You're not a spring chicken. So
no, definitely not.
To come back from a knee injury at 37 is a lot of commitment. Fair play to you.
Yeah, I mean, I've always enjoyed looking after myself and keeping myself healthy, and I actually didn't go through with an operation. It was a case of rehab, because at the point of going for an operation there was more damage, there was underlying damage, so never did that. So it's just been a struggle really to get back fit, do everything I need to do, and the knee's strong, so I love racing bikes and I'm back at it.
Yeah, fair play. Not only do you love racing bikes, you're doing coaching. You're now kind of getting more into that as well, helping the next generation. That's why we thought it'd be great to get you in for this race, because there's some riders obviously that, you know, you've been working with young riders and old riders So tell us more about what you're doing with that. You're basically now 37 years of experience, now giving back.
Yeah, just like you say, look, giving back to the sport. I'm passionate about it. You know, I think we all are. It's why we come and we do this. And yeah, I've had an introduction, for example, to this class through my stepson, Harlow Green, who unfortunately Christmas time decided he wanted to call it a day. You know, that he had a couple of injuries, but in all fairness, he's talking bikes a lot more now again at home. I think it sticks with you.
It does.
So I don't think it'll be long before you see him back on a bike. But
he'll be back, won't he? He'll be back.
That was an introduction to meeting a lot of this class and realising that, you know, I got a lot to give with the years of experience I've got, and also on the physical side. Like, this sport's so demanding, and I think, you know, other than the guys that are in academies and things like that, they don't realise what's going on behind the scenes. And there's so many little routines and structures that you need to get yourself on, really, to make every bit of the puzzle come together.
Well, yeah, well, obviously, you certainly haven't let yourself go, like I have,
No.
you know, because you're still riding, so that's what I mean, that experience counts a lot. So what kind of, you know, you just touched on it a little bit. Have you got any current riders that you're helping out in this race, or not? Is it more like you're working with some regional riders back down in the southwest?
Exactly that. You know, I get more than anything in the off-season when there's more time to be doing things. I've got my own business, so when I've got time outside of that, I'm helping club riders and things like that. But when I had that time out, I sort of gave myself a little team name, which is 44 Developments.
Yeah, cool.
And off the back of that, I've started sort of looking to help both youth and pro riders. I feel there's even pro riders out there that have not got the race day support that they maybe need, you know, doing everything in the week because they've got the time in the week. And a good friend of mine actually got involved in private supporting Johnny Adamson.
Right.
And off the back of that, I sort of said, look, I'll step in anywhere I can on race day to help. And credit to Johnny's doing great, but that's not, you know, not solely down to what I'm doing. He's
well, I'll say it is. You can't say that. I'll say, yeah, you've made the difference now.
You know, he puts the graft in like all the pro riders, but yeah, there's little things, you know, if I can see something, especially riding as well, because I'm on the same track as him at MX Nationals, if I can see something that helps out, I'll pass that on, you know, and even vice versa. So, you know, that's a small introduction to, say, helping someone at that level. And who knows for the future? Yeah, I'd love to think I could put a little academy together.
Well, fair, you're starting, mate. That's a good starting point. And the sport, we all need, if we're going to raise the level of professionalism, the more people with experience and putting back and helping the next generation, it's all going to help. Good on you. Let's go give you a rundown then of who's where. You've been watching Jamie Keith on screen a lot. You can't miss him, actually, in that MX, just fluoro kit. He's good for a commentator and for a TV crew to put up. That might be the key. You know, wear fluoro kit. And our
bright, you stand out.
Our cameramen will pick you up straight away. On screen right now, there we go. You're looking at Drew Stock on the Madison free flow team. New little team.
I see Freddie Gardner making some ground up there.
Yeah, Freddie as well on the Matt Gardner racing machine. Drew there, number 18, said riding for a new team, Madison Free Flow. Seems like a shameless plug. I didn't mean it to be, but that's another little team that I have started with the guys at Madison. And it's good to see Drew out there coming back off an injury at the beginning of the year. He had to sit out the first couple of rounds, but he's getting back up to speed. He's got ambitions to go and race the European Championship next year. So first year in the big wheel class and looking good. Any particular, I mean, all these riders obviously are going to catch your eye. I get that, Luke. But you have to be impressed with where Billy Askew's at for such a young rider.
Yeah, of course. Like to do what he's doing, and you mentioned it earlier, not just once, but you know, sometimes 3 times, 4 times over a weekend. That is all those pieces of the puzzle coming together. You know, that's years of training, riding, and getting that structure right, and it's proven in his riding.
I mean, the sport has developed so much. Obviously, when I used to race, and then you know, you after me in the youth category.
Yeah.
it just wasn't like this, was it? You know, we'd go and do occasional like nationals. There wasn't a national championship as such. It was like each club had a national two-dayer, and you had things like the one-off events like the champions and BSMA finals. But the level, I mean, I know it's all relative, I get that, but the idea, I watch these kids now and think, I mean, there'd be no chance that I was doing that their age. I was lucky. I was pumped when I did my first one-hander.
The circuit out there now, obviously, from being out there earlier in the expert race, you know, it is really rough. It's choppy. There's bumps out there the size of the wheels on these bikes, and credit to these boys, you know, they're holding their own.
Yeah.
They're riding great, and yeah, it's a tough series, but if anything, it builds them up for what the future holds. You know, they are, if they want to progress and they want to go into, you know, racing bigger nationals or European or World Series even, you know, you need this introduction.
Yeah, absolutely do, and that's what we try to do here at the Michelin MX Nationals. As you can see, these little wheels riders, that's Gus Musto on his small wheel bike. And there is a difference between the big wheels and small wheels. Obviously, one's big wheel, one's small wheel. I'm not on about the actual measurement. What I mean is, it makes a big difference, those big wheel bikes. They just get over the holes a little bit more and carry a bit more speed, don't they? The small wheel riders, I think it's brutal for them out there.
Yeah, definitely. Just that, like you say, the rolling speed of the big wheel helps massively. Again, I know from experience with Harlow stepping up onto a big wheel, it made a massive change. You know, and I think they're all skeptical to get on it because they just feel it's big, but actually it helps them in the long run because they're not feeling half the bumps, and then they're soon at home.
I just watched while you're talking there, Elfie Getters Green in the all red just put a lovely move on the inside of Gus Musto, and then where's Gus gone actually? He's dropped right back.
He's stumped him a little bit there.
I think they have, because Blake Ward-Clark's gone by him. Gus looks like he's got a problem, doesn't it?
Yeah, looks like he's dropped 2 or 3 bikes there.
Yeah.
In all fairness, like Gus, I know he's coming off the back of a big crash in the off-season, and confidence has been an issue. But this weekend, to be honest, he's had some great rides. So hopefully he picks himself back up from this, or if it's a mechanical, they get it sorted.
Yeah, I mean, difficult to say. Look, he's rolling everything. You just saw him off the screen there. I really hope for Gus Musto's sake that's a bike issue and nothing that he's done to his body. But he's suddenly parked it up and is going very slow. He might come into shot in a minute. There's Zane Stevens, number 80, the rider. Yeah, there's Gus. No, it's a bike problem, isn't it?
Yeah.
He's lost his...
He's cruising there, isn't he, on the pegs?
Just seeing gear lever. I wonder if he's lost his gear lever or he's stuck in gear. He was looking down the left-hand side. The speed he's going would indicate that he's probably stuck in gear or lost his gear lever.
Yeah, bike issue more so, which is, you know, good news in one way. It's not him personally, but yeah, could be quite heavily affecting his championship points right now.
Yeah, there's Ryan Raggett. There's Elfie Getters Green. So let's see if I can separate the classes here on Speed Hive and let you know who's winning the MX2. There's Blake Ward-Clark, number 1. He's quite well up there, no doubt, in the small wheel category. Just get it back on and separate the classes out here, if I can. Please happen.
I see Ollie Bubbs found himself sandwiched between Charlie Richmond and Freddie Gardner, the teammates of Matt Gardner MX there.
Yeah, so you've got a Passion Racing filling in a Matt Gardner Racing sandwich, I suppose is some way of looking at it.
Ollie's actually parked next to me, and I know yesterday didn't get a great start in the first race and found himself sort of just following a leader, but he's had 2 great starts, both in the second race yesterday and the first race today.
So we're just trying to get this thing to work. I can kind of do it by what we've got going on here. I think I finally... Yeah, Elfie Getters Green, there he is. I'm glad we're giving him some TV time.
Is that 111?
That is 111. That's Elfie. He's out there.
Good bit of exposure for sponsors there.
Oh, did you see Blake Ward-Clark go through the screen there, like literally nosing in? He hit a massive kicker. Okay, well, let me see if I can get Darren, our director, to get on this. We're following the race leader in the small wheel, but now the rider behind him, the rider in all red, he's leading the small wheels, but rider number 1, Blake Ward-Clark, is all over him. So if we can go back, I'm not sure if Darren can get the cameraman to pick up the race leader in the small wheel. Race leader is 111 and all red. There's the second place rider. We're slowly catching them up. So we're going to go to the next camera angle and hopefully catch them up. There we go. That's your race leader in the small wheels, 111. And Blake Ward-Clark is charging. Number 1, he is closing him down.
Does look that way, yeah. He's reining him in a bit there.
Do you ever tell yourself, Luke, when you're closing down a rider, do you have to have the mental thing as like, well, you're doing the right thing, and then just tell yourself to not over panic? Or do you just, if you're feeling it, I suppose it's depending where you're at in the race, right?
Yeah, race and also track. To be honest, this track, you can't really fight it too much, you know, and you need to be a bit patient with what you're doing. If you know you're catching the guy in front, keep doing what you're doing.
Yeah.
You know, as soon as you start racing it too hard, it could bite you, you know, and, you know, you saw second place you mentioned there in this small wheel
Blake
class.
Ward, yeah.
Just catch that bump back there across the veranda in the second field, you know, and that could be just offline. He's pushing hard. You know, he's going to probably try and correct that in the next lap, I'm sure, but, you know, mistakes are easily made.
Well, I've got to say, Blake Ward-Clark is absolutely charging. He is giving everything at it because he knows that that rider in front of him, Alfie Getters-Green, is the race leader in this small wheel category. Let's just run through that, by the way. Small wheel 85 category, currently leading, as you know, there he is on screen. Number 111 is Alfie Getters-Green. Second is Blake Ward-Clark. Then it's Hayden Statt, who's got out of the traps better in this one. He's hit the start gate twice over the weekend. So he's finally avoided doing that and has made a better start in third. Then it's Sonny Rooney for fourth. Then Finley Pickering in fifth. Number 310 on the KX is Lucas Moncrief. He's out there in sixth. Seventh is Ryan Cliff. Then it's Danny Flood in eighth. This is the small wheel category, by the way. Mason Jones in ninth. Then it's Lewis Jenks in 10th and George Clark in 11th. In the big wheel category, Billy Askew leads the race by now 16 seconds over Jake Walker. He's gone and heading off to make it another perfect weekend, 4 out of 4. Jake Walker in second, as I said. Then it's Josh Vale, Jamie Keefe, who we saw earlier on in the race, in fourth. Charlie Richmond is in fifth, ahead of Ollie Bubb and Freddie Gardner. So Ollie Bubb still in there between the two Matt Gardner racing machines. Then it's Drew Stock in eighth. Chester Hyde is in ninth. 10th is Ryan Wagger. Then it's Conor McGrath in 11th. Lewis Spratt is currently 12th, ahead of Zane Stevens. Then Isaac Ash from down in Devon, ahead of Tyler Jones. Then Alfie Payne. Gus Musto is circulating in 17th, but I think he's still going round with some kind of problem.
Probably a case of points there, isn't it?
Yeah, I think so. Just salvaging some points. Then it's Caelan Griffiths for 18th. 19th is Alfie Osborne. Okay, so there we go. So, run us through your results so far then the weekend.
Expert MX1 class, I've had a 10th, a 5th and an 8th.
8th's a good comeback from where you were.
It
down
was,
on the first, well, not even the first corner. You didn't even make it to the
No,
first
I didn't get
corner.
that far. No, I'm happy with that. Like I say, the track's tough and the start is so important. I had a better start in the second race yesterday, and obviously 5th overall proved that.
Proved good. Well, it looks like Alfie Getters-Green is going to get the checkered flag here and the race win. Let's get him to winner's circle. I'll go and do that. Luke, just stay there for a minute. I'll come back to you in a minute and we'll do a proper sign-off. Let's go and catch up with Alfie Getters-Green. Here he is, man of the moment. We couldn't speak to him in the first one. Small wheel winner, Alfie Getters-Green. Looks like you're having fun out there, Alfie. How tough's the track for these little small wheels?
Yeah, it's proper tough. Really good fun though. First time here, loved it, yeah.
It's your first time, is it? Right, okay. So, listen, how was it? You had a good race going on there with Blake Ward-Clark. Did you know he was behind you?
Yeah, Yeah, I knew he was behind me, but you know, just try to keep my cool and just do what I can.
Right, you've got an array of sponsors. Let's give them a good name check.
Fox. Right, Fox.
Read them off the bike. It's
Metco Motorcycles, Goggle Tech, Sandbox. I don't know.
There you go. Proving that he does go to school because he can read. Elfie, well done. Good ride. We'll get him out of here. Elfie Gellers Green, winner of the small wheel. Okay, we're now in with the 7 MX125 and 250 category. Getting a bit more intense, these lot, Luke. Do you like watching this class? I do, because let's be honest, we remember being a teenager, because you don't really care when you're a teenager, do you?
That's right, no fear in this class at all. And not a lot of space given to each other either, to be fair. It's a great race for us to watch as well, because we're on a full-size bike.
Yeah.
And so are these guys. So the line choices and things like that are similar. So it's a good one to watch, see how the track's developing.
Alfie Jones came in here and said the same thing as a few others. You know, the fact that there you are, 37 years of age, and yet you're saying that you go out and watch these races because you might learn something from these kids, right?
Yeah, definitely. I believe you never stop learning. But also, yeah, the track's changing all the time, especially sand tracks. Yeah. Obviously, the ground moves around a lot. So yeah, it's great to watch it, see how the track's developing. And if anything, Jeff, it's probably been one of the hardest things for me this year, becoming a family man, to get the time to go out and have a look at the track. Yeah. I've found at various rounds, say you have a mechanical or you have a problem, you're straight back to the van, you're sorting it out, and by the time you've cleaned yourself up, you haven't looked at the track, you're straight back to the line. And I had a bad day at, or a bad race, shall I say, on the Sunday at Landrake, the last round, and it was silly mistakes that I knew if I'd seen the circuit, just some bad line choices. So yeah, very important to get out and look what's happening.
There you go, see, that's where it is. There we go. Bayliss Utting was the Planet Moto first lap leader. So a point goes to him, but he is now being disposed of by Mackenzie Marshall on the DK off-road machine. So Mackenzie on the KX250 making it work for him, and he's put in a good first lap and a half, and he's managed to get past Bayliss Utting on this one. So what you're seeing on the timing screen is not quite correct, because just after they crossed the finish line on the opening lap, number 555 disposed of number 421 to go into the lead. Hudson Roper, I now notice, is all over the back of Bayliss Utting as well on the Team Green Kawasaki, and then there's Charlie Heyman, the leading 125 rider. But look at this, Luke. I tell you what, Charlie.
Put in the squeeze there.
Oh, that was close, wasn't it?
There you go.
Nice move, though, into second. But look at this. Tyler Hooley is now starting to look more and more at home on that 125. Then obviously, you know, he stepped up from the 85, so his first year on it, and he's looking good, because trying to stay with Charlie Heyman is not easy no matter what bike you're on.
Definitely not. You know, Charlie's definitely an up-and-coming talent. I believe he rides and trains also on a 250 two-stroke, which is going to make the smaller bike feel easier. But no, both Tyler Hooley and Ben Musto, actually, another rider that was, you know, in a championship, an all-year championship battle, I believe, last year with Tyler Hooley. Both of those boys have taken to the 125 really well.
Yeah, like we said, Charlie, number 422, is currently leading the 125s. He's third in the race. He can't hear me, so he won't care anyway. But so far, he has a complete maximum score. He's won every race of this championship so far in the 125 category. He's now gone past Bayliss Utting. So it's going to take a lot. Not saying it can't be done, but Tyler Hooley, having said that, is getting closer to him. If anything, you know, like Charlie is not necessarily round by round getting further and further away. If anything, like Tyler Hooley and the guys, although they haven't beat him yet, actual track time on the track seem to be getting a little bit nearer to him.
Yeah, they do. Yeah, and I mean, I don't know Charlie personally, but is it Charlie's first year on a 125?
Yeah, pretty much. I think I can't remember. No, last year was on the. Yeah, it is. Yeah.
So again, really impressive, because on an 85 he was pretty dominant as well. To go up and do that, you know, on a bigger bike, full-size bike as well.
Yeah.
Is only going to get better going forward, really.
Nice move by Tyler Hooley doing the classic 125. What I mean by that is, and Luke will elaborate on this, a 125, you've got to keep that momentum going. Smaller engine, the minute you let it start getting to the bottom a bit more, you've got to work harder. So the technique in riding a 125.
Yeah, and line choices are different. So obviously you'd be trying to carry that momentum around, probably using wider lines, more sweeping lines, you know, whereas the four-stroke could probably squirt up the inside a little easier, which obviously holds that line. You know, if you're up the inside, you've pretty much taken control of the track.
Yeah, you have indeed, and taking control of the track he has, because he's also, just like that, seemingly blown past Mackenzie Marshall and into the lead. So Charlie Heyman is not only leading the 125 category, he is leading the race in its entirety. So the current running order is Heyman, Marshall, Utting, then Hooley. No, Hooley's ahead of Utting, then Hudson Roper. So we're watching this battle for second place in the 7 MX2 Youth 250 class.
You've got to be happy seeing a Kawasaki out front there, Jeff. I know you're a Kawasaki man.
I do, yeah. One of my other gigs in the world of motocross is managing Team Green. I try not to talk about them much, actually, because then it looks like I'm being biased. So
I'll do that for you.
You can big up Team Green, because I try not to too much. But yeah, it's good to see Hudson out there coming strong. He just needs to get some consistency together. You know, he's got the speed. He sometimes, you know, just over tries, wants it too much. The classic, like a lot of them have in this class.
I was about to say, you know, that's just, you know, young and keen and trying to do everything they can to get to the front. And sometimes it pays off, sometimes it doesn't. But no, I think, you know, going back to the team thing you got going on the side, they're both doing really well. I know Charlie Palmer has had a couple of great starts over the weekend. Jack Taylor, ever getting better this year.
Yeah.
Sort of gelling with the bike a lot. I know Jack personally, and I think you must have done a great job to get him off of a two-stroke, because he was a big lover of the two-stroke.
Yeah. To be fair, yeah. You know, it took a little bit of convincing, but now he's ridden it. He particularly likes it, and what he likes the most is actually just the handling and the chassis of the KX250. So in that sense, it's good to have him on board, and so far he's had a good year. He's currently second in the championship. He's not having such a good weekend, I've got to say here. He's struggling a little bit at the minute, but you know, but that's it. You take the rough with the smooth. But on the best part, we're making good progress with all three riders. Their first year, all of them, on a 250.
Okay,
so you know, we're happy with how it's going.
Yeah, well impressed with them.
But Charlie Heyman making it again look easy. It's not, but for a young talent.
No, it really isn't. He does make it
doesn't he?
Effortless.
Lovely there from Tyler Hooley. See him picking the wheel up over those bumps, Luke.
Clever. Again, all those little things. It's just being smart, you know, not playing with the track really, not pushing it too much.
And it's getting rougher and rougher, of course. Let's try and give a rundown by class then. I'm going to risk changing the settings on my phone here. This could end in tears.
I see another pretty dominant rider in this class quite far down the field is Tyler Westcott.
Yeah, Tyler's had an indifferent day. He's cleared up a lot of racing before. You know, he's clean swept motos this year.
Yeah.
But not this
Red
time.
plate holder as well.
Red plate holder, and he's down in 7th in the 250s currently, just ahead of Jack Taylor. So those two, 1 and 2 in the championship, and they're outside the top 5. Most unusual for those two. There's Rafe Broadley riding for the Acer United Gas team. He's a good lad, Rafe. We had him on Team Green for a couple of years on the 85s before he had to move up to a 125. He cares. He gets passionate. He gets. If things don't go his way, or particularly back in the day when he was a bit younger, he used to get really upset and down on himself. But I think he's kind of learned to manage that now. So the running order is in the MX Youth 125 category. It's Charlie Heyman leading the way as Bayliss Utting goes past Mackenzie Marshall, and then is Hudson Roper. So on screen you are watching the battle for second in the MX 250 youth class. Bayliss Utting there, number 421. Then it's Mackenzie Marshall, number 555. And then Hudson Roper trying to put some moves on. Anyway, back to the top. Oh, nice move by Roper.
Been hounding him for a lap or so now.
Yeah, he went aggressive there, didn't he? Probably caught Mackenzie napping a little bit there. Nice move by Hudson Roper going up a spot then. So back to the 125 category. Charlie Heyman leading the way ahead of Tyler Hooley. Then it's Ben Musto. Fourth is Rafe Broadley. Up to 5th now is Harrison Greenoff on the Madison Free Flow machine. Harrison, all 7 stone of him or whatever he is.
About to say,
it's ridiculous.
Got to be one of the smallest in the class, that's for sure.
Yeah. Oh, he is. Ridiculous. You know, he's tall, but he's just not filling out with the tall at the minute.
Was that an age choice for him to go up? Or?
No, he was time to go up, but he's always been kind of small. But now he's growing, but he's just got literally no meat on his bone, and he struggles to throw that bike around like the others. But technique-wise, the kid's got it going on. So he's having a good ride in 5th. There's Sid Putnam lap down. There's Westcott then. There's Cashmore. There's Greenoff going through your screen. So that was your top 5 in the 125. 6 to 10 is Liam Bennett, Cade Rains, Hugh Turnton, George Hopkins, and Charlie Griffiths. In the 250 category, it's Bayliss Utting leading the way ahead of Hudson Roper, then Mackenzie Marshall. Then it's Edor Ori Palmerson, Harvey Cashmore in 5th, then Tyler Westcott. Then it will be Arai Elcock, Joseph Leaks, and then Charlie Palmer. Charlie Irwin in 10th. Then 11th is Corey Collins, Seth Manners, Harley Moa, and Jake Barker. So
I don't unfortunately see Jack Taylor.
No, I think Jack's gone out of this one. Unfortunately, I don't know what's happened there.
Like you say, not having a great weekend, but
no,
you know, again, a real talent, Jack.
Yeah.
You know, like you mentioned in the 85 class, I didn't really know him then, but I heard he had a great 85 career, stepped up onto the 125, and getting to know him personally, he was a rider I quite admired his style and his riding ability, and obviously you've seen that, picked him up on part of the Team Green.
Yeah, absolutely. No, he's certainly impressed me, and he's impressed me with his work ethic as well. No, I don't know what's gone wrong, obviously, for him this weekend. We'll have a debrief at the end of it all, find out what's happened. Right now, from a Team Green perspective, we've got Hudson in there in 3rd. So, well, 2nd really, isn't he? No, 2nd in the MX.
Holding the fort for Kawasaki.
Yeah.
Hey, you can't have it every week.
Oh, no.
Whether it be a rider or bike, the sport bites you.
Yeah. Obviously, like any team, you want to go out and win, but also it's very much about youth development for us as well, and we're fully aware and appreciate that we're going to have rough and smooth weekends, and actually a lot of the times it's seeing how the kids bounce back and how they react to the bad weekend that is as important to us as when they have good weekends.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes to a championship, which obviously we're halfway through now.
We will be at the end of this round. Yeah,
It's, you know, consistency is key, and you know, you're bound to have those up and downs, but it's making the best of the bad ones, really. You know, getting back up on a Monday, you know, doing your recovery run, cycle, whatever it be, you know, and just getting out of the system and going again. It's just a reset, because you've got no doubt another race the following weekend, and you can't take what happened the week before into the next one.
You can't. No, it's confidence in any walk of life. But motocross, it's a real confidence game. You know, if you've got that, haven't you? You know, and you're rolling with it, sometimes that's more than half the battle. If you've got the confidence, all of a sudden, even though you haven't changed the bike, all of a sudden, yeah, the bike's great. If somebody, the mechanic will ask, oh yeah, bike's great, brilliant, nothing wrong with the bike. You get a bad race or a few things go wrong. Oh yeah, suspension's terrible.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, it's not set up right. It's like, well, it was the same as it was before. What's the problem?
Exactly that, and it can just be mood on the day. You know, a qualifying crash or whatever sort of sets the tone a little bit. But you know, as we said, it's picking yourself back up from that and being able to reset, because you can literally have, you know, you could have the worst first race, and you can turn it round. And it is things like, you know, getting out there, looking at the track, making sure that you're, you know, physically prepared for it, you've eaten, you've hydrated enough, because the sport is so demanding.
Yeah.
And getting ready for the next one.
Yeah, well, one person that seems to do that better than others in this youth category is Charlie Heyman, because he is once again looking immaculate. He is, as we said, we are now, what are we in, 4 motos around, so basically this is Moto 12 so far for him, and he's won 11 of them.
Oh, wow.
There you go. So he's
yeah, pretty dominant at the moment.
Yeah, trying to keep it with a clean sweep. Just nicely up on the pegs, even as you saw there, Luke, just getting out the seat that little bit earlier, taking the weight on his legs, then that bike move around, little preload over that, look, doing everything right, isn't he? There's Josh Vell, who's just been out in the 85s.
You know, the bumps on this circuit, especially today, I don't know, you know, whether it be overnight rain, but they're very peaky, they're very steep, and they're not all the way across the track, they're very staggered, and they're created from obviously where we're braking and accelerating those bumps. So, you know, if you can just find a little line between bumps or down the inside of the posts, which you see Charlie's very good at, he's able to just turn off of things and find that clean line.
Yeah, and that's part of the battle in it as well. It's not just being able to twist it in motocross, that's the point. You know, sometimes you can say, well, you've got the courage and the fitness to just point and shoot, but ultimately, throughout a race weekend or even a race moto, that will catch up with you in the end. You've got to start constantly throughout the race, you've got to start considering other lines, and that's a sign of a good rider. You know, if you see a rider throughout a race changing it up, mixing it up, it's because they're really observant of what's going on, isn't it? Sometimes we've seen it when you're learning your trade, you'll see a rider that will just hit the same line lap after lap, and you're watching, you're thinking, just change your line, what are you doing? You keep hitting that same rough part of the track, but it's all part of the learning
It's a
curve.
typical schoolboy, or we say, you know, it's lingo in the game, I think, but typical schoolboy move, to be honest, to just be following like that. You know, the more experimental you can be with it, you know, it's not always going to work, but you're going to find something good.
Absolutely. I don't know who that is, but they're on a borrowed bike there by the looks of it, because they've had to put the numbers out. Sometimes we get mechanical issues and people are kind enough to lend them. So people lend bikes to other riders to get the job done, which is always kind of cool.
I don't know if he's putting the squeeze on, but I see Tyler Westcott's now got himself up a bit, and Ben Musto's pushing on well.
Yeah, 2 good riders there. Musto he's come through pretty quickly. You know, he was a solid 85cc rider when he started doing nationals. Another rider that rode for Team Green for a while, and it was a pleasure to have on board. And he's another gritty, real determined rider. So yeah, it's good with him. So we must be getting close to these guys. They get 15. How long have we got left to go? Is the one lap to go? Okay, so we're grinding this one down. So Charlie Heyman will cross the line very soon. I'll see if I can get him in the winner's circle. If not, then maybe we can get Bayless Utting in, as Charlie's already been in once. Let's be honest, Charlie's been in the winner's circle enough times. Maybe we should get the 250 winner in. Well, we normally do. We normally try to get both winners in because we've got a bit more time. but on this occasion...
Had his fair share, but well
he's
deserved.
Had his fair share. Well, I'm going to go down to the winner's circle. Luke, thanks for joining me in
Thank
the booth.
you.
Good stuff. That was Luke Mellows. You're going to be out shortly.
I will be, yeah. We got
Number
Expert...
44 in what group?
Expert MX1.
Right.
One more race for today, so...
I'm no coach, but my sound advice is try to get to the first corner without crashing this time.
If I can do that, I'll be happy.
Good. Right, we'll see you out there in a moment. I'm off to the winner's circle. We're going to go to a quick ad. Back in the winner's circle for the 12th time this year. 12 out of 12. Charlie, again, it looked easy. It probably wasn't. Just talk us through your race very quickly.
Yeah, I got a decent start. Then someone got hooked up on the back of the bike the first corner, what put me down a few places, but soon got up to the front and just managed the lead.
Well done. Anyone to quickly thank?
Yeah, big thanks to SJP and Mum and Dad and RFX. Yeah, and all the others who helped me out.
Keep it rolling, 12 for 12. We're going to move Charlie out very quickly, and I'm going to bring in Bailey Sutton because we want to get him in. Let's get him in quickly. Mainly because Charlie just keeps winning. I want to get somebody else in the winner's circle. So let's get Bayless in. Bayless, well done. You obviously, like in this 250 category, you've won a race already this year, haven't you? But we didn't get a chance to get you in, or have you not? No, so your first race win. So we're...
As well.
Yeah, but obviously we were on live streaming yesterday, so a good weekend. Is this a track that you like?
Yeah, I quite like it. It's my local track as well, so
right, okay.
yeah, it quite helps.
That helps a bit then.
Rough out there though.
It is rough, as rough as you've seen it, is it? But you're getting good starts, and that's a big thing, right? So what's it like racing the 125? Do they annoy you, buzzing around you, or you're not bothered?
Kind of. There's a lot more quick 125, so yeah. It's helpful though, because you can use them to, like, they pull you along more, so quite helpful, yeah.
You've got a very unique coloured bike, colouring, and obviously a lot of sponsors to thank, so crack on.
Main one is Gibbons Plant Hire. He helps a lot this year, and yeah, it's good. But, yeah.
Well done, mate. Good race win. I don't know where you got the overall. Don't tell me. Don't spoil it. Do you know? Did you win the third?
First.
Oh, first. So he's also won the overall. Well done, that man, Bailey Sutton. There you go. We're going to go back racing now. We've got the Clubman MX2 coming up.
It's very different watching the racing, but yeah, it's interesting.
Okay, here we are back with the Moto Connection Clubman MX2. I have been joined in the booth by the opening moto winner in the Elite MX1 category, brought to you by Leah, Harry Koulas. Do you know what? To be fair, Harry, how convincingly you won that first race. You could probably have made it into the booth before your competitors finished the finish line. I'm only joking, of course. But we'll talk to you some more in a minute. But I'm joined by Harry Koulas. So once we get these riders off the line, we'll get some insight from Harry, what it's like out there in the pro category and how his championship is going, etc. But this is the Moto Connection Clubman MX2. Now, Lyng here has got a permanent start. By that I mean it's got a concrete start. And these pads that they launch off of, here we go. Some of them going a bit early. No, not quite so. Another flyer. If that's Ben Wainwright again, his power to weight ratio, yeah, it is. It's Ben Wainwright with another whole shot. I mean, he's small, but he's also got his technique sorted. There he goes again, and he's on for an overall victory here. He won both motos yesterday, and he's made another good start in this one. Harry, thanks for joining me in the booth. As we said, sort of jesting, of course, because we know it's not easy, but you made it look easy. Clearly, you had fun in that opening moto out there. How's the track bearing up today? Is it riding rougher than you've ever seen it, or big carnage yard sale? Oh my days! It's like Western Beach Race. At the bottom, coming out of the sandpit, there's haddock in there, a few of them on that bottleneck. Nobody injured though, so we'll press on. Yeah, so Harry, Cab Screens Yamaha. How is it out there today?
Yeah, I mean, it's quite nice. We had a little bit of rain over the night and in the morning, so that always makes the track more fun. For me, at least, there's more moisture and more lines, and you can trust the bike, and you can push more. So definitely, we need, like in previous races or any previous race, we need more rain or we need more water in the track. You know, that's what I've been saying. And once we have the rain, the days before, the tracks are nice. You know, there's no dust, and you can use whole track. You can go outside, inside, and inside, outside. So you can use whole track, which is quite nice to ride.
Yeah.
And definitely makes better racing. So yeah, obviously.
Is that something that you would say in general, in British motocross in general, that it should be a case of like we're making the tracks, we should make the tracks wetter?
Yes, I think so. Yeah, that's what I've been saying the past 3 years. The more you put water, the more lines it creates, and the more challenging it is. Because if you just ride the tri tracks and one line track, and you want to go abroad to EMX or World Championship, there's like every corner has 5-6 lines. Of course, there's one fast line, but there's at least different lines.
Yeah.
You learn to use the track. But now if you have like one main line, then of course you have to build also the tracks a little bit different and change up a little bit, you know, year after year. You know, try something different, because I think Lyng has been the same.
It's been the same for a long time.
Yes.
Since about 1937, actually.
Not only Lyng, but like many tracks have been the same. And but of course there is people who are just coming for the race, and they are trying to help after work. So of course it's tough to do the race, but like I said, also we have to use the riders, the pro riders, to keep the comment and try to use their comments and use their advice, because I think there has been many guys who have said like, let's try one berm there or one jump there, or like maybe watering a track or have one break or whatever, you know. So yeah, I don't want to really sound like negative.
Not at all. It's brilliant. I mean, perfect. What a perfect platform to get a valid point, you know. So that's something that we maybe start needing to look at, and you're quite right, you know, particularly if we're going to start developing riders for EMX competition. Of course, the Michelin MX Nationals has varying classes, like we're seeing now. The Clubman, you know, they're under no illusion that they're not going to become EMX riders, but it doesn't matter. You know, a better track is a better track, no matter what standard of rider.
And maybe one thing there is what you could do, like maybe use these Clubman classes for Saturday and ride maybe 3 motos for them, and use like experts and Pro MX1, MX2 on Sunday, and 85s. The guys who want to go EMX or World Championship in the future, because then the Clubman still gonna have quality 3 races on Saturday, and then they can stay and watch on Sunday, because now they race and then they rest and then they race again, so they can't really see what we pros are doing. And like the Clubmans, they're just having fun, so they are coming to here, enjoy one day racing, have maybe a pint of beer in the evening on Saturday.
What do you mean maybe? They are anyway.
Yeah.
I know what you mean.
No, and then they can enjoy the racing on Sunday. I think maybe that's one thing to try, you know. And then you could also do the tracks more difficult on Sunday for us pros, and just maybe change one jump or berms here there, put more water. You know, and
this is good stuff, Harry. I'm glad we got you in. We're having a brainstorming session in here. This is good stuff. Just hold that thought. I'll come back to you. Right now, the leaderboard is George Boyce is leading the way ahead of Ben Wainwright. Then it's Toby Lightbound in 3rd. Then Gibson currently in 4th. Jasper Gibson. Charlie West is in 5th. Then it's Arai Elcott ahead of Aring Framingham. 7th is Josh Hall. Then it's Elliot Cook, number 86 at 8th. 9th is Richie Roberts. 10th is Max Fletcher. Then it's Hayden Stevens, number 06 in 11th. 12th is Jamie Mottram. Jake Taylor in 13th. 14th is Josh Jones. Ollie Sheldon, number 28, is in 15th, ahead of Dan Holkner. Then it's Jack Loveridge for 17th. Mitchell Collins, number 173, is in 18th. 19th is Jack Radcliffe. And you saw him in the middle of that pile-up. Tom Haddock has got himself up and running and is now inside the top 20. Harry, so we're talking about tracks. Obviously, you know, you were brought up and raised in Estonia, and the whole region up there. What is there an obvious difference between tracks at home, other than what you've just said with the water in? Is there any obvious differences between tracks back home in Estonia and here? I mean, I'm guessing that you have more circuits like this, more sand-based circuits than hard pack. Would I be right in saying that?
Yeah, if we talk about Estonia, then yeah, the tracks are quite easy because we don't have that many riders, you know. But we have many classes also on the Estonian Championship. We race on Saturday because the sidecars and quads are racing Sunday.
Okay, yeah.
But definitely, I think the watering is a tiny bit better because they have the hoses and watering system ready. So we have breaks between the first and second race after time practice. So you have breaks here there that you can use the time to do something, either make flat the first corner or some jump or water the track. So, which is in England we have non-stop every championship, you know. I think that's also
something else to look at, yeah?
Yeah, to have a small break, and also when you have less classes a day, which I said before, I think that creates also that the spectators can come to the pit lane in the paddock, and we can give the autograph sessions, we can give the posters, they can see the bikes, the teams, the sponsors, and that in that way the money comes back to the team and to the riders, you know.
Yeah.
So I think that's also why the less classes, quality time, quality racing is better than doing it too much, you know.
Well, it's something definitely for us to review. I know that conversations like that happen all the time, and maybe there will be a freshen up soon. We're getting to nearly our 10th year with the MX Nationals, and we've changed a lot of things, some classes, and we're always opening and willing to listen to what people have got to say. So maybe that's something worth looking at. Let's talk about your relationship with your current team. It seems to be a really good fit. I mean, you listen, you came over here. How many years when you first come to the UK? Remind me.
First time I was 15 and 17, but then I joined with Cap Screens Crescent Yamaha.
Yeah.
I mean, we were other brand that time, but yeah, with Cap Screens guys, I was first time 19, so this is 4th year running.
Yeah. But just such a good fit.
Yeah.
It seems it.
Yeah, know. Of course, definitely. We had really good chat with my team boss and his 2 good mates, Simon and Ryan. They came to us in GP 2018, end of the season.
Yeah.
And we just had a chat in the paddock, I think 3 hours. And we just, because obviously I'm quite experienced, I've been factory teams, so riding GP, so I knew what I want and to come to England, so I needed to have good package.
Yeah.
And definitely we, everything gelled like straight away. They knew that they have to step it up to start winning, and then I knew what I want. And yeah, everything just chilled, and we had a good chat, like I said. And then when I came to England, we had the testing, and everything just fall in pieces, you know.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, I can't ask a better team at the moment. It's everyone who's in the team. There's all the families. We are together, and I've stayed with my team boss's place, with my suspension guys' place. All the families, we are all together. And last round in British Championship, we had big barbecue, so everyone is together. And yeah, they give me the freedom to stay most of the time in Belgium and sometimes in Estonia. So I do my own thing because already, like I said, I know what I have to do, where I have to train, and they give me the material. And the last 2 years I've had Steve Henderson as a mechanic, and he's been...
Hendo, he knows what it's about. He's a hard man to keep happy, and I should imagine you're doing that.
Yeah, I know him already a few years ago, and yeah, when he came last year with us, so I know he's not easy, but also I'm not easy rider to work with. But I think we know what we want, and he has a lot of experience.
Focused.
Yes, he's focused every time he's doing the bike. Either it's a race, small race in a week, or in France, or whatever, or it's the British Championship or MX National. Every time he does the 100% on the bike, and that's what I do on my training. Yeah. When I go on a track, I always give 100%, no matter what track, what day, or what race it is. So I think we match a lot, like really good. Yeah, of course, the first year we had some arguments, but just to improve ourselves, you know. And then I think this year we have had really good working relationship.
I was laughing just because I think most people have had an argument with Hendo at some point. But he's, like you said, he's red hot at his job. Let's go back to very quickly then, obviously, to this racing. It's great to have you in, Harry. Great insight. George Boyce is at it again. He's overtaken Ben Wainwright and is starting to check out a little bit. So George Boyce enjoying it out there today. Ben Wainwright is looking good though in second because he took 2 moto wins yesterday. Toby Lightbound having a good ride here. You can see him on screen in third, but he is now coming under pressure from Jesper Gibson, and then Charlie West is not too far behind. You've then got Joseph Hall is currently in 6th ahead of Elliot Cook. And then it's Richie Roberts, number 111 in 8th. 9th is Aaron Farrington. 10th is Max Fletcher. Going back very quickly then, Harry, to the current series, you, by my maths, you've inherited the red plate after that first race with Gilbert not being here. I know, listen, you want to win the championship no matter what. Obviously a bit of a shame that Josh isn't here, but that's out of your control. How are you feeling it's going so far this year? Both racing, obviously, at the Michelin MX Nationals, but also at the British Championship as well. Is your season on track? Happy with how it's going?
Yeah, I mean, we have to be happy we are healthy, so that's the main thing. You know, when rider is one piece, you can always then go next race and improve and keep doing the training and try to improve the next race. So that's the main thing, and if you're healthy, then that's good. As a result-wise, yeah, we have had really good races, both MX Nationals and British, and but it seems like yeah, some riders maybe don't give 100% at MX Nationals. Where I race, it doesn't matter if it's MX National or British, I always give 100%. But yeah, I mean, obviously we are, I think, leading this championship now. But yeah, like you said, it's a pity that Josh is not here, but we understand his excuse, and it's nice that he...
Yeah, I mean, for them, a one-off, you know, not one-off, but obviously for a team, maybe they also want to see what it's like and whatever.
Yeah.
You know, you guys have got your goals, your agendas, they got different ones. It's a championship's a championship, and I know for Yamaha and for yourself, you know, like you said, you give 100% at the Michelin MX Nationals, and we're very thankful that you do, and keep coming along and entertaining us.
But yeah, for sure, like the season has been good, because like once we joined Yamaha last year, they're giving our good support, and I really love to ride Yamaha, and I just really enjoy racing and riding every time we go out. And it's just like I try to have fun every day, and it's quite easy.
Yeah.
With Yamaha especially, and I think last year I gave the win for a long time for them, and this year we have won some races, overalls, and so far the MX National has been, it's been good. Like every year I start quite strong, and I have got the big points lead after two or three rounds, and I think now also it's quite big because Josh is not here. So, but we are halfway, so we have to keep our focus, and
it's never over until you get it done, right?
Exactly. So no matter what, I just give my 100% and try to enjoy every race, and we'll see what the second race brings today.
It's great having you with us. We'll let you go and get ready. Thanks for joining me in the booth, Harry. That's Harry Kulas on the cab screens, Crescent Yamaha. He took the opening moto win in the Lyng MX1 class fastest 40. He'll be back out there shortly going for a 1-1 scorecard. As we said, all the best, Harry. Thanks a lot. Back to the racing here then. George Boyce is currently a 3-second lead over Wainwright, who's closing in on him. I'm not sure. They must be being close to being on the last lap. Maybe Boise has just backed it down a little bit. One lap coming round, so hold on, game on. George Boyce is, if he is slowing down, he's slowing down a little bit too early if he thinks he's got this in the bag, because Wainwright is now closing in on him. Number 10, your race leader down the hill. He's going to get the 1 lap to go board here. There he goes over the line. There's the 1 lap board being held out by Barry. And Wainwright is right there, and that's why, look, Wainwright, taking chunks out of him. Fastest lap, the Keck's fastest lap. So Ben Wainwright is digging deep here on these last couple of laps. Always interesting when a rider sets the fastest lap towards the end of a race. That's normally a good sign that they're quite fit. Either that or they held back at the start, I don't know. But it's always good when you're setting lap times quicker than anyone else on the last few laps. Harry's still in the booth nodding his head going, yeah, that's the kind of thing I'd do. This will be good then. I think Wainwright has got the run on him here. I can see a pass happening here because it looks like George Boyce is on the ropes a little bit to me. Oh, Wainwright, lovely round that corner. Yeah, he's closing in. He's got half a lap to make a move. Insides to outsides. Harry's in the box going, he's go wide, too wide. So just proving that Harry Kulas loves his racing. He's staying in the box and watching the racing. Got a little bit of a buffer there. Let's get it back. Here we go. Let's hope we haven't lost too much. This is all to do with the signal around this venue. It's not every so often we get a little blip on the camera connection. Apologies for that, but we're doing the best we can. It's a bit of a black spot for mobile networks. Lyng, great venue. If they could just pick it up and move it to a place where there's some good signal, or get a mast at the top of the hill. Can we do that? That would be good. Boyce, George Boyce is holding on here. I thought by the time they come back into the screen, Wainwright would have stuck a move on him, but not yet. And we're getting to the tight sections around Cadder's Hill. So where have we lost them? Here they come. Right, this is going to be difficult from Wainwright here. I think he's got 1-2 spots to get this done. He's got to be close enough at the top of this hill to run it down the inside, and I don't think he is. It now suddenly looks like Ben has just run out of steam as well. He's pushed really hard, but he does. Actually, he's further away now than he was the lap before. I think George Boyce is going to hold on to this. Just a little bit of a kick. If he didn't know he was there before, he does now. So we're waiting for him to drop into view. It looks like it's going to be a moto win for number 10, second of the day. I'm not sure if that's going to give him the overall victory, but he's definitely gone 2-2 today. It's George Boyce with a big double fist pump. Let's go and chat to him in the winner's circle. We'll be back then. Quickest lap of the race on the last lap too. Look at that.
Cause you woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Think about it, so many things do be cool, man, look smooth. The world time has come to.
Okay, winner's circle, George Boyce. We said you might be back. Look at that, 2 for 2. How are you feeling after that one?
Feel pretty fucked, but I feel I'm glad I won. Kept Ben off the whole race. Rode smooth. Just felt good.
Yeah, so you knew he was there. Do you know, you probably don't know this, but you set the fastest lap of the race on the last lap.
I'm happy with that. That's right, isn't it?
So the fitness is showing. What do you do to keep? Do you actually work? You know, do your training, or you can't fit it in around work? What's the deal?
I do train. I go scaffolding now and then. But yeah, I'm in the gym most nights and that, riding. Yeah, so.
I can see it meant something to you because the big old double fist pump when you cross the line. I mean, it's a tough track out there to go 2-2 today. So again, obviously people to thank. So let's crack on with that.
Design scaffolding, off-road world, technical solution for suspension. That's it.
Well, go and have a well-earned drink, George. I'm sure he will. You going to sink one?
Yeah, of course I am.
There you go. George Boyce there, winner of Clubman MX2. Well done.
Cheers, thanks.
Cause you woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Think about it, so many people do be cool and look smarter. The world time has come to. Cause you woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Think about it, so many people do.
Okay, we are now looking to go with the Work Sports Insurance Clubman MX1 racing. All safely out the gate, no foolers this time. As they sweep into that really fast opening left-right combo, and then they go flat out down the back straight. We will soon pick them up. Here we go. It looks like Mitch Best, the Aussie, never been here before in his life. Not the UK I'm on about, he's been here before, but oh, Mitch getting, oh, I thought he was off the bike there. So Mitch Best with the whole shot. As we said, watched the live stream last year from the Michelin MX Nationals from his home in Australia. Thought, this looks cool. I'm packing my bags and going to race in the UK, and he's now here with us. And last time out at Landrake, he was convincing, taking all 4 victories. Not such a good weekend here though, but obviously new circuit for him, as they all are. So fair play to him. You know, he's coming here for a first time, so he's maybe not got the advantage of some of them, but he's made a good start here. And but Connor Baldry has already found his way right now. Now Connor will know if he takes the race win here. We spoke about it before. In this race, that should, famous last words, give him the overall. So, just watching Billy Saunders trying to make a move. Adam Reeves in there as well. As you can see, the track getting much rougher. More lines, more berms forming around there. Getting real difficult. 132, Harry Whitlock just momentarily stalling it. Connor Baldry then. He took a second yesterday in the opening moto. Then he had another second. Adam Reeves took 2 firsts. but he's also your Planet Moto first lap leader, Conor Baldry. So I think he's picked up 2 more points on that today, maybe his first 2 of the scores so far. That will go to that Spanish motocross holiday. The rider with the most points at the end of the year for being across the line on the opening lap first will win Spanish motocross holiday down to Spain in the off season, which is a great prize. Conor took his first ever MX Nationals win in the previous moto today. I think it might all hinge on this one. If he can get this one done, obviously, and that's never easy, there's no guarantees. You might be leading, but a lot can happen. But if he can get it over the line in this one, there's a very good chance that he will end up taking the overall victory. So we'll wait and see. But right now, Mitch Best fighting hard with Billy Saunders, getting back past him. He'll enjoy that. They're going at it. Look at that. Billy just punting. Mitch out of the way. Fair dinkum and all that. Sorry about these shameless puns, Aussie puns for anybody watching in Australia. Can't help myself. It's just cool to have the story of Mitch Best coming all the way over to Australia to ride for us. So, you know, I'm still excited by that. It's good to have Mitch with us. But right now, we've got Conor Baldry getting chased down by Adam Reeve. Adam's taken 2 race wins this weekend. He's trying for a third. But having said that, Conor Baldry took his first ever race win in the opening moto today, and confidence is high. So he'll want to back that up with a second moto win. Like buses, really. You get one, and then hopefully a lot follow pretty soon. Track in good nick, as considering the amount of riding we had. Interesting point that Harry made and noted, Harry Koulas. You know, something we're always looking at is how to improve the Michelin MX Nationals. So good to get some honest opinion there from Harry regards of track prep and classes and maybe how we do things. Any feedback is always good. There's Thompson going through, James Thompson, number 0. Unusual number to have, but you know, we do still see people riding it. Distinctive, I suppose. He is down in 6th position at the minute. Trying to make his grounds if he can there on Grant Martin in front of him, number 36. There you get a better scale of how the riders just drop into that sandpit. It's absolutely massive, way bigger than it looks on TV. I'd love to be able to get people at home stood on top of that, and you're like, okay, yeah, TV doesn't do that justice at all. But that's the nature of the sport, actually. Kind of fools up. TV flattens a lot of stuff out. So Conor Baldry on his way in this one, 5 seconds. He's looking good over Adam Reeve. It's amazing, isn't it? Like, he hasn't won a race all year. He's been trying, he's won one, and look at him now, like, confidence just spiking, and he's gapping the rest of the field quite nicely. So Adam Reeve's in 2nd, Billy Saunders for 3rd, then it's Mitch Best from 4th, Grant Martin, sorry, Grant. Thompson is in 6th, rider 0. Then it is Ben Parry. Michael Graham is in 8th, ahead of Tim Warnes, number 23, and Jordan Ambler. Good racing. Look at 36, Grant Martin getting rear end fishtailing everywhere as he comes out of that difficult corner, chasing down the Aussie, Mitch Best. Right, they're coming in thick and fast. You know, listen, I may be missing my co-commentator Callum Swan, but he has been replaced in force with a bunch of riders that are just literally, like, seemingly all coming in for job interviews, it seems, in the booth here. This next man might be up as a permanent commentator when he hangs up his boots, but he's still going strong. Martin Barr, good to have you back in the booth, riding for the Apico Factory Husqvarna team. How is it out there, Marty? You love a bit of sand. I wouldn't say it's deep sand anymore here at Lyng. It's a bit harder, but tell us how that first race went for you out there.
Yeah, not so bad. As you can see in the video, you know how rough and choppy it is there. But it's down to like a real hard base in places, which can catch you out pretty quickly. But yeah, the first race didn't go so bad. Made an awful start, bad jump off the gate, and then it just kind of hard work from there. I just had to keep the head down, and I got back to P6, but the front guys had already pretty much checked out by then. But it's no, it's good. I'm looking forward to race 2. I'm loaded with the cold this weekend, but I'm starting to feel a little bit better within myself. So yeah, I'm just trying to keep the head down, and each weekend push that a little bit more, and you know, try and get up with them front runners who are, you know, riding awesome at the minute.
They are. I mean, you know, again, don't take this the wrong way, and I know you won't, but you know, it's brilliant that let's just say an aging generation is. I'm trying to be as polite as I can to you here. Is still out there. I mean, you got your teammate Jamie Law. You're still out there racing with the youngsters. I mean, you must love that when you get like a young gun come up behind you and put a bit of pressure on. And come on, don't tell me you don't think, right, there's no way I'm letting you buy your little tow rag. Does that ever enter your head? Come on, be honest.
Yeah, for sure. You know, obviously we're all racers, and it never leaves you no matter what age you are. But you know, especially out there when the young guys is in front of me, and yeah, you don't want to let them get one over on you, not lie down to them. But yeah, as you say, there's a lot of fast young kids out there that are coming through. So, but yeah, it's the old dog still loves it.
Yeah, they do respect you, really. Honestly, they do. They might not show it. So yeah, I mean, you've got a lot going on. Obviously, you know, you've got a young family now. How are you managing that, balancing family life with still being a pro racer? Is it becoming stressful? Not the parenting. I appreciate that is stressful no matter what. What I mean is just balancing the two.
Yeah, it's awesome. You know, the Martin and Lydia, they're both walking now, so it's full on.
Yeah, because you had twins as well, like straight in, bang.
One goes one way and the other goes the other, so it is full on. But to be honest, you know, I come away now for a break. I go racing for a break. My wife will not be too happy about that, but no, it's fantastic. You know, you just, before they ride, you wonder what you've done with your time. And then the oldest one, Cameron, he's brilliant with them as well. So it's all good fun and games, and hopefully I'll get bring them all to a race before the end of the year, because my wee man, he loves bikes. As soon as I start the bike in the garage, he's hooked on it already. And I'm
so
like,
that's it then, is it? That's the next generation. It's happening, is it?
Yeah, well.
How long are you going to be able to resist, Marty? That's the thing. Like, well, you know, what if he's pulling on your coattails in a couple of years, saying, Dad, I want a bike. I mean, you're going to dive in, are you going to hold him back? Oh, all these things.
Yeah. It'll be interesting. But who knows? Maybe Lydia, the little girl, she might be the one that wants to do it. But Rachel, my wife, she's already said no to that one.
Oh dear. Live. We should maybe do a like behind the scenes in the bar household. Yeah, so that's all good. Another thing, of course, that you and I have been working on, a little project, we're going to mention it. We're going to put together basically a team. Oh, Mitch Best rolling out of this one. Oh no, what's that? Looks like he's looking down at his rear wheels. He's lost a chain, maybe? Difficult to say. Let's see if we can get... No, he's pushing it back. Yeah, maybe it is. I can't... Well, he was looking down, yeah.
Yeah, it's a chain.
I think it's a chain. I think he's lost something in it because he done. Oh, what a choker! Like I say, in Australia, there's a long way to come to throw a chain, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, we're gutted for Mitch because he obviously he's a good character. It's good to have him in the series, and especially coming. Oh, look, this is where it starts. Reality bites now. He's like, oh.
Yeah. That's the pushing the bike back.
Yeah. Yeah. So we just lost a bit of the signal there. That's why it just delays a bit. Sorry about that. So yeah, Marty, we've been working on, got you involved. We're going to be doing a 4 nations. We're going to be at the end of the year, October 1st and 2nd. We are going to be doing a home nations team event where Northern Ireland, England, Scotland and Wales. And I've managed to convince you, Billy McKenzie, Brad Anderson and Mark Jones to be team captains. To pick a team of adult and youth riders to represent your country. You jumped on it straight away, so thanks for that. Yeah, you seem excited by it. Are you looking forward to being a team manager?
Yeah, I think it's an awesome idea, especially with the racing now having a lot of youth and adults together. But I think for a team weekend, where like the adults can, you know, go and help the kids and have time to walk the track, and just give them little pointers and make them have that team feeling with them, because it'll definitely help for later on in years, if they're good enough, and hopefully they'll make them the main Motocross the Nations team as such. So yeah, I'm well excited. The buzz already back home. I've loads of people messaging me saying, asking what way it's going to be picked. Is it from one certain race club or another? And I'm like, whoa, chill. It's we'll get all the details out, but it's good to see there's a lot of interest there, and I think it's just going to snowball and get bigger and bigger.
Yeah, I hope so. Obviously, this is Steelhawk Motorcycle Club, another project that I work on with my friends and colleagues, Paul Alton and Julie Coyne. So yeah, we're doing this team event. That's going to be on the 1st and 2nd of October, the week after the real Motocross of Nations. So we've got to rush back from America to do it, but we're doing our UK version, so I'm excited by that. We're going to get all the information out on steelhawkmc.cc soon. If you want to find more about it in its current guise, though, go on there, steelhawkmc.cc. And so not only have I given you an extra job, but you can bring the family along, and it'll be that kind of special weekend, we hope. And I think, listen, I don't know. This is why I'm excited about it. When I've looked on paper at the home nations teams, I honestly, like, there's strong riders in each country. It's going to be tight. I'm not, listen, I'm an Englishman, but I'm not going to necessarily call out the English for the win. Brad will be in my ear now. But just the simple fact that we got you guys as team captains that are all from a similar generation, you've all been riding together, come up through. The banter is already brilliant on our WhatsApp group. Although you're messing about, it's gonna be competitive, isn't it?
Oh yeah, once the gate drops, the bull shit stops, as they say. But no, as you say, it's been good banter, winding each other up, and I just think that's going to be the vibe of the weekend. It's all going to be good fun, but once the gate drop, it's going to be serious. But as you were saying, like, when I've been sitting looking through riders for my team, it's going to be an awesome event. I don't think anybody's just going to run away with it out of the 4 nations. So it's definitely going to be good, tight racing, and good entertainment as well.
I sure hope so. So yeah, that's on the 1st and 2nd of October. That's going to be happening at the Grange Motocross Circuit, which is just down the road from Hawkstone Park. So that's where the region is. So get yourself there at our end of the year showdown to decide who's going to win the 4 Nations Shield, first ever running of that. But back to this in the MX Nationals, Conor Baldry, look at this. Confidence inspires confidence. He's checked out in this one. First ever race win about an hour and a half ago, whatever it was, and now he is sailing away with this one, a 17-second lead over Adam Reeves. Billy Saunders is another 3 seconds back, number 4. Then it's Grant Martin, we saw him on screen a little while ago, in 4th. 5th is Ben Parry. Wild card in this race ahead of James Thompson. Then it's Michael Graham coming down from Newcastle. We found that out when he said he'd come to Lyng. Not Lyng, sorry, Landrake was a long way for him, but then, as we said, we've got riders like yourself coming from Ireland, and Ben Edwards and Inverness. So a lot of travelling for people that commit to the MX Nationals, and we're thankful for that. Jordan Ambler is currently in 9th. Tim Warnes, by the way, was behind Michael Graham. And then it's Harry Whitlock in 10th. Marty, you've said it, I'm sure you said before, look, every person we've had in here on a high level capacity, you never stop going out there and learning and watching from any class, do you? Particularly as the track develops.
Yeah, just like now seeing the screen, you can see little bits and pieces what they're doing and where they're going. From my race there just previous, so it's, no matter what race is out, you're always learning. You're always picking up little things, because when you're in a race, it's hard to, you are looking for lines, but it's hard to, when you're in that race situation, just to go and try a new line, in case it is a lot slower. But it's, it is choppy out there. And for these guys that, work full time during the week, and maybe get out once if they're lucky, and then the gym work, they'll definitely feel this tomorrow morning with how rough and choppy the track is.
I've been impressed with Conor, though. Obviously, I've seen him a few races this year. He hasn't managed to win a race thus far, up until the one just earlier on. But he's got great technique. If you look at his style there, Mark, he's up on the pegs everywhere. He's got a real good style, hasn't he?
Yeah, definitely. He's let the bike do the work, which is mega to see, as you said, on the pegs, and just using his knees and arms as more suspension, especially these big drop-offs and the choppy bumps down the hill. So,
well,
you know, fair play to him.
He's just bringing this one home. He's going to take the checkered flag, and with it, I think that's the overall. Here, no. I'll ask him. He'd definitely know if he's won the overall. I'm trying to find yesterday's results to work it out, but I think he's got it done. I'm going to go down to the winner's circle and speak to him. We're going to go to a quick ad. Martin, thanks for having us coming in. We'll let you go and do your thing.
No worries, thank you very much.
Get ready for your final race. Good luck with it. Give those youngsters, you know, show them what you got. Yeah, get those elbows out even wider. That's Martin Barr of the Apico Husqvarna team. Always a pleasure to have Martin here. Right, I'm going to go and catch up with the race winner, Conor Baldry. Yeah, but you get it on the last motor. Okay, we're in the winner's circle for the Works Sports Insurance MX1 category. And confidence inspires confidence. He's never taken a race win until earlier on the day. Now, like buses, they come along. That's two, and with it, the overall win. What a weekend, Connor.
Do you know what? Just to be at my local track, I run around here quite often. And to get it here just means so much. So yeah, I'm so pleased.
I mean, you look in great condition. You've not got any sweat on. You've got hardly any dirt. I mean, admittedly, you made a move quite early on and stayed out of trouble. But still, I mean, watching it on the TV, it looks pretty brutal out there.
Yeah, to be honest with you, I was behind Mitch on the first lap. And I knew I had to go early because if I sat there, I'd have just either gone backwards or just, you know, got held up. So I made a pass early in the outfield. Nice clean pass, and then yeah, I just, to be honest, just clicking the laps off, it felt really nice. I enjoyed that one, you know. The first one was a bit of a rush, but that one was nice.
Well, you pulled out a nice big lead, and you took the overall win in style. You got family and friends in?
Yeah, got mum, got my brother, got dad. I know. Yeah, so yeah, everyone's here supporting me, so it's nice.
Congratulations on a great weekend.
Thanks, Jeff. Thanks.
There you go. Conor Baldry, he's your overall winner in the Clubman MX1. Okay, this is the Moto Verde amateur class coming up next. These are combined class MX1, MX2. Before they come offline, very quickly, we are going to be doing a ride, well, basically, we're calling it an experience weekend at Hawkstone Park in 2 weeks' time. It's not necessarily a race. On June the 11th and 12th, we are basically hosting an experience weekend at the iconic Hawkstone Park. Basically a rare opportunity to ride the legendary venue in your own time, your own speed. You don't necessarily have to race. You can ride either one day or both and camp over Saturday night. We'll have a bit of a shindig. Basically, we can have groups from the youth, novice A, novice B, and expert and pro. So if you fancy having a tear around at Hawkstone Park in 2 weeks' time, under no pressure, just enjoying the venue for what it is, maybe getting your bike set up for the final round. Remember, we're going there for round 6, the final round, but always sneaky practice. Get on info at mxnationals.co.uk to get booked in. We've got youth classes, novice A, novice B, expert and pro, and that's happening 2 weeks' time on the 11th and 12th at Hawkstone Park. Get on to info MX Nationals. Right, gate drop then, here we go. Moto Verde Amateur Moto number 2, MX1, MX2 combined. Do you want to have a stick? Okay, they're away on the opening lap. We are obviously going to wait, as we normally do. Ooh, look at that, somebody tearing around the outside. Good course design there. Just before they drop into that big hole, you can see people getting facefuls of sand. Sun's out now, look, we're getting all sorts, as we said today. We haven't had any hail or snow, admittedly, but we've had showers, we've had wind, dark clouds. Track starting to dry out a little bit now, but we've got just 3 motos to go. We've got this, the amateur class. Up next will be the RFX expert class, and then we'll finish our racing today with the Lifeline's fastest 40, incorporating the Leah MX1 and a Pico MX2. But right now you're watching the Moto Verde combined class of MX1 and MX2. We'll get them over the line. We are getting so many people in today. I'm going to bring up Elliot Spencer is sat with me. For those of you who don't know who Elliot is our resident photographer, but also out there shooting for other teams and stuff like that. Obviously, Elliot, you've always out on the track shooting. You're always flat out at the MX Nationals as well doing work. So you've come in for a breather, and I've very hastily decided to just get you in to come in the booth and talk. What's it like out there, Lyng, as a photographer? Is it a good venue to shoot?
Yeah, no, it's one of the better venues, I think, to go and shoot. Kind of very old school. I grew up watching my old man racing a lot of twin truck and classic stuff, so it kind of reminds me of some of the tracks we used to go to as a kid. And first time he's here obviously this weekend working, and he kind of likes the track as well, so it's kind of like come full circle. But no, it's kind of good. It's obviously nice with the trees and stuff and the drop-offs and bits and stuff like that. It's no, it's one of the better ones for sure.
Listen, as a photographer, I mean, we all do what we do. We're all passionate about what we do, and you're passionate about your job, and you're very good at it. I didn't quite see who the first lap leader was on that. I think it was Harry Bradley. So yeah, it was number 4, Harry Bradley, the first lap leader. So he's going to jack his points up a little bit. I think he was currently on 3. He's now up to 4. Then maybe he got some more yesterday that I didn't register. So, you know, we're all passionate about our job, and as a rider, I would have raced many tracks over the world, and of course, I've got a favourite, you know, as a rider. As a photographer, is there any particular track where you think that that's killer there, because you always get great shots? Is that how it works as a photographer, or not?
I guess sometimes, obviously, it all depends on weather, lighting, etc., etc. There's some tracks that you just kind of go to, and there's just the shots you've got to get. Like, I guess it's like Hawkstone, been there that many times, and you just kind of like, you always click off the same shots, and it's kind of always sometimes nice to go somewhere and somewhere new, I guess.
Yeah.
But no, just as a favourite track in the UK, I'm not really too sure.
Okay, we went to America at the start of the year. That was an eye-opener for you, wasn't it? Okay, Elliot, we went to America to cover the first 3 rounds. You stayed a bit longer and covered rounds 4 of the AMA Supercross. As a photographer and somebody obviously wanting to move on in your profession, that was an eye-opener for you, wasn't it?
Rabbit in the headlights. Yeah, no. No, it was really good. Completely, obviously, new experience, new tracks. Obviously, having to, as much as the riders, you've got to learn the tracks. I guess as a media personnel as well, we've got to kind of work our way around the circuit and find out where we can go. We all get like given a spec sheet of where we can stand, where we can't stand, and kind of just kind of work out where everything is going to be, and obviously the logistics of the race. Obviously, you want to be by the finish by when someone's going over the finish line, but you can't walk around a certain way. You can't go over a net, I guess, learning them in a short space of time.
Are you going to go back?
Yeah, I'd love to go back.
So if anybody wants any work done for the AMA National or Supercross, basically get hold of Elliot. He'll be jumping on a plane and we'll gladly go over there and cover it
in a heartbeat. Yeah, I'll be there.
In a heartbeat, indeed. Elliot, we're both involved in the MX Nationals on more further scale, behind the scenes. Obviously we're trying new things all the time and whatever. You've been involved from the get-go, and you have. I've obviously joined a little bit later, but you've been involved with the series from day one. Are you proud of being part of that and where it's come in the last 9 years?
Yeah, no, for sure. Like, obviously, it's always been a small team. Still is a small team that help put these things on. But no, back in 2014 to see where it is now is really cool to see, and everyone's a kind of a passionate group that kind of puts these things together. And yeah, I still think we all strive for more. I think we all finish the weekend and rather than look at what's good, we look at what could be better.
Yeah.
And I think with the like-minded group that we've all got, I think it only helps move things forward. But no, where we was in 2014 to where we are now, sat in a TV booth, it's slightly different.
Yeah, you and I, we've been thrashing some ideas about. We don't necessarily the people that will sign those ideas off, but me and Elliot are always having regular conversations on ways that we can try and improve the situation here, as with the rest of the team. Anybody out there this weekend? You've been out here 2 days. That I guess the regulars like Billy Askew winning again, and Charlie Heyman. Anybody outside of those guys that have caught your eye this weekend behind the lens?
It's been kind of obviously this fresh group of 85. So I think it's obviously I call it like everyone's graduated to higher classes now. So it's kind of there's been a couple of new kids and coming in and coming through. And I've seen that Charlie Richmond's been riding really well this weekend. He's grabbed a couple of really good starts, and Archie Geddins Green, small lad on a small wheel. So I think he grabbed the whole shot the other day, and he actually came over to me and said, "Oh, did you get a picture of it?" I said, "No, I saw it. We've got it on the TV though." So
yeah,
no.
I bet
we can't get them all as photographers. But
I bet you get hounded out there from kids wanting pictures of you after. Well, not just kids, like these guys as well, the amateurs or whatever. Yeah. You get loads of messages in the week, people wanting photos.
Yeah, the old media games are strong, but obviously we're lucky enough for the MX Nationals to kind of have a really good, strong media presence. There's some lads that some good lads that have stepped up their game recently and offering like video services, media packages, and bits like that. So it's really good to have those people and those guys come to this series and offer that, and it's kind of welcomed into everybody. I think as a series, I speak on behalf of yourself and everyone else. We kind of welcome the media. It's only going to benefit the sport. Only going to grow. And if there's people out there having reels made for him on 85s, and there's I think Jake out there from Diffs. I think I heard him over here. He's making 26 videos.
No way, really? That many videos this weekend?
Just for riders. So
that's awesome, isn't it?
If you've got 26 individual videos going out from a series, and yeah, it sounds like he's got a busy week editing them, but surely that's only going to benefit the sport and benefit us as a series as well as benefit those riders. So
yeah, absolutely. Yeah. The media, more media, the better, really. We're welcoming here at the MX Nationals, powered by Milwaukee, Michelin MX Nationals.
Talking about the media, we've got Josh Bassett on screen, which is the media guy's brother-in-law.
Yeah, the media guy, Mark Carter. In fact, is it Josh or is it Mark? You know, because he entered himself this weekend.
I don't think Mark's admin skills are up to scratch. He's better with a camera.
He won't mind us saying that. Let's give you a rundown then quickly of where we're at. About halfway through this race. It's Harry Bradley leading the way. He is leading MX1 rider. Out there in the amateur class, brought to you by Moto Verde. Dan Bruff is then leading the MX2 category. So they're 1 and 2 in the race, no mistake there. Callum Gordon took his first ever race win last time out, and I'm not sure if he's come down from it, really. He was so shocked, he almost was speechless. But he's having another good ride, second in the class in MX2, third in the race. Then it's Billy Wynn, currently in fourth. And then, as we said, in fifth is Josh Bassett on the MX2 bike. Then it's Aaron Gardner, Josh McCorkle. We had plenty of airtime in the first race, and he's back on screen again now, number 161. Then Jack Seaborn, good to see Jack back racing. I've said it before, he took several years out of racing and has come back. So good to see him out there. John Kirk is currently in 9th, and then in 10th is Sean Springer. Not such a good start from Sean this one. Ross Millard is 11th, then Luca Pegg. Luca was dynamite around 1, going 1-1 in the 250s, not so good here. Then it's Harry Foster in 13th, 14th is Archie Hicks. Then it's Lewis Glynn for 15th. David Rushton, number 66, currently in 16th. 17th is Lewis Taylor. Then it's Kieran Clark. Lewis King London, who was one of our Dirty Hard Charger winners last time out.
He had a big crash yesterday.
Did he?
Big crash. Yeah, no, he took a bit of a digger over the far side, and the bike followed him. But he got up, and it's good to see him back racing again today, and giving it another go.
See, that's the thing, Elliot. You're well informed because you're out on the track all day over 2 days. I missed some of the racing yesterday because of other media commitments. So good to have you in here because you're the eyes out there in the field.
One thing I would say, and I guess it's the same from what we said at Supercross in January, is the track is completely different to what it looks like on screen.
Yeah.
The size of some of those bumps out there now that these guys are hitting on TV, I'm looking at them going, wow, they don't look half as big as they do out there.
Yeah, because you're right there in the field as well. Like you say, you get to see them. They're showing in your pictures as well. Obviously, Elliot's pictures will be on most of our social media in the weeks in between rounds and leading up to each round. But yeah, there's a good array of riders out. That's what we got in the Michelin MX Nationals, from youth riders all the way up. And the classes, of course, Elliot, you've seen the change. The amateur class and the expert class is something we've kind of brought in over the years. From my standpoint, they seem to be working. From yours?
Yeah, no, for sure. I think there's lots of good level riders, and it kind of gives them somewhere to ride. And I think the amateur class was definitely a class that we needed to add this year. To split again, mixed race. I know everyone's not a fan of the mixed race, but it's either we had a mixed race or don't have the race at all, I believe. So
yeah,
I think it's better to have this good 40 good riders here, and it's 40 good riders that come through all the rounds. And one thing I've seen, obviously since 2014, is how these riders have moved through the classes and where they've gone. I think if you look at the honours board and the programme, there's riders now like Lewis Hall, there's riders that have won small wheel championships with us,
yeah,
that are now in the pro class, and there's some people that have now in the amateur class, the expert class, and it's that progression, I guess, obviously from doing this for 9 years.
Yeah,
you can kind of see them grow up, and hoping that obviously your Charlie Richmonds, your Josh Vales, your Billy Askews will carry on throughout the ranks, and
I hope so.
Add their name to the list.
Exactly, like we've said. I mean, we even at the start of the show today, we had Alfie Jones in. Alfie come through, through the 85s, then ended up winning the Youth 250 Championship, whatever, and now here he is out there in pros and learning his trade and with us. So, yeah, we're going into our 10th year next year. Maybe we'll change things up again, new ideas, I don't know. We're always trying to keep it fresh here at the Michelin MX Nationals.
There's a couple of ideas banging around there.
Oh, there's plenty of ideas banging around. That's an understatement. Whether they're coming to fruition, I don't know, but we're always trying to innovate and be different and raise the bar for British motocross here at the Michelin MX Nationals. As we said before, by watching the live stream free of charge, of course, uninterrupted coverage. That came about through COVID, really, because we wanted to make sure we still kept the series going and people could see what was going on, and it went well enough, and now here we are, stuck in a TV, well, I wouldn't say, well, it is a commentary box, but a TV truck, which we've never had before, at the races doing our thing.
Yeah, no, it's progressed a lot over the years, and I think it's only heading one way. You know, with the live stream and different things. Obviously, got the straight rhythm coming up next round at Cusses Course.
Yeah.
You know, there's already been kind of tapping people up for that, bits of interest and stuff. And I think we've got Woodcock looking to come back.
That's awesome.
The Bayliss brothers, I think, are in. There's a few others, I think, trying to tap up. Well, did try to tap up Charlie Beamish, unfortunately. He's injured now
I
with a
saw
broken
that.
arm,
Oh, is that what he did? I only saw his bike on the track, didn't see him.
Ollie's put a post up on Instagram.
Oh, no.
I think he's bust his arm, so get well soon to show Charlie.
Yeah, that's a shame. But yeah, we got the straight ribbon, as we said. If you're not sure what that is, that's where two riders race in a straight line. But it's not a straight line. It's a straight line littered with jumps and bumps and whoops and whatever. It's a brilliant spectacle, short, sharp races. And we will be doing that at round 4 on Saturday evening. Round 4 will take place at Cusses Gorse on the 25th and 26th of June, just outside, just north of Salisbury. That will be good. Another good event for you to get your camera out with.
Well, actually, it's the one thing I haven't taken pictures of for the last 2 years.
Is that right? You've been too busy working?
We've been organising the riders and shouting at them to get on the start line. So, no, lucky enough, obviously, we've got other people we can help us out with images and videography and stuff like that. So, but trying to get a good group of riders, I think that's one of my jobs. And coming up to Cusses in a couple of weeks is trying to get a list of riders together, and so we can be ready to go on Saturday night.
If we can get Dylan Woodcock there, obviously he's been doing AMA Supercross, making more of a name for himself. Maybe the Claytons and stuff like that.
Yeah,
you know, Jack Brunel, obviously he's had to go at AMA Supercross. So
once Dylan's back from America as well.
Yeah, Walsh. So get yourself there. That's Cusses Gorse, round 4 on the 25th and 26th of June. We'll be doing the straight ribbon on the Saturday night after Saturday's motocross racing. Should be good. Dan Bruff getting some good airtime on his Guts Racing. What's he on? Husky. We had him on the Rewind show in the week. It was good. He just clocked off work, and we got him on there to talk about his racing. So we're going to do Rewind shows. That's basically where we catch up, recap each round the week before the following round. So the week leading into Cusses, we'll do another Rewind show.
The Rewind shows are good, and a little catch up, you know, looking back on the races, and again, another idea that's, you know, been brewing for a while, and just trying to give back, I guess.
Yeah, we were trying to raise the stakes with the media, with the resources that we've got. Obviously, if you're liking what you're seeing, wherever you are in the world, whether you want to come and race, get registered for next year's championship once they go live. I think they might even be live. Just if you want to be involved in any way, shape or form as a marshal or anything, or potentially you want to get involved with your brand on the live stream, just hit us up, go on the website, or just email info@mxnationals.co.uk. We're not going to turn people away. The more people we can get into this brilliant sport, the more people we can get involved with the MX Nationals, the better job we're going to do. And that's what we want to do. We really want to keep trying to elevate British motocross. Obviously, we're one of the forefront founders of motocross in its inception. The first ever technically off-road motocross scramble race, whatever you want to call it, was in Surrey, in Camberley, near Camberley, back in God knows what it was, pre-1912 or whatever. But the first ever officially registered or recognised motocross race was in the UK. There you go. Bit of fact for you. Bit of history. History wasn't my strong point at school, I have to say.
Is that why you rode bikes?
That's why I rode bikes. And secondly, I really didn't like our history teacher. So I didn't really bother too much with that one. I thought I can always catch up on history later. It's not like it goes away, is it?
No, it's not.
So Harry Bradley leading the way, looking good in this Moto Verde Amateur MX1 and MX2 class. Dan Bruff leading the way in the 250. There's our race leader, the MX1 rider, leading the race, leading his class. Tucked in behind him, 11 seconds back, is Dan Bruff.
Harry's actually got a, if you ask, anyone does see Harry Bradley, ask him about his caravan skills.
Well, tell me more. I don't want to hear it from him. Let's hear it from your perspective.
Recently, I believe he left for a race and didn't attach the caravan. It was left in the middle of the road.
What, and he never realised till he got home?
No, he did realise as he looked in his rear mirror and the caravan was still in the road and his van was not attached to it.
Yeah, Harry sticks riding bikes. Obviously, he's not a member of the Caravanners Club, I'm guessing.
I think he's applied.
I think he needs the tips. He's better at riding a bike than he is towing caravans then, Harry Bradley. He looks good. Big number 4 on the Kawasaki. I was going to say, kind of reminds you of somebody, but Ricky Carmichael was about another 2 foot shorter than Harry Bradley. He's a big old unit, is Harry. He's making it work though. Looking good on that Kawasaki. Rider number 4, big 450. He's got half a lap to go here to bring it home. I don't know where that's going to get him in the overall results. Obviously, you can see all the overall results. We don't do the live stream all the way to the podium. So to find out who did the overall winning over both days here at the Michelin MX Nationals powered by Milwaukee, get yourself on Speed Hive or go on our website, and that will drive you to the results on Speed Hive and all the championship positions as well. Here he comes, Harry Bradley down the hill. Nicely up on the pegs, just wheeling it over the line. It's a race win for him. A subtle little, a kind of little half celebration there, kind of got it back on track. Probably because he has, I don't know if he's won the overall or not, but I don't know. There's Dan Bruff, good ride for him. Callum Corden, whoa, giving it some beans right to the flag. I think that was to try and hold off Billy Wynn more than it was to try and overtake Dan Bruff. Wow. Only 4/10 of a second between those two as they cross the line. There's Springer coming home. Right, we're going to go to an advert. I'm going to go and catch up with Harry B. Sorry, just going to have somebody run across in front of us. We're in the winner's circle with Moto Verde MX1 winner Harry Bradley. Harry, I wasn't sure about my maths, but you've just told me you've got the overall, 3 wins and a third. Great weekend for you here at Lyng.
Yeah, I've never been here before. Really enjoyed it. It got rough as expected. Watched a few GoPros. Tommy did one from the Maxis a few weeks ago. Yeah, had a good weekend. Crashed in the first race today and I couldn't get back through. It's quite tight, hard to pass. You've got to be brutal, but overall, happy with the weekend.
They tell me you've got family not making it this weekend. They're the other side of the world. Are they watching the live stream? Give them a shout out.
Yeah, my mum lives in Singapore and she's been hassling me. She's quite far ahead in time, but she's kept like, when are you on, when are you on? So she's watching from Singapore, so it's good because she hasn't watched me race for a lot of years, so the live stream is perfect for that.
Obviously, you've got a good setup. You look good on the bike. Bike looks good. You've got a lot of sponsors to thank, so give them a name check.
Yeah, Off-Road World, SM Pro Wheels, where obviously I work, George from Design, Ben from Madison, kits me out head to toe, and family, friends, everyone. Had a good weekend.
Well, where are you in the championship now? Does that mean you're leading it? You got the red plate?
Yeah, I'm leading it. I think I've only dropped 2 races. I had a big crash at Landrake, sliced my arm open pretty bad, and then had a third in the 1 race, but other than that, I've been pretty consistent and enjoyed it.
Good weekend. Good to have you. Well done, Harry.
Cheers, Jeff. Thank you.
There you go, Harry Bradley. Okay, sorry for missing the start of that one. As we said, normally there's two of us doing this, me and Callum Swan. A lot of Callums right, involved with the MX Nationals in some way, shape or form. Yeah, so Callum will be back with me for the remaining 3 rounds, but he took the opportunity to go to California to watch the opening round of the AMA Pro Motocross and to launch his new brand, Zaffle, over there, and we wish him the best of that, best of success with that. It's basically like a raffle service that will hopefully raise loads of money for motocross and for charities and Wings for Life and things like that kind of thing, really. So good on Callum for getting that started on top of his work sports insurance brand as well. But Swanee will be back with me for the remaining 3 rounds, starting back at halfway stage of the championship. Round 4, as I mentioned, will be at Cusses Gorse on the 25th and 26th. Who's going to be the first lap leader here then? Planet Moto. It looks like Max Broadbelt. Max Broadbelt was the first rider over the line, number 103, so he gets a point towards the Planet Moto First Lap Leader Award. Obviously, we've got all the Kex Fastest Laps Awards as well, so in all classes throughout the weekend, whoever set the fastest lap of the weekend in race trim is going to get the Kex Fastest Lap Award and a voucher for underwear. And then, of course, we can't do it on the day and announce the winner, because it takes us ages to go through the lap charts. But between motos, and we announce the winners on the Rewind show, we've also got the Dirty Hard Charger Award. Basically what that is a rider who's made up the most positions in a race. And we've got 3 categories in that. We've got the youth categories, so that's 85, 125 and 250 youth riders. Then we've got the adults, that's anything from the Clubman, amateur and experts, this class. And then finally, we got a pro category. Any rider that's moved up the most positions in the race will win rewards towards the dirty.co.uk app, which basically means they can have discount on entries at races and for going practicing. So a great little concept that we've worked together on there with Ryan Wilson at Dirty. The app will be up and live soon. And then, of course, we'll put the point scorers' points into the system, and they can get discounts on going to ride at their favourite practice track, or even entering maybe the MX Nationals, whatever it would be. So that's how we're going to do that. So we've got some great prizes. We've also got carless race fuels. We got that, where we're going to select some winners each round of riders that we've just caught the eye. Basically, great move by Jaden Ashwell. Remember, he's battered and bruised. He took a massive crash yesterday. He is all strapped up under that kit with tape all on his elbow, all down his arm. He's got bruises and a few little scrapes on his face. Big crash, but he's on that AJP gas, and he's worked his way to the front past Max Broadbelt. So Ashwell in the, getting a bit jiggy with it round there. Another rider from Foreign Shores coming over and racing with us, Jaden Ashwell. He's from Zimbabwe, an amazing place that is. Josh Bentley. Oh, eventually muscles Max Broadbelt out of the way. Yeah, Jaden Ashwell is from Zimbabwe. I've been fortunate to race in Zimbabwe in my time. It's an unbelievable country, I have to say. Some of the tracks they have out there is absolutely amazing, or they were back then. I even did a race at a place called Harare South, if I remember rightly, and not too far away were, I think, water buffalo and giraffes just in the next field. It was most bizarre. But brilliant circuits they have over there, and it's great to have Jaden over here with us, riding for the AJP gas team. Those guys doing a great job, good setup, the Prosser family, and of course Ben also has the ESP graphics company as well. That's why the bikes always look mint. Jaden doing a good job of it out there out front right now. So I'm guessing he's sunk some painkillers, and whatever he's done is working, because he looks much more lively in this one than he did in the first one this morning. Track starting as Shane Carlos, as we said, good to have him with us as well. on the Fuzz Marsh Husqvarna. He's taken 2 race wins, well, most of the race wins in MX2, 3 so far. He will be able to commit to maybe a couple more rounds. He's going to miss the last round because he is focusing on the AMCA Championship. That's what the team is contracted to do. So, but hopefully we'll have the whole team with us at more rounds next year. I think they're enjoying their weekend out with us. And I hope everybody else is as well, whether you're out here at Lyng watching or wherever you are in the world watching the live stream. Thanks for sharing your Sunday with us. Hope you're enjoying what you're seeing. Some good racing going on, as always, at the Michelin MX Nationals. As Carlos up the inside, Broadbelt is not going to give him too much resistance, and there we go, he's up a spot. But he, of course, it's 250s and 450s racing together. So there's Shane Carlos, the Welshman, as we said, ex-pro rider, and then obviously just go away from the sport as such, but you know, family life, all that kind of thing, didn't ride for a while. Now he's back racing the amateur scene and coming into the expert class, and it's great to have him back with us at the MX Nationals. There's Max Broadbelt, another rider I think local to the area. I certainly remember Max from a few years ago. I think he lives up and around these parts. Looking very comfortable out there on track in that red, distinctive red Fox gear. He's currently in, well, back to 4th now in the race. But arguably I think he's in 3rd position in MX1 category. Sean Southgate, there he is. He took, fight in the front end into that rut. Into that berm, just about holding on to it. He's had a difficult week. You heard him in winner's circle earlier on. Moving house is one of the most stressful things you can do, isn't it? Apparently that's what they reckon. And he's been moving house this week leading into the MX Nationals. So I think he's just glad to be out there and not shifting boxes around. Okay, Carlos is now closing in, as you can see on Josh Bentley. He doesn't need to, of course, he's on MX2 bike, but he is ripping. Look at that corner speed round the outside. Did he make a move? Yes, he did. Just managed to pinch off the corner there and get past Josh Bentley, and now Bentley is coming back under attack. This is going to be a good race, actually. Jaden Ashwell is gone. He's 6 seconds in front. Let's stick with this battle because this is shaping up. Bentley is starting to come back into the clutches of Sean Southgate as well. So kind of rule out Shane Carlos in second. He's on the MX2 bike, clearly leading his class over, I'm guessing that's Jack Lindsay. So, but the battle beyond them is really good in the MX1 between Bentley, Broadbelt and Southgate. Sean will want to go 1-1 today if he can. Elliot's back with me after out there doing some power snapping. I bet you're loving those hills with all that camera gear up and down, aren't you? Right up your street.
I could say I've been walking everywhere, but to be honest, I've been using the moped.
Not only that, use the moped or the wide lens, or whatever lens it is when you don't have to get very close. Well, that's my technical.
I'm using both.
Stab at it.
just best of both worlds.
Sun's out there now, Elliot. Though that's still, you know, always good. But sometimes as a photographer, if it's too bright, it's not always as good, though, is it?
No, sometimes it can get quite harsh and quite, it's not always sunshine and rainbows, literally. But no, yeah, no, it's nice out there at the moment. I'm going to go back out in a second for the final pro race of the weekend, and then get that all sorted. But you end up taking too many pictures over the weekend, so.
Then you've got to go through them. Then you've got about 5,000 images to get through and process. Yeah. Quality over quantity.
I'm trying. It's hard. You always feel like you've missed something. That's the issue.
Yeah. Well, we got the live stream for that. Hopefully we don't miss too much, for all the action. So what's going on out there, Elliot? What's the vibe in the pits? The pro riders, any walking around with grumpy faces, or is the vibe pretty good out there?
I think the vibe's pretty good. I think I caught John Adamson walking down, and he said he's after another good start, and another good race after he had a good start in the first one. So I think he's looking to do the same again.
Yeah, I mean he's coming good after a difficult start, isn't he? Really, he's starting to get into it a bit more, showing a bit more form that we know he's capable of. He certainly was in the MX2 category, wasn't he? So now he's on the big bike. Looks like he's getting accustomed to it and his team a bit more.
Yeah, no, it's always got a smile on his face and walking around. And I think obviously the ACER team, it's always, they always seem to have a good time down there. So I think it just all kind of works together and fits together quite nicely.
Yeah, it's a good vibe, and that's what we try to do as well. Obviously, it's high-end racing. We've got the pros, but we've also got the amateur classes, the youth classes, all these things. And as much as we want people to be competitive and have great racing, try to get the vibe across at the MX Nationals that you never forget why you started riding a bike. A lot of riders out there obviously won't earn a living from it. It's only the top-end guys that really do. Everybody gets into this sport with the good intent of just that family experience, all the family come out. Well, Elliot, like you said, your dad has run, EVO events. You've never raced yourself, but here you are, totally engrossed in the sport.
Yeah, no, it's been part of my life for a long time. So, it's, I guess when you're actually from an outsider, probably looking in, they probably just think you're all a bit weird traveling around the country, traveling into muddy fields, but I guess we don't know different.
Yeah.
So, no, it's always, good family atmosphere, as well as, a bit of serious side of racing and also a bit of fun.
As you can see, this track is riding probably better than it's done all day because all the big berms have built up. Guys looking good.
I see that Southgate, now is getting on the back of, is it Broadbent, trying to pass him for third. So, I think it will help his overall call. I think he's on for the overall after Ashwell's crash.
Yeah.
In the second race yesterday, coming down Candace Hill. So. But it's good to see Ashwell kind of going out on top, after a tough hit yesterday.
Yeah, well, he had a third in the opening moto yesterday, Sean Southgate. Then he took the second moto win yesterday. He took the first race win today. So, yeah, I'm not sure exactly, but I'm sure by picking off Broadbelt will definitely seal the deal with that.
Yeah, I think he's on for the overall. I think...
well, he's going big up there. I was going to ask you if you found any word of what happened in the, you're out in the pits more than me, I can't leave my little booth here. Did you find anything of what happened with John Meara and Stewie Edmonds, what happened up there?
No, just hearsay, so I don't want to really say
Right.
anything too much. But
They got together, obviously. I'm assuming that.
yeah,
Yeah.
I'm assuming that. I see Stewie's van's actually parked by the entrance, so.
Yeah, well, he was holding his wrist, so I think he might not be.
Southgate's down.
Southgate down. Oh, this might affect the overall. If he don't get that bike up quick enough. He's got electric start, though. That's all right. He didn't lose the place. I think he's still good for the overall. That's how quickly it can happen. Change, though. Yeah, it's tough times. The final moto of the day, it's roughest. The riders are at their most tired. Yeah, basically, it's just that last moto, depending on how fit you are, where you're at, what kind of weekend you had. If you're having a bad weekend, you're kind of just come on, Barry, just stick that two-lap board. Just go out early. You know, just for me, if it's not the others, just stick the two-lap board out and I'll pull in early. If the race is going good, you never want it to end. But the last race for these riders, fatigue is starting to kick in. And that was probably something like that, maybe. A little bit of fatigue.
Lack of concentration.
Yeah.
Good job happened on the top of the hill, not coming down it.
Yeah, absolutely. You don't want to get it wrong off the top of there. Not at all. Definitely not. So yeah, we're winding down the laps here. There's Carlos, he's right up there now. He's pushing on that MX2 bike, but you know,
he's back of Ashwell for the overall win.
Yeah,
for the overall race win.
Yeah, for the actual race win. Obviously, it's not going to affect it. They're both 1-1 in their class, but Carlos, he'll want to win the race outright, won't he? Why? Of course you would. MX2 bike.
Would I be thinking to be the first person this year to
maybe
win an expert race on an MX2 bike? If he makes the pass,
yeah,
which he's on with.
Well, I think he might do, because he'll also know, although he hasn't been racing the entire series, he probably will know that Jaden Ashwell is a wounded pup at the minute. He's obviously bruised and battered from that race yesterday where he threw himself. You saw that crash, didn't you?
I did. Saw the tail end of it.
It was huge, wasn't it?
Yeah. I think he went head first down Caddis Hill.
Well, you don't want to be doing that. Well, not without a bike.
Yeah.
By all means, launch yourself off the top, but on a bike. But make sure you got the bike intact. So this is Carlos is all over the back of him here now. Then it won't matter in the points as such. This is for pride. And how long can Jaden Ashwell
withstand? So he took a whole second out of him, and
yeah, it's a matter of time, isn't it?
Am I right in thinking Carlos was the last MX3 winner at Matterley?
Yeah, I think you might be right with that.
Oakleaf Kawasaki?
Yeah, I think you might be right, yeah.
Last ever winner of a race in the MX3 class.
MX3. Yeah, that seemed long ago. Of course, now they've got that European Championship as well, European Open. But that was back when in the EMX3 Championship. Yeah, Carlos riding for Oakleaf Kawasaki back in the day. As we said, he has a pro career. He's kind of gone away from it a little bit. Family life, all that kind of thing. And now he's back. Who knows? If he gets a real taste for it again, maybe him and his team might want to see him move up into pros.
Yeah, you've got Jake, obviously Jake Preston rides at the same team, who's obviously the owner of Spiral Graphics, one of our sponsors.
Yeah.
So it's kind of good to see them, make the trip down from, well, I think Shane's South Wales and Jake's from up north.
Yeah.
So, both make the trip down. Made the pass.
He's got into the lead. There you go. So Carlos is absolutely ripping in this one. He's, like I said, he's an ex-pro rider, so he's got the skill set, but he's also keeps himself fit, racing the AMCA Championship. As we're getting close to the end of the day here, we've got the fastest 40 elite class coming up next. Combined classes, of course, with the Liat MX1 class and the Pico Factory Racing MX2 class. Just more, well, not only for the people here, but people around the world watching as well. Just going to give a shout out on the PA system here for the winners of the Carlos Race Fuel. Basically, another sponsor of ours, Carlos Race Fuel, getting involved, and we offer up a drum of race fuel for riders over each round that for whatever reason that we think have ridden well, exceeded their expectations, come from a long way back to do a race, whatever, riders that have caught our eye. Here's Carlos over the line. There's a checkered flag, a fist pump for him. I'll come back to that, Carlos, race winners. No, I won't. Very quickly, we're going to go down the winner's circle. Then I'll come back to let you know who won the race fuel. Right, I'm going to go and catch up with that man again, Shane Carlos. Coming up next is the Lifeline's fastest 40, the final moto of the day. And I'll tell you right now, somebody's going to have to grab it out of the bag to beat Harry Koulas. Let's get into that, but first, let's speak to the winner. We're here with the race winner in the RFX Experts, not only MX2, but the whole race. I think that's the first time we've had a 250 rider win the entire race. You should come to these races more often, Shane. Enjoy that?
Yeah, to be honest with you, I love that. The track just seems to flow much more, and yesterday, well, the fast boys have been out and just made the track just more rideable, bigger bumps so you can like wheelie and double them, but yeah, feeling really good.
So these days, what are you doing with yourself in the week between racing? What you know, you're not a pro racer anymore. What do you do?
Yeah, so I jacked it in riding professional in 2013. Yeah, so I've got 2 kids now, Jake 8, Brad 4. Got my own company, got a couple of boys working for me in the middle of building my own house. Yeah, so but just still love the bikes and just thought I'd drop down to amateur. Obviously these pro boys are different level, to be honest with you, but I just don't want the stress and the pressure anymore. I just rather come and have some fun and win some races, and these amateur boys are fast.
That's exactly what you've done. Obviously, we're really hoping that going forward, you and the team can do more races next year. So give them a shout out, because you're a working man, and any support is obviously welcome.
Yeah, so big shout out to Michael Keenan, FUS. He's the team owner. Then we got Paul Mason, Gear Tech, which helped us out with setting the bikes up, the engine, and many things. And then obviously our main sponsor is Marsh MX. Really good friends of mine, and obviously this couldn't be done without the help of these 3 behind me.
Great having you here, mate. Have a safe trip home. Say hello to the family for me, and hopefully we'll see you at some more rounds.
Yeah, lovely. Thank you very much.
There you go. There's the MX2 winner. Okay, we're here with the MX1 winner in the expert class, Jaden Ashwell. Jaden, just had in the commentary booth there, Elliot came in. He saw your crash yesterday. You got a few marks on your face. You're bruised and battered, right? You're hurting right now.
Yeah, for sure. My shoulder seems to be giving me the most trouble. I think it came out slightly, but it's got back in. So I had it strapped up this morning. I didn't even know if I was going to be able to ride. So I went out the first race, and as soon as I came off the start, my hand just let go and pulled left and crashed into 3 other guys, and then had to fight from the back. And then I knew I just had 1 race left, so I literally gave it everything that race.
You did, and I mean, fair play. I mean, that's what wins championships. I mean, you're here right again. So, again, this series is new for you as well. The first time you've been doing it. So far, I mean, not that good, but so far so good. So you've got to be pleased, even though you're in pain, how it's going.
Yeah, for sure. I'm even pleased to walk away from that crash with what I've got, which is actually nothing, because that was serious yesterday. One of the biggest crashes I've ever had. But I enjoy this series. It's awesome, and can't wait to keep it up. Hopefully have a few weeks off resting, and then we'll come back for Gus's course.
Yeah, obviously Gus is, I was saying, I've raced in Zimbabwe back in the day, back in '96. You have some cool tracks over there, but I can't remember riding many hard-pack ones, but obviously Cusses, have you been there before? You ridden there?
Yes, I went practicing there a few weeks back, and it was quite nice. I enjoy the track. I like the jumps and stuff. But yeah, back home, it's mainly this sort of soil, so that's why I was looking forward to this race, and it started off good yesterday, but then it just went downhill. But at least we ended on a high.
It did go downhill. You went downhill, and you went downhill fast with it. You've got a great team behind you. Let's give them a name check.
AJP Gas, Motoverd, Fuchs Silkeleen. Justin just started helping me out, and he seems to have sorted out my starts, which is I was struggling, so thanks Justin. And also my family back home, I'm sure they're watching. Hello everyone. And yeah, I'm sure there's a whole heap of people, but I can't remember right now.
You're in a lot of pain. Listen, hope you mend up well. We'll see you at Cusses.
Perfect, thank you.
There you go, that's Jaden Ash.
Boyson ignition covers and clutch covers have got strong history with 2-strokes, from back in the day to the current 2-strokes we see of today. You're forever seeing Boyson products on a lot of the older bikes. Back in the day, all the factory teams used to run the covers. It was one of those things where you'd flick through the magazines or you'd look onto the videos and you'd see factory bikes dripping with Boyson parts. And it's something that you'd always inspire to when you're a youngster. Boyson ignition and clutch cover, it's an easy fitment. It's just like fitting OEM parts, so it's just a smooth transition. With a high quality cast, it's not plastic, it's easy to take off, maintain your stator and your flywheel.
Welcome back then. Here we go. The final race of the day here at round 3, final race of the weekend at the Michelin MX Nationals powered by Milwaukee. There's Tommy Searle on camera in that very snazzy Monster Energy lid. His mechanic Will is there with the branded bottle. Tommy had a steady ride in the first one. Like I said, he's been on form of late, but when the track gets tough, he comes more into his element. Obviously, Harry made a good start in the last one and got away, so it'll be interesting to see. There's Sam Nunn. Unfortunately, Sam got injured at the start of the year. He's kind of playing catch-up, but riding well. There's Kulas on screen. Brad Todd, Gabriel team having a good ride. Jake Millwood running solo, really, at the minute on the Verdi Shillo team. Again, a shout-out to his younger teammate, Carl McNichol, who was in a car accident. Hope, Carl, if you're watching this, we wish you a full and healthy recovery. Jamie Carpenter, he just about took the race win in MX2 on that GRT impact machine ahead of Lewis Hall in the opening moto. That was particularly good one to watch. Callum Mitchell, as we said, local rider. We had Callum working with us doing a little piece for ITV News, which was cool on Friday, and he had a solid moto in the opening one, coming in 3rd. So this will be good. Championship shaping up well. Obviously, we said Harry Kulas is now your championship leader in the Liat MX1 category. There's Tom Grimshaw rocking the red plate after taking the championship lead after Landrake. Will he have that on the bike for the next round at Cusses Gorse? Well, we'll see after we get the overall results out of the way from this weekend. There's Elfie Smith. We also had Elfie in with us earlier on, didn't we? Young rider, rookie rider. There is John Mirror. It was all going good for him until, unfortunately, he had to get together with Stewie Edmonds, and we're hearing that Stewie Edmonds is actually in that incident. We saw him holding, sort of taking his hand off the handlebars and sort of just holding it against his stomach. We're hearing reports that he has broken his wrist in that incident, so that's unfortunate for Stewie Edmonds. Once again, before we get this done, massive shout out to all our sponsors. Michelin, thank you so much, all the guys at Michelin, seeing the vision of what we tried to achieve here and sticking with us since 2014. The guys at Milwaukee that got involved with the series more last year, they're at it again this year, so big up to them. We have got the likes of RFX, Bell, Liat, obviously sponsoring this class, the MX1, along with a Pico Factory Racing MX2. Lifelines, we got Carbon Comps, go and check them out online and get entered into winning a brand new motorcycle. Lifelines too, that brand new sports nutrition brand, go and check them out. Acer Scaffolding Services, thanks to them. Sintel, big up them as our oil sponsor, obviously relatively new to the market, but with a load of experience. We've got Kex, Dirty, Moto Verde, making the effort to come to every round and support the riders with the UK's and arguably one of the best premier salt-free cleaners out there. Fly 7, Planet Moto First Lap Leader Award. We got the Dirty Hard Charger Award. We got Bob here at Oakley doing all the goggle service for the riders. Like I said, Bell, Race Effects, Spiral, Jake Preston out there racing, but also our graphic supplier, does all the trophies for us. MXN TV, of course, where you can watch live uninterrupted coverage of the series. Just so many people. Works, Sports Insurance, Callum will be back with me for the remaining rounds as well. So everybody, on behalf of the MX Nationals, thank you. And thank you for everybody for watching and getting involved with what we do. As we said, next round is Cusses Gorse in a few weeks' time. That is on the 25th and 26th of June, and we'll also be doing the not only the live stream, but the straight rhythm on Saturday night. That will also be live streamed, by the way, so we'll be being live on Saturday night doing the live stream. So wherever you are in the world, you can watch that. Right, let's get down to it then. Kulas looking good for the overall victory in MX1. Carpenter is in the driving seat in MX2. But motocross being motocross, nothing is decided at all until you have literally got an assailable lead. It's a brutal sport. We just said about how Stu Edmonds has just, he's just broken his wrist. All these riders that line up here, they know the risks. Anybody that raced motocross will know the challenge. That is why it gets under your skin so much. It's so demanding, but the rewards, the sense of satisfaction when you win a race or it goes right after all the effort that you have to put into training and the risks and everything like that, that is the buzz that these guys are looking for. Obviously these guys, it's their job, so for the best part they'll be looking to go home with a nice win bonus or pay packet from the sponsors or whatever it is, and even the prize money here. It's their livelihood, so these guys, they don't take it lightly. They absolutely charge, and no questions asked, no quarter given. It's hard racing at the top in any sport, but particularly motocross. Here we go then, gate drop on the Lifeline's fastest 40. Searle with a much better start, but Koulas is there as well. Right. Now, Harry actually said in the commentary booth, it was a shame, obviously he won and won comfortably, but he had a nice gap over Searle early on. This time, let's see what Tommy does with a whole shot. He's right there. He's got the whole shot ahead of John Adamson's made another good start. Right, this will be good. This will be good. Track's a bit drier. Let's see what Koulas has got. Oh, he had a really good start in the first moto, just checked out. This one, he's gonna have to work for it. Is this more of a case where Tommy Searle gets his head down, absolutely hammers out some laps and tries to break Koulas getting anywhere near him? I wonder if he's already had a little sneaky look over his shoulder to see where Koulas is. Probably not. Tommy's got so much experience, he probably wouldn't bother with that. Just knows he's got a clean track. He's getting cheered on. Get a clear track and just go for it. You know, with a clear track, it can make such a difference. You can almost, providing you keep up a good pace, win the moto on the opening lap if you're good enough. Kind of like what Harry Koulas did, if you remember, in the opening moto. He would, by the end of the lap, was already about 5 seconds ahead. And that's hard to claw back. And look at this, Tommy Searle is getting away. And John Adamson on that Acer United Gas is not just going to be an easy guy to get by. Koulas is going to have to work it here. He goes for it, but John's got the inside. You can already see, I wouldn't say desperation, because Harry's pretty cool. It's not desperation, he hasn't tried anything crazy yet, but you can acutely see that he doesn't want to spend too many laps behind John Adamson. There's the move, lovely inside-out move. Wow, put it to him. So, as I said, I was saying in the opening round, trying to get the message across. Maybe I didn't get it clearly. And Valerie Webber obviously commented on it. And I was basically trying to highlight how in the first moto, Tommy kind of knew there that if Harry had gone down the track, he kind of like didn't have to try and chase him. As long as he got a second, that would have given him a shot of the overall, because if Tommy Searle wins this one, then Tommy Searle will win the overall with a 2-1. If there's a tie on points, whoever, no matter what the position's for, whoever has the better second race wins the tie break. That's how we do it in motocross and here at the Michelin MX Nationals. So if Harry Koulas wants to win the overall, by that actually win the meeting and take home the #1 trophy, he now has to get past Tommy Searle to make it happen. And that is why I think, I don't want to give it too much of the commentator's curse, but that's why I think we are going to have a bit of a humdinger here between these two. They've been at it recently. You know, all varying championship racing, not just the MX Nationals, the Evo British Championship as well, all these others. But of late, Tommy's been on fine form, so his confidence won't be dented at all by that second place in the opening moto. And this is it. Let's see how much Tommy Searle wants this. He is not where he wants to be in the championship. He didn't have the greatest of starts on that Crendon fast track Hitachi Honda. to the point where his team manager, three-time world champion Dave Thorpe, openly kind of called him out a little bit on it, saying he expected more from Tommy. Since then, that's what he's got, no doubt about it, because since DT was, let's just say, not as impressed as he could have been with Tommy's performance at Fat Cat, Tommy since then has certainly turned it around. So it'll be interesting to see, like I said, how much he wants this championship and how much he's willing to fight for it after that bad start. Kulas is in the driving seat, obviously in the championship at the minute. He currently now has the red plate after the first race, because, as we said, Josh Gilbert, the championship leader, basically chasing down a dream along with his team and going having a stab at AMA Pro Motocross, and he showed really well for himself and his team on Saturday over there in California. So he's basically relinquished the chance of leading this championship, and Harry Kulas is now the rider that is leading it. But Searle will want to nip that in the bud. Obviously, if it stays like it is, Tommy's not going to gain any points on Harry, but he will win the overall here today, and that's a big thing, because more often than not, riders' bonus deals, you know, in their contract are done on overall victories, points make prizes, all that kind of stuff. Remember, this is their job. It's not just racing for pride here. The better the result, the better the prize money and the bonus money in. I don't know for sure what Tommy's deal is or anything like that, or Kulas's, nor do I wish to know. All I know is they are professional racers and they're paid to win, and they want to win. So this will be a good one. John Adamson is currently in third. Brad Todd back in fourth. Then it's Martin Barr, who we had in the commentary booth earlier on. Then his countryman Glenn McCormick on the Chambers. Husqvarna is currently in sixth. Then it's Jason Mira on the Phoenix Tools Even Strokes Kawasaki. Then Jake Millwood riding for Verdi Schillo. Then Tony Craig, the Scotsman, still going strong, very much a family man, but still deciding to get out there and ride in the pro category, coming all the way down from up there in Scotland. Then it's Gav Stevenson, 11th, and leading the MX2 by the looks of it is Lewis Hall. So Lewis Hall, again, another rider that might be looking good for the overall. Kulas trying to drive it down the inside. Wow, this is going to be literally relenting pressure now. And I am intrigued to see what Tommy does here. You know, he's been battling hard in the last few rounds. Obviously, like I said, since he had that kind of, basically that little push on from Dave Thorpe when he didn't get anywhere near the results he was expected at round one. He has then completely came back, being the ultimate pro that he is. Remember, he's been our most successful rider in the UK for a decade or more, finishing up in the World Championship runner-up, I think 3 times, maybe is it 4? I'm sure somebody will leave a comment below. There's a lot of facts and figures that go through my head in MX Nationals. I can't remember them all, but what I do know is Tommy has been our main guy in British motocross at the sharp end of world motocross for some time now. Obviously not racing GPs anymore. Also at that age now, started a family and just concentrating on the UK scene. But when you finish second in the world to the likes of Caroli and Jeffrey Hurlins or whatever, you're not shabby, put it that way. And Tommy has got a wealth of experience. It looks to me, talking of experience, that Harry Kulas, don't think he's giving up, because he's not. I think strategy here is playing a part. Harry is just having a little breather, because every time he's right behind Tommy, remember, he's getting absolutely roosted with dirt and little pebbles and grit. So he's just having a little reset, probably seeing what Tommy's doing, checking out his lines, and maybe reserving a bit of energy for the big push again later on. That's what a lot of these pro riders do. They don't always push for 25 minutes plus 2. Your body, you have to be supremely fit to go flat out for 30 minutes. I think I've only ever seen a handful of riders be able to do that. Ricky Carmichael was one of them, super fit and whatever, maybe Tortelli and Everts and all that, but trust me, if you've ever raced motocross, to go to your absolutely maximum capacity for 30 minutes, you have to be stupidly fit. Stupidly fit. These guys are supreme athletes. Do not kid yourself. If you think they mess about with it and they don't put that physical work in the gym or whatever it is they do, their heart rate, resting heart rate, will be exceptionally low. Look at Tommy out of that sandpit. Beautifully done. Look at the way he's working the bike through there. Big kicker coming out of there, but he's timing all the bumps well. He's pushing it. I love to see this from Tommy Searle on the Crendon Fast Track Hitachi Honda, because I'm sure, like his team manager, Dave Thorpe, we want to see him fight for this. You could argue, obviously, you know, he's doing well in other championships and he wants to win them, but because he didn't get off to the greatest of starts, you could have said, oh, maybe he already thinks the championship's gone. So I love the fact that Tommy is fighting for this overall, and so he should. But he has got a job on his hands with Harry Koulas right now. We don't want to break away from this race. This is too good at the minute. We're not going to stay with it all race, but we'll stay with it for a bit longer, and then at some point we'll try and get further down the field to find the leading MX2 rider, which, judging by our timing screens, is Lewis Hall still. There's only less than a second between Searle and Koulas, but Lewis Hall in 11th on the number 419 Lewis Hall Racing Machine is currently leading the 250 class ahead of Tom Grimshaw. In fact, I can't really see anywhere actually on the leaderboard Jamie Carpenter. So we've been watching this battle out front. I'm not sure if Jamie is still in the race even. Yeah, he is. He's showing down in 22nd, just off our leaderboard on screen. So that's going to affect the overall if it stays like that. Lewis Hall took a second in the first race. He's currently leading the MX2, back in 11th in the race. But honestly, it's all eyes on this one at the front. I don't want to take my eyes off it. Basically, these two, you know, it looks like they could get a room together. They're that intimate at the minute. They've got a good equal amount of respect for each other, these guys. I don't think there's any too much like bad beef between the two of them. They respect each other as racers. They race hard, and they've been at it of late, the last few weeks. And Harry is not the rider, I don't think, to run it in there with a reckless move. Neither is Tommy. They've got that level of experience. You know, they're both been around the block. They've both raced at GPs, a high level. They know what they're doing. Look at Tommy, feet up in there, just kind of, we said about Harry and how he was riding in race one. Tommy Searle, both of these guys looking really good out there. They're riding at some speed, but the thing is, they're not overriding it. And when you're under pressure, it's so easy to do that, to get too excited. You've got to have constant throttle control. To have a rider breathing in your exhaust fumes like Harry Koulas is, and concentrate on your job in hand and hit all your marks, trust me, that alone is hard. I didn't lead too many races in my career, certainly not at national level, but I've led enough to know that when you've got a rider behind you and you just got to focus on the job in hand, and yet you can hear them back there all the time, and you're kind of wondering where they're coming from next. But the minute you start thinking too much about them is the minute you start going slow, and that's when they pick you off. So this is great mental attrition here from Tommy Searle, but he's been there time and time again. Honestly, we're too scared here with the TV coverage to go off this battle, because it's obvious, isn't it? The minute that we go back further down the field to see some of the action, then we're going to miss any kind of, it's just sod's law. So other riders in this race, other teams, bear with us. At some point, we're going to have to go back further down the field to see what's happening, so bear with us. If that happens and Koulas makes a pass on Tommy, I can only apologise in advance, but we've got to show somebody else some love here, even though these two are at it. So, running order, John Adamson having a good ride, looking very settled for a third, potentially overall at the minute. Brad Todd, it's between him and Brad Todd for third overall. A better ride from Martin Bart back in fifth. Millwood looking a bit more lively as well. Then it's Petrov. ahead of his teammate on the Phoenix Tools even strokes, Kawasaki in 8th. Then it's Glenn McCormick, Chambers, Husqvarna. Lewis Hall, number 419, is your leading MX2 rider. He's now gone up into 10th in the race, but he's got Tom Grimshaw only 2 seconds back. And then you've got Tony Craig dropping down the field. No wonder. Tony is one of the eldest riders out in this class, and as we said, doesn't race full-time all the time anymore. It's just great to have him down here with us. Then it's Callum Mitchell in 13th in the race, ahead of Gav Stevenson, Sam Nunn, then Jamie Law. Dan Thornhill's in 17th, Liam Knight in 18th. Then it's Luke Parker in 19th, and Jamie Carpenter, who took the opening MX2 moto. Here's Kulas, gonna try it, there he goes. But still fights back, oh, he takes him to the wall. This is good stuff. Kulas going defensive. Oh, he had to really, because Tommy had the undercut. So Tommy knew what was coming, hit the brakes, went to cut back up the inside, and that was smart riding from Harry Kulas, because he made the move, but he knew in an instant that Tommy would go for the undercut. And all's fair in love and war. Gotta say, that wasn't anything overly aggressive. He just pinched Tommy to the edge of the track, and Tommy had nowhere to go. So let's see if Searle is going to retaliate now. He's getting cheered on. Kulas with a great move. Finally getting it done. Talk about patience. So with that change, let's see. I don't think Tommy's anywhere to retaliate straight away. Let's see if we can get Darren, our director here, to get the camera ops, to see if we can find out on track number 419, Lewis Hall. Lewis Hall is leading the MX2 category. Somewhere he's out there, probably half a lap behind these guys. So we're going to try and pick up number 419. He is leading the MX2 category. He's on Husqvarna. And then you've got Tom Grimshaw just a couple of seconds behind. So maybe now we'll be able to turn our attention to the MX2 battle. They're currently riders 419, Lewis Hall, and riders number 16, Tom Grimshaw. They are your leading 2 riders in MX2. So bear with us, we're going to try and find them. There's Grimshaw, so just ahead of Grimshaw, number 16 should be Lewis Hall. There was McCormick. So Lewis Hall now up to 9th. He's flying. So he's gone past Glenn McCormick. There he is. There's your race leader in MX2 on that 2-stroke, by the way. 250. Lewis Hall. He'd love to get a pro win, overall win. He's had a pro win before in a race, but I don't recall him taking his overall pro win. So like Tom Grimshaw last time out, but look how close they are. There is Callum Mitchell, not far behind either. So what you're looking at now on screen, Tony Craig is not necessarily in this race, as we said, with the MX2. He's on a big bike, MX1. There's your second place rider, Tom Grimshaw, and there's your leader, Lewis Hall. So not much in it in the top 3 in MX2. Let's stick with Lewis for a little while, because he's just all action. He's brilliant to watch. He certainly hangs it out. But secondly, he's out there on a 250 2-stroke. You can see by his exhaust pipe there, see how it's completely different. Big expansive pipe chamber that comes round on a 2-stroke. 4-strokes have very tiny header pipes. Oh, Lewis nearly losing the front end. He's giving it some. Behind him with the red plate, there he is, your championship leader in MX2. Tom Grimshaw chasing down Lewis Hall, and Callum Mitchell on the Fabricam machine, local rider, is there in 3rd, not too far behind. Meanwhile, at the front of the field, Grimshaw goes past McCormick. I wonder if McCormick's just thought, well, I'm not in the race with you. I'll let you by so you can have a stab at Lewis Hall. They're teammates, maybe, I don't know. But either way, he's done his teammate a favour, because now Tom Grimshaw has clear real estate to 419 Lewis Hall on that LHR racing machine. That's Lewis's own private team. Puts the team together himself, just him on it, pulls all the sponsors together himself. He now stepped back a little bit from chasing the European and world dream, and is just concentrating racing here in the UK. Gone on a 2-stroke just to make it more cost effective for himself, because 2-strokes take a little bit less money to run than a 4-stroke. particularly if they do happen to go bang and blow up. It's a lot cheaper to build a two-stroke than it is a four-stroke. So Lewis opting for the two-stroke, and he's making it work right now. The gap at the front of the field, Searle is still within striking distance, 2:08. Oh, Grimshaw goes into the lead. So Lewis Hall, not sure if he's made a mistake. He seems to slowed up a little bit, but Grimshaw has gone past Lewis Hall. How that is going to affect the overall? Well, Lewis might still be good for the overall win, because in the opening moto, Tom Grimshaw scored a 5th and Lewis Hall was 2nd. So a 2-2 at this stage. There's Tom up on screen. You can see what he looks like without his crash helmet on. There's Tom Grimshaw on the Chambers Racing team. Lewis, well, by my mathematics, and I say this time and time again, don't take them as given, but a 2-2 currently, I think we'll give it to him, because Jamie Carpenter won the first race, but Jamie is down quite a ways in this one. Probably about back in 5th or 6th in his category. So, oh, Tommy Searle slips off on the corner after the finish. That's a difficult corner to keep it in tight there. So Tommy looks like either got the back end out of line, out of the rut, or maybe just dragged the front end along that long rut that comes out there and washed out. Either way, the gap will go right out now. Did Adamson go by? That's the question. I don't think he did, no. So John Adamson still in 3rd. This is a great race in this Lifeline's Fastest 40, incorporating the Liat MX1 category and a Pico Factory Racing MX2. Leading the Liat MX1 category, of course, is Harry Kulas. Tommy Searle is in 2nd. Then it's John Adamson and Brad Todd and Jake Millwood. Then Martin Barr, Jason Mira, Tom, and then Tom Grimshaw is in 8th. He is the leading rider in the Apico Factory Racing MX2 class. Has a look over his shoulder, sees what's happening, trying to keep a check on Lewis Hall. Lewis has dropped back a little bit now. In fact, Lewis has dropped back a fair bit that lap. So what's happened there then to Lewis Hall? Oh no, he's dropping down the leaderboard. Did he have a problem? Is that why Grimshaw caught and passed him so quick? I mean, it did seem to happen that way. Lewis seemed to have quite a big gap over Tom Grimshaw, but then Grimshaw just literally, with a couple of different camera angles, 2 corners later, he was in front of Lewis Hall, and now Hall is dropped way down the list. That is definitely going to affect the overall score here. Trying to work out, tell you what, Jamie Law might be in for a shout here, and Callum Mitchell for an overall. It's going to be really tight in the overall category for the Apico Factory Racing MX2 class. No doubting who is at this stage going to win the Liat MX1 category in this Lifeline's Fastest 40. That is going to be Harry Kulas if he keeps going and has no problems. We've got 2 minutes 35 left on the clock in this one. So not long left. That costly mistake by Searle dropped him 15 seconds on Kulas. So Harry away with it in this one, going for the 1-1 score. There's Callum Mitchell getting a little bit sideways as he tries to zigzag his way up that hill. Callum Mitchell, local rider on the Fabricant racing team. As we said, got a lot of his family here, came out to do the TV work with us on Friday. We had him in the commentary booth earlier on. Pleasure to have him in here. There's Liam Knight bouncing his way around that ongoing sweeping right-hander. Seems to go on forever before you get round to that hill as a rider. So Lewis Hall is still circulating. Just trying to work it out basically on the first race results. Jamie Carpenter took the race win in the opening moto ahead of Lewis Hall. Jamie Law came in 3rd. Then Callum Mitchell was 4th and Tom Grimshaw was 5th. So, yeah, you work that one out, folks. John Mira was 6th, Sam Nunn 7th, Elfie Jones 8th, Tom Murphy 9th, Rossi Beard 10th. So Mitchell's looking good, as is Grimshaw. Grimshaw had a 5 in the opening moto. He's now currently on 1 in this one. Mitchell had a 4. He's currently on 2. It's going to be tight, the overall. Very tight. Good racing here, though. We've been blessed again with some brilliant race action at the MX Nationals. Round 3 here at Lyng. Thank you very much to the Norwich Viking Club for letting us come and use their venue. As we said, loads of history here. Bikes have been riding around here pre-war. So, do you know what? I tell you, it wouldn't be a bad idea going out there with a metal detector, would it? I bet you'll find some, somewhere in the dirt out here, you'll find some nuts and bolts and some gear levers and clutch levers. Literally, I'm sure there's loads of like motocross fossils in the ground here at Lyng, because we've been coming here a long time, and you can see why we come here. It's a proper motocross track. Off cambers, sweeping corners, some sharp ones, you know, steep drop-offs, high speeds. It's got a lot to offer a ride around here at Lyng. Harry Koulas, as we said before, making it look incredibly easy. There's Lewis Hall touring, so I really hope that's not an injury for Lewis. I mean, he'll be gutted either way. Maybe it's a bike issue, but I saw him just cruising round, so I don't know what that is. I know at round 1, Lewis Hall had to basically suffer. He was suffering so bad with blisters on his hands. I mean, literally, it's like he put a cheese grater over them. So maybe the blisters have come back to cause him some stress. I don't know, but Koulas on the cab screens, Crescent Yamaha. Looking immaculate. He's now got a 19-second lead over Tommy Searle after Tommy Searle's mistake. He is going to be getting the 2 lap to go board next time around. So he's been in this position many times before, not only with us at the Michelin MX Nationals powered by Milwaukee, but he's won enough races in his time. Been obviously back home in Estonia as well. Spends his time, most of his time now in Belgium, based in Belgium, so he can get out and ride those tough circuits out there. Of course, a lot of good practice facilities over there, a lot of sand. Harry likes the sand, obviously, he's making it work. So he's away, 2 laps to go. Tom Grimshaw is now got a comfortable 6-second lead in the MX2 over Callum Mitchell. Here's Tommy Searle, just backed it down as you'd expect, no need to rush from there. Brad Todd has made his way past John Adamson. That's going to be interesting for the overall, because Adamson had a 3rd in the opening moto and Brad Todd was 4th. So it looks like those two might tie on points, but Todd will get the final position on the podium in 3rd with the better second race result. So it looks like John Adamson's going to have to dig deep here if he wants to get on the box. He's got basically a lap and a half to try and hunt down Brad Todd and make a move. I absolutely love the way that John Adamson went round that corner. Just preloaded in, wheelied onto a bump before and literally jumped round that corner, using the berm as almost a double jump. Awesome, that. His confidence is getting up, there's no doubt about it. He'll be, if he can't pick off Brad Todd, he'll be disappointed he didn't make the podium. But still, it's a much improved ride from John Adamson. Because, like you said, at the start of the year, he was suffering. Brad Todd is actually starting to close on Tommy Searle. Tommy, I'm sure will fight for that second to bring it home, 2nd place. 1 lap to go then for Harry Koulas and the rest of the riders here. Adamson is starting to lose a little bit of ground on Brad Todd. Brad in turn with 1 lap to go. I can't see Tommy Searle throwing away second from there. So we're going to bring these riders home. The Lifeline's fastest 40, incorporating the Leah MX1 and a Pico Factory Racing MX2 class here on MXN TV. Been another great day at the Michelin MX Nationals. Well, 2 days of racing, of course. We only live stream for the 1 day. You know, maybe if people like what they see and more people want to get involved with the Michelin MX Nationals, more resources, more sponsorship into the series, we could give you 2 days of action. But right now we're only going with the action on the Sunday. So if you like what you see, leave us some positive comments. If you want to get involved with the Michelin MX Nationals in any way, shape or form, just basically follow us on social media. You can email us on info@mxnationals.co.uk. Of course, you can go on the website, get behind us, tell us what you think. You know, we're open to constructive criticism. We're always trying to improve the series, so let us know. And we'll keep trying to raise the bar and elevate British motocross the best we can. Don't forget, we've got that ride day. Basically, it's experience weekend on June the 11th and 12th at Hawkstone Park. It's not racing. It'll be done in kind of like, you're going to get nice long sessions. It's going to be youth, novice A, novice B, expert and pro. So we're hiring Hawkstone for the weekend on the 11th and 12th. For those of you, if any of you are racing at Hawkstone at the end of the year in the MX Nationals and you haven't got a race that weekend, a perfect opportunity to get there, get some practice in, get your bike set up. So keep an eye out on that on all our website and social media. There it is, it's 1-1. It's another Harry Koulas masterclass. He goes 1-1 and takes over the championship lead and extends it in some fashion. Second will be, should be, Tommy Searle. We're waiting for him to cross the line. Harry's going to come down to the winner's circle. And then we're going to catch the winner of the MX2 as well, which will be Tom Grimshaw, and that will conclude our coverage here at Lyng, round 3 of the Michelin MX Nationals, powered by Milwaukee. Okay, I'm going to go down to the winner's circle to catch the winners. We'll catch up with them. We're going to sign off a little bit later. Obviously, I'll sign off the show when we finish talking to Tom, well, I say Tom Grimshaw. Let's see if he gets it over the line. Right, I'm going to make my way down there. Thanks to everybody involved. Winner's Circle's coming up next.
Boyson ignition covers and clutch covers have got a strong history with two-strokes, from back in the day to the current two-strokes we see of today. You're forever seeing Boyson products on a lot of the older bikes. Back in the day, all the factory teams used to run the covers. It was one of those things where you'd flick through the magazines or you'd look onto the videos and you'd see factory bikes dripping with Boyson parts. And it's something that you'd always inspire to when you were a youngster. Boyson ignition and clutch cover, it's an easy fitment. It's just like fitting OEM parts, so it's just a smooth transition. With a high quality cast, it's not plastic, it's easy to take off, maintain your stator and your flywheel.
Right, we're here with the final winner circle of the weekend here at Lyng, round 3 of the Michelin MX Nationals. Harry Koulas, first race, got the whole shot cleared off. It all looked like you were totally unflustered. We spoke about it when you came in the booth. That one you had to work a little bit harder, but it was great. We couldn't take our eyes off it. Obviously, you enjoy racing Tommy. What was that like? You know, did you think you had a moment on the track where you knew you could pass him, or did it just present itself?
Yeah, I had few spots, but like I said before, when the track gets drier, there is less lines, there is less grip, you know, and that's the thing where we could have quality racing, you know. Like now it was just quite on the limit, and I saw I'm a bit faster than Tommy, and I needed to pass him to get the overall. So and yeah, like in the pit lane corner there was like a nice deep line in the first race, but as the day goes on, it gets drier, sun gets out. Yeah. You can't use that line because the sun doesn't pack together. So that's the thing, you know, what we could work on the future. But anyway, yeah, got second in start, and then or third actually, sorry, and then yeah, made the pass on John on the first lap, and I had good line in the end of the lap. I was always catching there Tommy as well, but yeah, some bars he was faster. So I mean, I think it was good race for the spectators.
It definitely was. We couldn't take our eyes off it.
And yeah, of course, it's good to smile here because I got the win. But yeah, I think Tommy crashed in the end, or he made some mistakes.
No, he crashed on this.
Oh yeah, so yeah, it was a bit easier for me to breathe and to ride easy to the finish line and get the win. So I mean, yeah, of course it's nice to get the win, and with clean racing. We were close, but we didn't touch each other, so that was good. And yeah, I really have to thank Cap Screens, and Yamaha, my complete the team, and my mechanic and my girlfriend. So it's we are coming back now, second half of the season, and let's hope we can keep rolling these wins.
Well done on an overall win. Give it up for Harry Koulas. Harry's going to go, and he's going to be back in a minute for the podium. Stick around, folks. We're going to be in the podium anytime soon. Harry, we'll talk to you in a bit. Everybody watching around the world on the live stream, thanks for tuning in. Hope you've enjoyed it. Thanks to all our staff here, all our marshals, all our medical team, Alpha Live for another great production. And, of course, for you guys at home, and also the Norwich Viking Club for letting us come here and tear up their track. Big up to them. Hope you've enjoyed viewing it. We're coming back round 4 at Cusses Gorse in a few weeks. Remember to log on to mxnationals.co.uk for all the information. We'll see you at round 4 at Cusses. And, of course, don't forget, we're doing the Straight Rhythm on the Saturday night there as well. That will be going out live. Thanks for tuning in. Hope you've had a good day. We'll see you in a few weeks' time. That's us done. We're out of here. All the best.